I need emergency, please.
What?
Stop, Alex. What's up with it? Toke. I don't have a light here. Let's see. Ooh. This shit's so dang. This shit's fire. Thought of some mushrooms? Nah, I get a fucking pound of mushrooms for like $300 though. Gonna get a pound of mush right now for like $300, no problem. It's fucked.
Ambulance. Someone is hurt. Lacerate cuts.
Okay,
Big old penis envy mushrooms, man. Big old penis envy.
It's a teenager.
Okay, male or female?
It's a girl or a boy. I think it's a girl. They have a major cut to their neck.
Do you know what happened?
I don't know.
Some frosty tree.
Screaming, and then we came outside.
Ma'am, do you know if this person was assaulted?
Indeed it is.
I don't know. We just came outside.
You're guilty? Penis envy mushrooms are crazy, really?
Are they awake?
I don't think they're even responsive at this point.
Is she breathing?
I don't see any breath. Yes, yes.
Chat, I just here.
Okay, she is breathing.
I'm going full screen again. I just cleaned the bong. Look how beautiful that looks. There's like a chip right off 1G. True, yeah. I mean, if they're good mushrooms, any type of mushrooms, you should be tripping off of 1G. To be fair, if they're good mushrooms and grown properly. But yo, cheers. Clean bong. Should plug me up off a microdose. Yeah. At the casino, nice.
Yes, but struggling.
Ma'am, is the blood spurting or pouring out?
You know, it's all over the ground.
Okay, but is it spurting out or pouring out of the person?
It may have already. I don't.
Yo, Dominic, what's up?
I don't think this person has any more blood. It looks like a knife wound.
Okay.
I don't think
Get it
person
clean.
breathes anymore. I don't see them breathing. I don't think they're with us.
In a jealous rage, a killer stabbed his victim multiple times and attempted to sever her head before fleeing into the woods as someone stepped out of their home hearing the commotion.
We've seen that shit before. We done diddly seen this one. Oh, when you look at that, a video from earlier just randomly decided to pop up. So we'll finish watching this one.
Her youngest daughter, Amy Day, spent 19 years
Amy,
working
holy.
for the Greater Orlando
Amy looks like the
Aviation
type of chick that
Authority,
would bite
a
your
role
dick
that
off and
required
spit it
her
right
to
back at
greet
you.
political figures to the Orlando International Airport,
Jesus.
including several U.S. presidents.
Fucking relax there, Amy.
By 2015, Leah is enjoying a well-earned retirement not far from one of
Amity?
the town's picturesque lakes. She is in good health and still active. Most mornings, she takes a 30-minute walk before driving her grandson James to school or visiting a friend for coffee. Every Sunday, she attends local church. Afternoons are often spent relaxing on the porch and reading the Bible, which is exactly what
Bible.
she is doing on the afternoon of Sunday, September 19th, while
Reading
her
the
grandson
Bible.
James and his dad Mark mow her lawn.
What you up to,
just
Dominic?
hours before she will be savagely murdered in her own home. Officers arriving at the home of Leah Hawkins on Sunday, September 20th, are quick to realize the scene has been staged. Under Leah's bed, they find her laptop and iPad. Her missing suitcases are located in the attic of the house, filled with the winter clothes that she had supposedly packed for Colorado. One case contains her watch, sunglasses, library card, and legal documents, as well as torn-up checks and, chillingly, zip ties and a used roll of duct tape. Her toiletries and vitamins are found flung behind the back fence. In a locked travel bag, they find her driver's license, keys, and credit cards. But the worst discovery was yet to come. On the afternoon of Monday, September 21st, a team of forensic investigators noticed something unusual in the garden. What appears to be a freshly dug flower bed full of brightly colored flowers. When they move in to take a closer look, they realize the flowers scattered across the freshly turned soil are fake. Investigators had just discovered the gruesome final resting place of Ora Leah Hawkins.
Fake.
Leah
Why would
had
he?
been brutally murdered. Her body had been wrapped in garbage bags and a pink blanket, then bound in rope and a long white coaxial cable. 3 zip ties bind her hands in front of her body, and duct tape has been wound around her arms and torso. An autopsy will later reveal that Leah had been severely beaten around the face and head. She had a spotting pattern of bruising across her lips consistent with someone holding a hand over her mouth. Medical examiners conclude that the beating itself was not sufficient to cause her death, but that she was likely suffocated, possibly via the trash bags placed over her head.
Damn.
It's a horrific discovery, an unthinkable act committed against a vulnerable elderly lady.
TV shows or
Who would do
movies?
such a
Neither. I
thing?
don't really watch any of them.
While crime
Not
scene
gonna lie, either of
investigators
them.
have been sifting through
guess
the
I
evidence
watched,
in the
like-
Hawkins family home, digital
watched
forensic
some
experts have
anime
been
from time to
examining
time, I
Leah's
guess.
digital footprint. In the days leading up to her
those
death, they find that Leah
cartoons.
went
I
on
choose
quite a
cartoons.
shopping spree. On Saturday the 19th,
I
she
choose
spent over
cartoons.
$1,000 online at Walmart. She also made multiple bank transfers and, on the morning of Saturday the 19th, a withdrawal of $400 from a nearby ATM. Police pulled surveillance footage from that ATM. Leah, they know, was still alive at this point, but the person withdrawing the money from the ATM that morning was not Leah, but her roommate and youngest daughter, Amy Day.
How the
On
fuck
Monday,
do you
September
kill
the
your mom?
21st, Amy
I
Day
don't
is taken
understand.
into an interrogation
That
room at the
cocksucker just
Osceola
hit the
County
button.
Sheriff's Department for a formal interview. That interview will last over 8 hours.
Well, we did find your mom. She's been out the house the whole time, but she's dead.
What? No, 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 no!
No.
She was buried in the backyard the whole time, and flowers placed on top of her.
No! No! My mom is not gone. Please, God, please tell me she's not gone.
Before we go on any further, let's fill in some gaps. By 2015, Amy Day's life had been on a downward spiral into calamity for several years. In 2009,
Telemetry.
while working for the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, her increasingly erratic behavior had prompted airport officials to order her to take a fit-for-duty exam. Amy, you see, had developed a dependence on pain and anti-anxiety medication. While the test did not detect illegal drugs, Amy accepted a $20,000 severance check and resigned after 19 years of service. In May 2010, a glowing reference from a former director of the GOAA helped her secure a job as a 911 dispatcher for the Osceola County Sheriff's Department. But just
Seems like
3
they
months
take a check
into
to
the
be like,
job,
"Oh, you're
Amy
dying
was
right now,"
arrested on
and have to put
DUI
you on
charges.
hold.
She'd crashed her car and had been found
I
strung
saw
out
episode
and
like
slurring.
once the cartoons
She
are
managed
fire, I
to
don't
keep
give
her
a fuck how
job
old you are.
until
Yeah,
August, when she was arrested twice in as many days, once again for
but he
driving
doesn't like
under
water.
the
He's an
influence.
inside cat.
Amy
Yeah,
was
I'm
let
sure
go
cats
from the
don't like
Sheriff's
water
Department
at all, bro.
and
Most
sentenced to
cats
22
anyway.
days in jail. Blood tests during her arrest revealed high
like
levels
this.
of 4 different
Really
pain
this? She took his
and
game?
anti-anxiety medications.
Yeah, I've seen shit like that before.
That
It's
same
crazy.
year, her husband, Bobby Day, a 5-term
Get your game
Osceola
back, can't
County
get your mom
property
back, so.
appraiser, filed for divorce. Bob himself was no saint. In 2006, he had been removed from office and sent to prison for 6 months after being convicted of 2 counts of felony grand theft after misusing public
Bro, if I spray
funding.
rocket with water,
By
eventually
the
it
end of
starts opening up. There's
2010,
no chunk
Amy
catch
was
the
back
water and
living
shit,
at
you know?
her mother's. No records show that she held any form of employment after that. Instead, she took to living off of her mother Leah's modest income and stealing from her when she needed a bit extra. She also stole from her sister Judy, breaking into her house one Christmas and cleaning it out of cash. But even with the help of theft, by 2015, Amy Day was in dire financial straits. During their search of the house, officers discovered that Amy had received multiple letters from banks and other enterprises demanding money. She had credit card debt to the amount of $13,000 and numerous letters from a rent-a-car company demanding money for damages. Her checking account contained just $1.87. During her interview with police, Judy told detectives the very last time she had seen
Big
her mother,
booty
they had discussed
Judy.
problems Leah was having with Amy. Leah told her that she suspected Amy of stealing a valuable coin collection. She was tired of the stealing and the lies, she told Judy, and the constant requests for
Big
money.
booty Judy.
Well, when my mom was over at the house Saturday during the day, we were talking about her, if he only knew what she has said or done to me.
In other words, Amy wouldn't stand to benefit if Leah was officially considered dead, only if she was dead and people, however, believed that she had mysteriously up and left for a new life in Colorado.
Excuse me.
During her September 21st interview with homicide detectives, Amy repeats the account she gave to officers the previous afternoon, when her sister had first reported their mother missing. She had also given officers her cell phone.
When was the last time you heard from your mom?
Between 8:20, 8:25.
When you received that phone call, which she was a little bit
Hey,
said
little
she was
guy.
fine.
She
What's
wasn't
up, dude?
bawling, she was just kind of more of a, it was like a whimper, type, and, she told me she loved me, and that she would call me as soon as she got a chance. I took it as she was going to miss me, or, I didn't read too much into it.
Amy is asked about Kerry Glisson. She explains that he is her fiancé and they have been dating for 2 years. The pair will soon move together to Ohio so that Amy can start a new job as a paralegal for a law firm. She'd already made plans for them to stay with their friend Melissa Smith, who lives there, until they could find their own place. Amy's timeline, in regards to her mother's strange phone call, matches that of her sister Judy's. She also has an alibi for the evening of the 19th. However, in the hours since giving her first statement to police, detectives have dug into her phone records, her online activity, her movements, and her alibi. And let's just say that Amy's stories are a little problematic. When police examine Amy's phone records, they find no evidence of an incoming call from her mother's phone on the evening of September 19th. They also find no records of her having tried to call her mother's phone repeatedly, as she had claimed to have done. Meanwhile, her SunPass, Florida's prepaid toll pass, and the one that she says she keeps in her handbag, does not register her passing through any turnpikes to Chiefland.
For your phone, the last phone call that you ever did to your mom was on September 18th, which was Friday night, just before 11 o'clock at night. Will you be surprised about that? It's based on your phone information.
Very. And I know that I called my mother
I'm getting
cell phone
raped right here.
book after the 18th.
Give a spray ball when he doesn't listen. Rocky's pretty submissive. He listens pretty fast. I just gotta raise my voice and he just looks at me all sad. Like, he's the most skittish dog I've ever had in my life. Or I've ever met in my life. He's like a big pussy.
And there's absolutely no record of
He
him
is
going
like
through
straight,
the
just
past.
bitch
I
me.
can't give
Honestly.
you an answer, but I mean,
Okay.
because I don't understand, but it...
Any loud noise, like there's a train that goes by
That's
up
what
on the
I
escarpment.
am.
There's a train that will go by.
I'm honest with you.
Police
And
now
he's
know that a
heard it
total
his
of
entire life.
$7,262
The one night my mom had him outside and
was
the
transferred
tires
from
on the-
Leah's
the-
accounts into
I guess
various
they call them
accounts
tires, I
and
don't
credit
know.
cards
The
belonging
track
to Amy Day
that
during her
the
final
train
days
was
of
on
life.
squealed
She'd been
really
worried
loud,
about her not having
and
enough
ever
money
since then,
in
whenever
Ohio.
the train goes by
Amy
at night, my
says
dog just like
Leah
wakes up
had
shaking.
even bought Amy a $369
Never
round-trip
used
ticket to Ohio, leaving that very day, September 21st. And she had splurged on a few things for herself at Walmart. Amy now realized that she had forgotten to mention to the detectives on the morning of September 19th she had stopped by an ATM. It was all very confusing, she knew, but she was trying to help the officers out.
I can't remember everything when I'm that tired. I'm trying everything I can to give y'all all the information that you need, be completely truthful with you, and try to remember everything. Sometimes I can't. But my mom giving me money is not anything that's unusual.
What do you think Carrie's gonna say when we contact him?
He's gonna
Dude,
be-
how is this motherfucker hitting me so
tolls,
consistently?
and he's doesn't know why his SunPass didn't register.
Oh my
Amy's
God.
whole alibi was about to collapse spectacularly beneath her feet. The man who answers the phone number given to police for Carrie turns out to be an Orlando Utilities Commission employee who has never heard of Amy Day. When detectives speak to the real Carrie Glisson, well, this is what Amy's fiancé has to say.
Me and Amy had a relationship, but it was always out on the table that we weren't exclusive or anything like that. Whenever she came over and whatnot, it was just, we were just friends.
Yeah.
We were always friends, and that's just what it was. And it was always said that way. It was always talked about that way. And I told her that if I ever wanted to get serious with anybody in my life ever again, it would be with my ex-wife.
Yeah, that's right.
According to Amy's logic, why make your alibi about a friend when they could be a fiancé with a black Mustang? But there's another problem with Amy's alibi as well. Carrie tells police he hasn't seen Amy in well over a month, and certainly not last Saturday night. He did speak to her on the phone, however, not long after Judy reported her mother missing.
She called me, she was a little distressed, and asked me if I would call law enforcement and tell them that I picked her up at 5 o'clock and dropped her off at 11:30, or she was going to be arrested.
Okay, when she told you this, what were you thinking?
I was thinking that she was having another DUI problem.
And what was your response to her?
I told her absolutely not. I said, there's no way that I could call them and lie to them. And I said, I wouldn't do it anyway. I said, but just so you know, there's no way that they can get away, that I can get away with it.
You had gaming, get
Word
that
spread
good,
fast
bitch.
through the community about the gruesome murder of Ora Leah Hawkins. Soon, police have Melissa Smith on the phone, the childhood friend of Amy's who was accommodating her when Amy makes her big move to Ohio, ready to start the new job. Melissa tells police that she is shocked by the news of Leah's death, but not for the reasons you might think. Melissa was about to drop a bombshell. Amy had phoned Melissa to tell her that her mother Leah had died, she said. But that phone call had come on Friday, September the 18th, the day before Leah had gone missing, when Leah was still very much alive and well. As for Amy's job in Ohio, she had never managed to train as a paralegal due to her drug abuse issues, and Melissa had pulled the plug on the work she'd offered her several months prior. At this point, it is impossible to tell whether Amy is deluded enough to think officers might still believe her. From her first interview, she locked herself into one easily disprovable lie after the next. And yet, even when confronted with the summation of her insane stories, she remains indignant to the end.
You know what the issue is, I think, is the lack of logic that's going into what you're saying. That's the biggest problem, because that looks like you're hiding something.
I know.
And
I'm not.
On the evening of Monday, September 21st, Amy Day was arraigned by police at the Osceola County Sheriff's Department, the same agency where her father, Captain Ed Hawkins, had worked for nearly 20 years. She is later charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and aggravated abuse of the elderly in relation to her 79-year-old mother's death.
Today in court, we learned about what happened in those days leading up to the mother's death. Accused of a gruesome crime, Amy Day sat before a jury in Osceola County on Tuesday. In September 2015, investigators say Day killed her mother, Ora Lee Hawkins, and then buried the body in their backyard in St. Cloud. In court Tuesday, Day's sister, Judy Schultz, described the last phone call she had with her mom.
Very, very upset. She was crying uncontrollably.
Schultz says her mom explained she'd be gone 6 months on a trip with a friend, something that seemed strange to Schultz.
I asked her what was wrong, what was going on, that she wouldn't be gone through Christmas. She wouldn't be gone that long away from her grandson.
After that, Schultz says she searched her mom's house and reported her missing. Days later, she found her mother's belongings in a locked bag. Tuesday, Schultz fought back tears as she explained.
My mother's driver's license, credit card, keys.
Soon, the mother's body was found in the yard and Day was arrested. She faces multiple charges, including kidnapping and premeditated murder.
During an interview after her arrest, Amy does some final digging when it comes to burying herself in her own lies. A detective asks if they will find her DNA on the trash bags used to wrap her mother's body. She confirms that yes, they might. She's handled the trash bags before. When he asks what else her DNA might be on, she lists a few other items.
You told us that your DNA would be on white wire, be on black bags, be on the green and pink sheet, be on scuffy rope, right? Be on tape.
Well, yeah, these things you were asking me whenever I was.
No, I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
you told me, right?
Right, whenever.
All this, yes.
Stuff when I was out.
All this shit that she said.
These are the things that you named off, right?
Right, out in the garage, yeah.
So you named all these off.
I mean, but there's a lot of other things my fingerprints and DNA would be on out there.
No, I understand. But you know that you just named off everything that your mother was wrapped in.
But police hadn't told her that duct tape had been used on her mother's body, nor that it had been wrapped up in a blanket with rope and a white coaxial cord.
Gotcha, bitch.
This was information only the police and the killer at this point could have known. But Amy still insists. The last time she had seen her mom, she was alive, well, and happy. She even said she loved her. Amy takes one more shot at duping the police, and this new story she sticks with to the end.
The truth is, Saturday I was not home. However, I was not in Gainesville. I was with a gentleman by the name of Rocket. Next thing was whenever I contacted my sister, and I did lie to her and tell her that I was getting home a little after, around 11:30, 11:35, and I had already been probably home maybe about 15, 20 minutes. And that's when I really did notice in her room that her clothes were gone.
We will never know for sure what went on the night that Ora Leah Hawkins died at the hands of Amy Day. But we can make assumptions, like that when Amy phoned her childhood friend Melissa Smith on Friday, September the 18th, she had already decided to kill her mother, and that she had killed her mother in order to continue draining her bank accounts. Amy's challenge was how to kill Leah while still taking time to make it appear as if she was still alive. During Amy's trial, state prosecutors argued that Amy had kidnapped her mother, zip-tying her hands and binding her arms to her body with duct tape. She had then beaten her until she agreed to phone Judy from the home phone with her bogus story about a 6-month-long trip with the fictitious Rose. When Judy frantically drove over to her mother's house that night, it was merely minutes after that phone call. Amy Day and her mother must have still been in the house. She sat close to the home phone used to make the call, in the darkness, other than the living room light, mistaken by Judy for a nightlight left on by her mother. Amy had kept her victim quiet by violently covering her mouth until Judy had given up ringing the doorbell and had driven away. After 4 days of testimony and just 2 hours, the jury of 10 men and 2 women reach a verdict. Amy Day was found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder of her mother and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During her first interview with police, Amy said that only a sadistic animal could do what had happened to her mother, Leah. Perhaps the only truthful words Amy Day ever spoke. If you found this story compelling, don't forget to like the video. Comment down below your take on it, and please subscribe to the channel. Also, hit that notification bell in order to stay up to date each time we reveal a new shocking case. If you have a case you would like to see given more coverage, drop us a line in the comments. And thank you for your support. We are grateful for every one of our subscribers. And if you're still hungry for more true crime, check out our live is the same woman who had the whole world fooled for years. Using her charm and innocent demeanor, it was hard for many to believe that behind this smiling face was a heartless killer. If not for the persistent investigation of a journalist named Chris Hayes, whose investigation led him to ask Pam the one question no one had.
Did you kill Betsy? No, I did not kill Betsy. I had no reason to kill Betsy.
It is unlikely we would have ever known about the unspeakable acts of Pam Hupp. Before we start, we would like to send our sincere condolences to the loved ones of Betty Faria, Shirley Newman, and Louis Grumpenberg.
Homeboy walked right up to our house, now it's
the abominable acts described in this case.
Yeah, no? Man, that intro goes too hard.
Pam Hupp was born in October of 1958
in
St. Louis, Missouri. By most accounts,
So what's the
she
move
was
for
a
everyone
typical
today?
all-American mom. She married her high school sweetheart 3 months before her senior
Living
prom
life, man.
and gave birth to her first child, Sarah, during their 6-year marriage. When things didn't work out with her first husband, Pam moved on and remarried, relocating to Florida with her new man. Soon after, Pam gave birth to her second child, this time a son, Travis, and soon the couple, now with
Sounds
2
like a
children,
trap.
returned to Missouri. While her children went to school and her husband worked as a carpenter, Pam maintained a steady job at a life insurance company as an administrator. And it was through that work that Pam met Betsy Faria, who would go on to become one of her closest friends. Betsy was a dedicated wife and a wonderful mother. Anyone who knew her described Betsy as fun-loving and a kind woman. She enjoyed the social aspects of her job and adored her husband, Russ. Everything was seemingly perfect for Betsy until she was tragically diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 42. Sadly, as every treatment option was tried, eventually they were all exhausted. Betsy's cancer began to spread through the rest of her body. And eventually, as the disease began to overtake Betsy's liver and kidneys, it became clear the cancer would soon claim the life of this kind and loving woman. Through all of these difficult times, there was one person who was always close by Betsy's side, taking her to medical appointments, spending time together, and providing support for Betsy and her husband. That person was, of course, Pam Hupp. As well as providing support to Betsy, Pam was also partially responsible for the care of her own mother, Shirley Newman, who was suffering from advanced dementia and arthritis. While Shirley lived in a seniors facility, she thrived in an independent apartment with only occasional support needed. Pam would visit frequently, assisting with meals, washing and cleaning, and just to be there for her mother. At 77 years old, Shirley was a proud retired school teacher. But her life's greatest joys came from seeing her children, her grandchildren, and her great-grandchildren thrive. She had moved into a third-floor apartment of the Lakeview Park Independent Senior Living Community after her husband died, which meant she didn't have to take care of a home on her own anymore. She wanted to thoroughly enjoy her retirement, and it gave her great peace to know that her family would feel confident that she was safe and well cared for. But tragically, both Betsy and Shirley and their relationships with this seemingly kind and good-natured woman, Pam, would eventually lead to their agonizing deaths. Because behind the facade of kindness, Pam Hupp concealed her true, dark nature. So who is Pamela Hupp really, and how did she get away with murder after murder for so long? The answer to the question is really quite simple. Pam was a manipulative and greedy criminal who would stop at nothing to take all that she could from her victims, their money, their dignity, and eventually their lives. Even those closest to Pam were not safe from falling victim to her insatiable appetite for money. But Pam's path of destruction doesn't stop with her mother and best friend. Louis Grumpenberger was an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire of Pam's attempt to conceal her previous crimes. But it would be the horrific murder of Louis that would eventually lead to the unraveling of all of Pam Hupp's sadistic crimes. Louis was a 33-year-old father of 2 children. He was a loving dad and a devoted son, frequently visiting his mother and spending time with his extended family. In 2005, he had been involved in a car accident which left him with permanent mental and physical disabilities. This made it difficult for him to hold a permanent job, so Louis would often take on odd jobs for cash in order to support his family. It was on one such odd job that Louis would cross paths with Pamela Hupp. In 2011, as cancer continued to ravage her defenseless body, Betsy Faria had begun to make a number of concerning comments to her husband, Russ. She would say that she would rather be dead than lose this battle against her body. It would be less stressful for her daughters if she just died rather than suffer a long, drawn-out illness. He was concerned about her mental health, and despite seeking help, this once fun-loving wife had begun to withdraw into herself. As Betsy's pain increased, she limited contact with others, seeing only her 2 daughters and her best friend, Pam. After a particularly miserable Christmas, Betty was due to have another round of cancer treatment in hopes of prolonging her life just a little longer. On the 27th of December in 2011, she had finished up at the doctor, and Pam, who was always by her side at the appointments, insisted on dropping her at home. Russ headed out to spend some time with friends. Later that evening, when he arrived home, he found Betsy on the couch with her wrists cut. He was devastated and naturally assumed that she had followed through on one of her distressing threats.
I just got home from a friend's house.
Russ's mom died of cancer. That's so sad. I'm so sorry for him. No one deserves that.
We're gonna get somebody on the way there, okay?
At first, thinking the brutal attack to be Betsy's attempt to take her own life, Russ frantically dialed 911 in hopes that his wife might be saved. But this was, unfortunately, not possible. When first responders arrived at the scene, they found the cause of death was not self-inflicted injuries, nor was it from her terminal illness. Rather, along with the cuts on her wrist, they found 55 stab wounds across her frail and weakened body. There was a serrated kitchen knife protruding from her neck, and her wrists had been sliced to the bone. A second knife lay next to her on the couch where she was found.
How do you do
It
that
was
to
clear to
someone?
paramedics that Betsy had been deceased more than an hour, and sadly, there was nothing that could be done. It was also clear to investigators that Betsy had been the victim of a homicide. The day after Betsy's death, it was her husband, Russ, who was arrested for murder. Despite his proclamations that he loved Betsy and would never hurt her, paramedics claimed that his 911 call saying that he believed she had ended her own life was ludicrous, as there was too much blood for anyone to believe that it had come from simply cut wrists. And don't forget, the knife was still embedded in her throat. But Russ still proclaimed his innocence, claiming that he wasn't even the last one to see her. Her friend Pam had dropped her home while he had gone out of the house. When police searched the house, they found blood on a pair of Russ's slippers. They claimed his behavior when they arrived at the scene was suspicious. And so, in spite of Russ's insistence of his innocence, in their mind, there was no question. Russ was guilty. And their intuitions were corroborated by the statements of a very believable witness, Pam Hupp, who strongly implicated Betsy's husband Russ as the killer.
He'd start playing this game of putting a pillow over her face to see what it would feel like. I don't know if she said, this is what it's going to feel like when you die or whatever, and then act like he was kidding.
In the course of the investigation, Pam Hupp was
played that shit
interviewed,
off
given
smooth.
she was Betsy's closest confidant. Pam told a detailed story of how Betsy shared that Russ was a violent partner and that she had been thinking about leaving him. She even
She's been
pointed
thinking about
police
leaving
to
him,
a
yet he's
strange
sitting there caring
document
for
on
her while she
Betsy's
has
laptop,
cancer.
which she claimed Betsy had written,
Right.
stating that she was worried Russ was going to kill her. Pam told police that she thought Russ had killed Betsy to stop her getting away.
He'd start playing this game of putting a pillow over her face to see what it would feel like. I don't know if she said, this is what it's going to feel like when you die or whatever, and then act like he was kidding.
What seemed suspicious to investigators, however, was the fact that just 5 days before her murder, Pam had assisted Betsy to alter her life insurance policy. Instead of her husband Russ being the benefactor of more than $150,000, Pam
That right
would now
away,
be
boom.
set to inherit
Easy
the entirety
telltale
of Betsy's
sign.
life insurance money. But when Pam was questioned about this, she claimed that Betsy was worried that Russ would hurt her when she tried to leave, so she wanted Pam to take care of the money for her daughters. Pam claimed that she put the money in a trust for them to have when they got older. Pam played her role as the caring and concerned friend perfectly, and the investigators bought every word. Shortly after, Russ was charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action. It wouldn't be until the trial that questions started to be asked about who else could be responsible for Betsy's murder. Evidence of Russ's whereabouts that night were described in painstaking detail. Betsy's time of death was recorded between 7:20 and 9:20 p.m., and it would turn out that 4 friends Russ had been with that night were all called and testified that he couldn't have been involved as they were together during those times. Cell phone records show that he was 20 miles away, and he had time-stamped receipts from purchases he made that evening. There was just no way it could have been him. And not only this, but Russ had no blood on him when the emergency services arrived. His defense lawyers presented a rock-solid alibi. He hadn't even been the last one to see her alive. Pam was the one who had insisted that she be the one to drop Betsy off at home that evening. But in spite of all of this exonerating evidence, the prosecution was able to convince the jury that Russ's friends must have been involved in conspiring to commit Betsy's murder, and that they must have held his phone for him while he killed her
What the fuck? Oh, sorry, buddy. I am sorry, Rocky. I didn't see there. You wanna? You gotta go outside? Is that the problem? You drink too much water because Sativa's here? I'll be right back. I gotta take my dog outside. Get going. Get going. I'm back.
And they had posed as him in the shops in order to falsify his whereabouts. They presented Russ as a cold-blooded killer, wanting to hurry up Betsy's death so he could get her life insurance payout, not knowing that she had changed the benefactor to her best friend. The judge at Russ's trial also barred Russ's lawyers from implicating Pamela in the murder. Regardless of the evidence from Pam's phone records showing that she was in the vicinity of Betsy's house for more than 30 minutes after she allegedly dropped Betsy off, or the fact that she was the sole beneficiary of Betsy's life insurance policy. So, in November of 2013, Russ was convicted of murder in the first degree and sentenced to life plus 30 years without the possibility of parole. Pamela Hupp had gotten away with murder for the first time.
Dude,
but this would not be the only death in which Pam would be found in close proximity. Less than a month before Russ's conviction was handed down, Pam's mother, Shirley, had spent the night at her daughter's house following a hospital appointment. It was the 30th of October, and when Pam dropped Shirley off at home, she let the staff know that her mother wasn't feeling up to dinner or breakfast for the next morning, and that she should be left to rest. At 2:30 p.m. on the 31st of October, a staff member found Shirley's body on the pavement beneath the balcony of her apartment. When police arrived and looked into her room, they found water running, the doors to the patio were wide open, and the aluminum railing was broken. Despite a medical examiner finding levels of Ambien 8 times the usual dose in Shirley's blood, her death was ruled as accidental. Once again, Pamela had been the last to see Shirley alive and was set to benefit from her death. Pamela was set to inherit $500,000 as a payout from her mother's life insurance policy. After the accidental death finding, Pamela got away with murder for the second time. It wouldn't be until years later in 2016 that Pamela's true nature and her heinous deception would be uncovered, largely thanks to Louis Grumpenberger.
911, what's your emergency? Hey, hello, there's someone breaking in my house. Help! What's the address you're at? Help! What means you want me to do your what? I'm getting in the car with you. No, what is the address? Get out, get out, get out. Help! What's the address you're at? Help, help. Okay, somebody breaking in. No. Hello? Ma'am, can you hear me? No!
Around noon on August the 16th, 2016, when 911 dispatch received a frantic call from a woman declaring there was a robbery in progress. As she repeatedly called for help, the caller identified herself as Pamela Hupp and told police there was a man in her home trying to rob her. In the background of the call, you could hear 5 pops, as if a gun had been fired 5 times. The police quickly responded to the call, and when they arrived at the scene, they found the deceased body of Louis Grumpenberger crumpled in a hallway of Pamela's home. An investigation began immediately. Louis Grumpenberger was quickly identified as the assailant. When his body was searched, police found $900 in cash, along with a note tucked into his clothing, which contained ominous instructions. Kidnap Hupp. Get Russ's money from Hupp at her bank, and kill Hupp. Take Hupp back to the house and get rid of her. Make it look like Russ's wife. Make sure knife is sticking out of neck. All this for a reward of $10,000. Pamela went voluntarily to the station for questioning and told police the story of her supposed assault.
Car came down really fast on the cross street and whipped around right in front of my driveway because I'm right at the end. Here's the cross street and here's my driveway. So they came out and did this right in front of my driveway, and I looked up because it was so fast and startling, and somebody jumped out, and I was like, wow, somebody, I don't know what I thought, if somebody was hurt, I don't know what was going on. It was so fast. And then he ran up, I was halfway out the drive where I was parked, and he jumped in my car. He opened up the door and jumped in my car.
Which door?
The passenger.
Front or back?
Oh, front.
Or passenger front? Go ahead.
And he had a bunch of stuff in his hands. I don't know what he had, but he had a knife also, but he had something in his other arm. I don't know what he had. And
3.77 mil.
he put a knife and kept going, just yelling random stuff like, you're gonna take me to the bank and get Russ's money. Take me to the bank, you're gonna take me to the bank. He put a knife up to my throat there and was yelling stuff. And he kept looking behind him like this. So I had put it in here, and I was thinking how I was gonna get out of there when he was looking. And he kept yelling, coming back, and then he looked back again, and I hit his arm with the knife and then shot out of the car and ran inside.
She claimed to have returned home and pulled into the garage when Lewis jumped out of an SUV being driven by someone else. He held a knife to her throat, telling her to drive to the bank and withdraw Russ's money, referring to the money she had received as the life insurance payout from Betsy's murder. Pam claimed that she had managed to knock the knife from the assailant's hand and run into the house, pursued by her assailant. She managed to grab her gun and shoot Lewis as he came after her down the hallway.
I think I was yelling at him. I don't even remember. I think I was like, who are you? Get out of my car, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, bitch, we're going to the bank.
Bitch, we going to the
bank.
bank.
My mind just starts swirling because I'm like, going to the bank? This is so freaking weird. And I'm like, I'm not going to the bank with you. Get out of my car. And he goes, bitch, we're going to the bank. We're getting Russ's money.
Going to the bank.
And he started getting all agitated and excited. And that's when he was yelling things. I wasn't listening because I was.
Chat, who wants to take a toke?
I was going to get out of the car. So he was yammering crap. Couldn't really understand him at that point. And my thought was to get the knife away and get the heck out of the car. That's all I was thinking about at that point. What he was saying, I don't know. As I ran into the garage, he ran after me. I heard the car door shut, and he was yammering stuff again about killing me. Again, my focus
Hey,
was to
Rocky,
get in
you're
the
so
house. I had
handsome.
my phone in my pocket.
You're so
I was
handsome.
trying to dial 911.
Give
I
me a
think
little
I did
smirk.
it 3 times before it went through on my
Give me a little
cell phone.
smirk.
By then I
Look
was
at your little
inside,
smirk.
and he was trying to get the door. I was
Oh,
trying to
handsome.
hold the door. I couldn't get it
Yeah.
locked then, and I was trying to get 911 on the phone. And he was saying stuff, and then the door flew. He got in. It flew open, and I ran into the bedroom. He was yelling stuff, and as I was going in the bedroom, something again about killing my wife. Him and Stevie. Me and Stevie, you're gonna kill your wife. And so I don't know who that is. I don't know a Steven or a Stevie or Steve. I don't know what he was talking about. He was so blah. It was really hard. It's like his sentences weren't formed by then. And so none of it made any sense, but he did keep saying, get in the car. I ran in the bedroom. I tried to, I shut that door. I was trying to get it locked, wouldn't latch. Got a problem with the door. And I got my gun, turned around, got my gun, nightstand right there, and he was pounding on the door. And
Cheers.
once it flew open, that's when I shot him. And I just kept shooting him, because he just kept standing there.
Did any rounds go, are there going to be any bullet holes in the door into the bedroom? Or do you think that
No.
the door was fully
No, I
open?
was in the bedroom.
I understand that, but you said the door flew open, so I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't start shooting until that door flew open and he was standing right there, ready to approach into the bedroom. And I just started shooting and walking towards him. I wanted to be sure I hit him. Because everybody kept saying that's a little gun and blah, 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 and I gotta reclose.
After all the stories Pamela had spun over the last years, this was the one which would lead to her undoing. Something about it just didn't ring true. And finally, after all these years, and after 3 horrific murders, Pamela Hupp's story began to unravel. Though Betsy's husband Russ had been convicted and put away for Betsy's murder, he never stopped trying to prove his innocence and to find justice for his beloved wife. After years of appeals and hearings, the evidence against Pamela, implicating her in Betsy's murder, was set to be brought before a judge. And in the months before her mother's death, Pamela had been questioned again, and she knew that a case against her was building in that case as well. So, Given how comfortable Pam was with murder as a way to solve her problems, she decided to implicate Russ in a further crime, believing it would take the spotlight off of her. So, Pam set about manufacturing yet another murder. She lured Louis Grumpenberger to her home, posing as a presenter from the television program Dateline NBC. She convinced this innocent man that he was there to help her reenact a 911 call for a segment on that show. And once he was in the perfect position, Pam shot him and planted the evidence on his body in an attempt to make it appear as if Louis was a hired hitman, hired by Russ from prison to retrieve his money. To the investigators who heard Pam's story, it all seemed rather far-fetched, starting with a member of the public having filed a complaint just 5 days before Louis was shot. The woman said that she had been approached by a person who had asked her to be a part of the Dateline show reenactment. The description the woman gave of the supposed TV presenter matched Pam's appearance perfectly. That woman had declined the offer to help reenact the 911 call, but had been so disturbed by the encounter, she contacted police. After soliciting this woman to be her next victim and being refused, Pam would next approach Louis Grumpenberger, who would, unfortunately, accept the fake proposal. Police obtained cell phone records showing Pamela was in Louis's neighborhood about an hour before the shooting, despite Pam's claim that she had never met Louis before he had entered the house. And the $900 of notes found on Louis's body were sequential bills found in Pamela's home. The knife in Louis's hand was found to have been purchased at a dollar store by Pam, and the paper the supposed instructions were written on matched a pad of paper which was found in Pam's home. And all of this evidence was corroborated by the fact that due to Louis's previous car accident and subsequent mental and physical disabilities, it was unlikely that he would have had the physical ability to even carry out the acts that Pam was alleging. On the 23rd of August 2016, Pamela was finally arrested and charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action. Her time had come. Pamela would not be getting away with murder this time.
Ain't getting away with it this time.
She's on camera, so she's subtle. Watch this. Hup grabs the water bottle to hide the pen, then slides both back, slowly, casually. She takes the pen behind her to hide it in her pants, then her neck again. It appears she's looking for her jugular, or another vein she's about to strike with the pen. That's where she's escorted to the bathroom, where she stabs herself.
There's an officer here, a female officer. To the bathroom, okay.
About 5 minutes pass when you can hear officers yelling.
While in custody, Pamela stole a pen from one of the investigators and proceeded to stab herself in the neck and wrists when she was in the bathroom in an attempt to end her own life. But her attempts to harm herself were unsuccessful, and prosecutors were unsympathetic to what they labeled as consciousness of guilt. In January 2017, Pam pleaded not guilty to her charges, and prosecutors stated they would seek the death penalty, in part due to her choice of Louis as a victim, given his particular vulnerabilities. By this point, the spotlight had landed squarely on Pamela, and over the course of the investigation into Louis's murder, further questions started to be asked about her close connection with two previous deaths, that of her best friend Betsy and of her own mother, Shirley. Prosecutors could no longer deny that her association with both Betsy Faria and Shirley Newman was suspicious, so police would reopen the investigation into both cases with their eyes now open to the possibility of Pamela's involvement. Shirley Newman's cause of death was eventually changed from accidental to undetermined. In 2018, the judge in Louis's murder stated prosecutors could not use information about Shirley's death in the trial against Pam, but he did rule that they could use evidence relating to the death of Betsy Faria as they pled their case. Pamela's trial date was set for June of 2019, but just before it started, Pamela entered an Alford plea in the murder of Louis Grumpenberger. She wouldn't be pleading guilty, but an offered plea is an admission that the evidence against her would likely be overwhelming. This meant that Pam wouldn't go to trial in Lewis's death, and as a condition of this plea, she would not face the death penalty. Pamela told her husband from jail that she only used this option so that her children wouldn't have to witness an ugly trial. After the offered plea, the Lincoln County prosecutor announced that he would be reopening the Betsy Faria homicide investigation. By this point, Russ had already wrongly served 3.5 years in jail for his wife's murder. Despite numerous appeals and admissions that there were flaws in the initial investigation, it had taken until 2015 for him to be released on bond pending a new trial. In 2021, Pamela was interviewed in connection with the murder of Betsy for the first time as a suspect. Less than 4 days after this interview, Pamela was charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action, the same charges brought against Russ nearly 10 years earlier. The prosecutor stated he would seek the death penalty due to the heinousness and depravity of the crime and Pamela's attempts to deflect blame onto Betsy's husband. While this case has not yet gone to court, they will claim that Pamela killed Betsy in an effort to defraud her out of a life insurance policy. They believe once she found out that Betsy was dying of cancer, she befriended her with her intentions clear from the start. On that terrible day, she waited until Betsy was asleep on the couch after her treatment, which would have left her weak and tired. Then, Pam repeatedly stabbed her good friend as she slept, stopping when the knife became so embedded in her throat she had to find another to complete the attack. Pam took off one of her friend's socks and then used it to spread blood around the home, including onto Russ's slippers, before placing them back on Betsy's feet. After Russ's release, a new trial ultimately exonerated him, and his conviction was overturned. In 2020, Russ received a $2 million settlement in his claim against unlawful imprisonment. Russ had filed a number of lawsuits alleging unethical behavior from the prosecutor and investigators at the time of his initial arrest, and yet no one has faced charges in that matter. This is despite testimony from witnesses claiming Russ was targeted as a suspect from the outset, and that
knew
there
MJ,
were
not a
inappropriate
chance.
relationships between those involved.
Kobe's
in the
probably the closest thing you'd ever get to
leading
MJ.
his arrest being predetermined. In May of 2022, it was announced that an inquiry would be undertaken to establish if there was any misconduct in the initial investigation. Prosecutors stated they would not be seeking to file charges against Pamela for the death of her mother, Shirley. But after her imprisonment in September of 2020, Pamela's husband filed for divorce, claiming that their marriage was irretrievably broken. And Betsy's murder became the subject of 6 separate episodes, ironically, on Dateline NBC, the show she had impersonated working for when committing the murder of Lewis. Until Pamela faces her final charges in Betsy's murder, she remains incarcerated at the Chillicothe Correctional Center. A preliminary hearing was scheduled for February of 2022, but was delayed
Maybe when we were like super old.
after Hupp's public defender died of a heart attack.
Bro, holy
but whenever
fuck.
this trial inevitably takes place, we can rest assured that Pamela Hupp will likely remain incarcerated for the remainder of her life. If you found this story compelling, don't forget to like the video, comment down below your take on it, share the video, and subscribe to the channel. Also, hit the notification bell. Imagine waking up to an inbox full of messages like these every day. Unfortunately for Dave Krupa, by the winter of 2012, this had become his reality. Within weeks of hopping onto an online dating site, he'd become the target of one of the most deranged stalkers to ever walk the planet. And these messages, they were just warm-up exercises for the real hell that was to come. You see, Dave's stalker was not just obsessed with him. She had already killed for him and had plans to kill again. Lock your doors and draw your blinds.
What's their last name
We're
start
about
with?
to take a deep dive
Like,
into
what's their
the
last
terrifying
name's
case
letter?
of Carrie
What is the
Farver.
letter of your last name? What does it start with? What letter does it
Welcome
start
to Fear Files, where we discuss and dissect the most mysterious, terrifying, and mind-bending cases from all over the world. Before we start, we would like to send our thoughts and prayers to the loved ones of the individual who fell victim to the abominable acts described in this case.
The J, like Jordan? Damn. You are the next MJ. Heard it here first. Heard it here first.
This story takes us to the Midwestern city of Omaha, Nebraska, a community which lies on the Missouri River not far from the Iowa border. Among other things, Omaha is famous for its zoo and the world's largest indoor desert. But indoor deserts were not a top priority for 34-year-old Dave Krupa when he moved to Omaha in 2012 to start his new job managing an auto repair shop. Dave had just recently separated from his long-term partner, Amy Flora, with whom he had 2 children, and Dave was keen to make the most of his freedom. He hopped on to some online dating sites. Dave was an easygoing, affable guy and soon found himself with no shortage of dates. He was also upfront with the women he met. He wasn't looking for a relationship, just some no-strings-attached fun. Unfortunately, not everyone who crossed his path would turn out to be quite so easygoing or affable. But we'll get to that shortly. Our story begins on an autumn day in 2012 when a young woman named Carrie Lee Farver happened by Dave's auto repair shop. 37-year-old Carrie was a single mother to a 14-year-old boy and a successful computer programmer. She'd come by the shop to get some maintenance work done on her Ford Explorer, and as she entered, Dave found himself locking eyes with the striking brunette. Sparks flew, at least from Dave's perspective. Carrie later told a friend that Dave was totally not her type. But let's go with Dave's version. Dave arranged for her car to be fixed, and with that done, he did the professional thing and said goodbye. Days later, though, her profile happened to pop up on his favorite dating site. Dave messaged her, and she messaged back. Once again, though, the exchange went nowhere. But this was to prove a case of third time lucky for Dave, because soon after, Carrie returned to the shop. She had a noise in her engine that needed seeing to. This time the sparks were mutual, and when Dave asked her out for dinner, Carrie agreed. Dave wasn't the only one who found Carrie exuded a certain contagious vibe. Friends described Carrie as vivacious, independent, and smart as a whip. At school, she had been in the gifted and talented class and had even topped that. Carrie had always been close with her mother and loved by her friends. In an interview with a local paper for her high school graduation, Carrie said she wanted to be known as always having a smile on her face and for being a little crazy. At 22, life had thrown her a curveball when she found herself pregnant and single. But Carrie was independent and strong-minded, and she quit university in order to embrace her new role of mom. Carrie was devoted to her son Max, and he was the one constant in her life over the somewhat turbulent years to come. By 37, though, Carrie had settled into a great apartment close to her mother Nancy and had found herself a well-paying job. Dave and Carrie had their first date at Applebee's. Carrie later told a friend that she hadn't laughed so much in years. Dave said that you could cut the sexual tension with a knife. There had been just one setback. Dave's ex, 38-year-old Shanna Elizabeth Goylar, who went by Liz, was one of the first women Dave had met online, and they had been dating on and off for the past 6 months. Liz had 2 kids similar in age to his own, But while he found Liz fun, Dave had never been all that taken with her. Besides, she changed her mind constantly about him dating other women. One minute she was fine with it, the next not. And apparently, this was a night when she was not. Halfway through his date with Carrie, Dave noticed that he had missed numerous calls and messages from Liz. She'd suddenly remembered she'd left something important at Dave's and needed him to let her into his apartment immediately. Dave told her she'd have to wait. With that taken care of, he invited Carrie back to his apartment for a nightcap. But the pair hadn't even taken off their coats when the doorbell rang. It was Liz. Dave was furious, but Carrie took it in stride, suggesting he'd come to her house after he'd sorted things out with Liz. Dave watched as the two women passed each other at the door. It was a 10-second encounter, but one that would change the course of all of their lives forever. Dave made the hour-long journey to Carrie's place in Macedonia, Iowa later that night. And when Carrie told Dave that she wasn't looking for anything serious, Dave felt he had hit the jackpot. Things between Dave and Carrie moved fast for two people not looking for commitment. Over the next 2 weeks, they met almost every day. The pair had an amazing chemistry, and it was just easy, Dave said. It so happened that Carrie's work was also just 3 blocks from Dave's place. She was in the middle of a major project and was working long hours and stayed several nights to avoid the commute. On the morning of November 13th, Dave woke early to find Carrie already up and putting the final touches on the project she had been presenting that day. At 6:30 a.m., he gave her a kissed goodbye and told her that he would see her that evening. At mid-morning that day, Dave was juggling multiple clients when he received a message from Carrie. She wanted to know if he'd move in with her. Dave was taken aback. Carrie had made it clear that she wanted to keep things casual. What was with this sudden turnaround? He wrote a quick message back saying that was not going to happen. Carrie's retaliation was swift and dramatic. "Fine, you," she wrote. "I hate you. I don't want to see you again. I'm dating someone else." Dave was blown away. Just that morning, he had kissed goodbye a loving and independent woman, only to find himself fielding hysterical threats just 4 hours later. Dave hit back. "Fine, goodbye." At lunchtime, he stopped by his apartment. All was in order and empty. As quickly as their affair had begun, it had ended. Or so he thought. Because, as you probably have guessed already, this was never going to be a case of happily ever after.
Oh, really?
Several days of radio silence passed, during which
You
Dave
ever see
began to
Raph?
feel
I haven't
like
seen
he
him in a
had
hot
just
minute.
dodged a serious
I miss
bullet
my
with
boy.
Carrie. But then the messaging began. "I hate you. You ruined my life. You're a terrible person." Message after message from Carrie blew up his phone. They were overflowing with expletives. If hate and rage had a language of their own, Carrie was using it to write these mad rants. And then police showed up at Dave's work. The officers told Dave that nobody had laid eyes on Carrie Farver since the morning Dave had kissed her goodbye several days ago. Carrie's mother had received a message on the morning of November 13th saying she had split with Dave and was checking herself into a mental
Shaka,
institution.
she messaged me on Facebook.
Carrie's
through me.
employer had received a message saying that she was resigning and taking a new position in Kansas. Carrie's son Max had received a similar message. She'd promised Max that she'd be back to collect him in time for her half-brother's wedding, but the wedding had come and gone. Her mother filed a missing persons report. According to police, Dave was the last known person to have seen Carrie. Feeling like a deer in the headlights, Dave allowed the police to search his car, download the contents of his phone. He explained that he'd only dated Carrie for 2 weeks, and the last time she had been sitting on his couch with her laptop. And then the messages started. These crazy, off-the-wall, hate-filled messages, and she had been bombarding him with those ever since. Police believed Dave's account, and then shared with him some information that would change his perspective on the whole situation. Carrie, the police said, had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder in her late 20s. She'd been known at times to not take her medication. The implication was that, clearly, she had gone off the boil after a spell of not taking her meds, but she had likely bounced back. Dave was relieved and sorry for Carrie. He agreed to let police know if he discovered anything about her whereabouts. But that sympathy was soon to run dry. In the weeks following the police visit, Dave was receiving upwards of 60 messages a day. He could also add to that hundreds of emails. They came from an ever-growing assortment of different numbers and email addresses. Every person Dave had ever known soon received messages saying that Dave was a liar and a cheat. One woman he'd met on a dating site was told that her kids would be killed if she contacted him again. Even random women on Plenty of Fish, the dating site, received heads up that Dave Krupa was a scumbag and a liar. Dave would wake up to abusive messages from women he didn't even know. As for Liz Golyar, Carrie blamed the end of their relationship on her. Liz was furious and terrified. Carrie had been bombarding her with threats, she said. What had she ever done to this woman? They'd only ever seen each other once. Dave felt mortified and responsible. After all, he was the one who brought this woman into Liz's life. 3 weeks after Carrie apparently went off the deep end, the police approached Dave once more. But they weren't interested in the harassment. Carrie was filed as a missing person, and they only wanted to locate her. Then, in January of 2013, Dave came home to see Carrie's Ford Explorer in the parking lot near his apartment block. It felt like a breakthrough. Police examined the car and found a fingerprint on a container. They ran it through the FBI's national database. No matches came up, and the truck was returned to Carrie's bereft mother. When police interest in the case waned, the harassment was about to shift from online to outright stalking and terrorizing.
Back to back, one time.
Carrie was watching them, and she wanted them to know. Images were sent to Dave and Liz of their homes, often with their kids in the windows. Carrie would comment on what they were doing in real time. Dave and Liz reconnected over their shared stress and turmoil. Carrie was not happy. Dave returned home from work one day to find a window smashed in, his couch was cut up, his TV keyed, and "Liz is a whore" written in red lipstick on his wall. The clothes Liz had left on his bed had been cut with a knife. When they were together, Dave's phone would often ping, "I see you with Liz again." The messages became more chilling. "My favorite thing to do is stand outside your window and stare at you. I see you sitting in your chair with your feet propped up wearing a blue shirt." Every panel on both cars were keyed. Dave's was keyed with "Dave loves fat whores" in giant letters. On one occasion, Liz's garage was broken into and spray painted with "whore." Both Dave and Liz filed harassment and stalking charges with the police, but they got nothing more than a passing nod. Twice, Dave had spoken to the special unit in the Omaha Police that deals with stalking and harassment, but they had one guy, and he was dealing with 94 cases.
You know that means after this,
and things were about to get
KBD
even
run.
worse. The messages became more threatening. "I hate you so much, I want to drive a knife through your heart." Another was a fake obituary for Liz. "I didn't know her very well, except that she was a and a man-stealer. Thank God she's gone." At some point, Dave wondered if he'd become numb to it. One day, he received a picture of someone that looked like Liz tied up in the trunk of a car. The message told him to call her now or she'd be killed. He called Liz. She was at home in bed. All of it drove Dave and Liz closer together. They used humor as a tension release, calling their stalker Crazy Carrie. But issues over commitment kept bubbling up. Every few months, they'd split, then reunite. In August of 2013, things finally blew up. This time, Dave felt for good. Then, days later, he received a call that Liz's house was on fire. The house was salvaged, but Liz and her children had temporarily lost their home, many of their belongings, and by far the worst, their 2 dogs, cat, and a snake had all perished in the fire. This is Liz talking to the officer at the scene.
From what I've seen so far looking inside, this is pretty obvious this is an intentionally set fire.
The guy that I'm seeing, he has a girlfriend he dated for 2 weeks, and she's been stalking me since November.
Do you know her name?
It's Carrie, C-A-R-I. She has made threats towards me and my kids. She would text me telling me she wanted to kill me and my kids. You would think they were married as much as she's stalking me.
Aww.
She won't leave me alone.
I feel so bad for this dog.
I just wish she would go away.
And the cat.
2 months later, Dave's auto shop was spray painted in orange, Dave Beats Women. In January of 2014, an old girlfriend of Dave's from Sioux Falls came to spend a night. A few hours after they'd gone to bed, there was a sound like a gunshot. Someone had thrown a brick through their bathroom window. By now, the strain was getting to Dave. His job was in trouble. The lives of his friends and family had been upset. He was a nervous wreck. This time, he took drastic measures. He moved, got a new job,
There you go.
changed
So
all of his contact details, and bought a gun. For a while, he stayed under the radar. Then, in a moment of weakness, he took a peek at a dating site. He got to chatting with an attractive woman and arranged to meet her for dinner. The woman never showed. Instead, he received a message from Carrie. Surprise, it said. Now Carrie had his new number and new location.
Bro,
By now, it
that's
was late 2015.
so fucked.
And then came a switch that no one saw coming. Liz had received an email, an angry email, from Amy Flora. It had gotten her thinking. Could their stalker, in fact, be Amy? Had Amy been impersonating Carrie all along? In December 2015, Liz walked into the Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office to file a harassment report against Amy Flora, Dave's ex and the mother of his children. Liz said that she had come to suspect that Amy had stolen the identity of Carrie and was responsible for their stalking over the past 3 years. Carrie had only dated Dave for 2 weeks. Amy had much more reason to be possessive of Dave. And just recently, Dave's gun had gone missing. Dave had noticed the gun was missing and reported it to police the day prior. Police asked if they could once again do a download of Liz's phone. She agreed. Soon afterwards, Dave was called in by the police. He was thrilled. Finally, it seemed police were going to take the stalking seriously. Only this was an interrogation over Carrie's disappearance. Detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doughty had worked at the Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office in Council Bluffs. They had always found the cold case of Carrie Farver intriguing. It made no sense that a woman like Carrie would just up and go, leaving her bank accounts untouched and refusing to let anyone hear her voice. Bipolar was a common enough disorder and could hardly be used as a justification for her bizarre behavior. They'd asked their superiors if they could take a fresh look at the case. It didn't take long before they latched onto the theory that she might not be alive. But who was impersonating her? and what had happened to Carrie Farver on that early morning of November 13th, 2012. If anyone had any information to share, it was Dave. Dave laid everything on the table. He had nothing to hide, after all. By the time he was done talking, police seemed convinced, once again, that he had nothing to do with Carrie's disappearance. But what happened next stunned everyone. On December 5th, 2015, a 911 call came through to police from Big Lake Park in Council Bluffs, Iowa. It was Liz Golyar. She had been walking alone on a trail in the dark when she had been approached by a woman from behind. The woman had said, "How do you like Dave?" before shooting her in the leg. Liz was rushed to the hospital by ambulance. While there with police, memories rushed back. She said it was Amy Flora who had shot her, the nutty ex of Dave Krupar. When police burst into Amy's house, they found her in her PJs with her 1-year-old on her lap. Her car was outside and cold to the touch. She had been there all night. The Carrie Farver case had now been changed from a missing persons investigation to a homicide investigation. The detectives brought in Tony Carver, a digital forensic expert, to track the source of the
What's
messages.
up, buddy?
Carrie, or her imposter, had sent around 15,000 messages over a 3-year period. Over the next months, Carver would dedicate thousands of hours of his time
And I'm gonna get the pet right here,
voluntarily
watch.
to trace the
Just
source
'cause
of
Zeno's
those
here.
messages. Every digital trail led back to the same place and the same person. The detectives approached Carrie's mother, Nancy. For years, she had been ignored by police. But from those earliest messages, Nancy, Carrie's friends, and her son Max had all suspected they were dealing with an imposter. The messages were full of grammatical errors. Carrie refused to answer questions that would prove that it was Carrie, and the woman they knew would never abandon her son. Life had passed in a state of suspended anguish. Scenarios played over and over in Nancy's mind each day and night, each worse than the one
I got a
before.
dragon pickaxe earlier.
Once, Nancy had received a call from a man at a
Whoa.
homeless shelter who said he had Carrie there with him. Hardly daring to hope, Nancy drove miles with police, only to find that no one by the name of Carrie was there. Nancy now showed police an image of a check she had been sent after Carrie's disappearance. The person masquerading as Carrie had sold all of her furniture online and now asked Nancy to let the buyer into the house to pick it up. The check had been made out to Carrie, but it was from someone police had long suspected. The check had been signed by Shanna Liz Golyar. Nothing could have prepared Dave for the sucker punch of learning the identity of his stalker. It was like running into a brick wall in a racing car, he said. Like, how could I be so naive, or so stupid, or so gullible? Everything I thought I knew was a lie. And still, it was impossible to process. Liz had burned her children's home down, killed her own animals, and destroyed her own belongings, keyed her own car, vandalized her own garage, shot herself in the leg, terrorized Dave and his family while pretending to console him, all to bring Dave back into her life. The real question was, had she killed?
That's fucking the craziest shit I've ever heard, bro. I've heard some crazy shit on these channels. That bitch is fucking batshit crazy. I'm about to go fill up my water bottle here, and then we're gonna go do some more KBD, boys. Let's go. All right. We're back. We're back like the backside of an ass crack. I rep MKD. That chick got issues. Yo, that chick's fucked in the brain.
Carrie. Police suspected that she had,
Papa?
but they didn't have enough evidence to charge her. In the meantime, she had something even worse in store for Dave. Police now told Dave that Liz was on the verge of becoming totally unhinged. They put a tracker on her car, and she had been repeatedly going to the same block of apartments every day, all the time. It was the complex of Amy Flora and his children. Police felt they were in imminent danger and urged Dave to move in with Amy to act as a protector. In fact, they had altogether other reasons for wanting Dave there, but Dave was more than happy to oblige anyway. 2 weeks after the shooting, police brought Liz in for an interview. They asked if she knew of anyone who would want Carrie dead. Liz didn't even pause for a breath. Amy Flora, she said. Police told Liz they needed to start building a case and wanted her help extracting a confession from her. Liz's genuine lack of intellect now revealed itself. Within days, she had produced emails from Amy confessing to shooting Liz at the Big Lake Park. Police pushed Liz to get more details from Amy on Carrie's final moments. A few days later, Amy had miraculously produced the goods. She'd also now completely dropped any pretense at being Carrie, and therefore any cover whatsoever. Amy's message read, "When I met Crazy Carrie, she would not stop talking about Dave and him being her husband.
Yo, but we're gonna
rip
Tokes here, chat?
Attack me, but I attacked her with a knife.
Everyone,
I
yes,
stabbed
no,
her
maybe
3
so.
or 4
Anybody?
times in the
Exclamation
chest
point,
and
redeem
stomach
Tokes.
area,
Someone,
and
anybody,
then took
anybody
her
at
out
all.
and burned her. I stuffed her body in a garbage can." The details were graphic and horrifying. Detectives decided to push Liz even further. They told her that Dave had moved back in with Amy. Liz was hysterical. She wanted to know why Amy hadn't been arrested yet. Wasn't the email enough? Police told her they needed more. Something only the killer would know. Another confession from Amy now miraculously appeared. It read, "I really did kill Carrie, and I did it in her own car." Police now had a crime scene. The crime scene that had been sold by Carrie's mother years ago, but which, incredibly, police managed to track down.
No fucking way.
This time, they removed the passenger seat fabric. Beneath it was a large red stain that tested positive for human blood. The DNA matched Carrie's. Police arrested Liz on a traffic warrant and brought her in. They now presented her with the mountain of evidence they had been accumulating for months. Her fingerprint was a match for the fingerprint left in Carrie's car. They found Carrie's digital camera and camcorder in Liz's house, taken from Carrie's in the days after her disappearance. From the downloads of Liz's phone, they discovered that Liz had made 6 calls to Carrie's residence before Carrie had disappeared, and retrieved an image Liz had taken with her own cell phone, a selfie of herself tied up with duct tape over her mouth in a car trunk. Every impersonated message connected back to a device of hers or to the IP address at her house. She had used an app that allowed her to create messages and schedule them to be sent at a later time, giving her the perfect alibi. Then there was a tablet that Dave had in storage. The SD card in it had once been in Liz's phone and contained thousands of deleted images. Most were selfies of Liz, but there was another image too. At first, detectives had not known exactly what they were looking at. Skin, reddish in tone, visible tattoos. It was a human foot in the early stages of decomposition. Carrie's foot. Police were able to identify Carrie from her distinctive tattoos. The Chinese tattoo was a symbol for mother, a role she had loved so much and had been stolen from her, just as she had been stolen from her son and from her mother. It was the single most powerful evidence to emerge from the investigation. Police estimated that Liz must have spent 40 to 50 hours a week on the full-time occupation of terrorizing and stalking Dave, herself, and everyone who knew him. Liz denied it all. She told police she'd never been in Carrie's car, never written any emails. She didn't even have internet at her house. Mad or bad or both. Douglas County prosecutor Brenda Beadle later said that it was the most difficult case she had ever tried.
Wow.
This one was bizarre to the point where it would take some convincing to make someone believe that it actually happened.
What?
Liz Golyar was an aberration even within the criminal world. Most heartbreaking of all, the false hope she had given to Carrie's mother and son. In one message sent from Max to Carrie's imposter 3 years after she had disappeared, he had written, "If this is really you, please come back. I want you to be at my graduation." On August 15th, 2017, Liz Golyar was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison.
Dude, that's crazy. Imagine the emotional trauma that kid's gonna have the rest of his goddamn life.
Now to a different story tonight. It's a bizarre murder case that has gained national attention. A twisted plotline that took investigators years to unravel. A mother went missing about 5 years ago in Omaha. Her body never found. The woman who killed her then assumed her identity. Today, she learned her fate.
This lawyer, what some people are capable of, is always confounded and mystified in court.
Shanna Golyar is sentenced to life in prison plus 18 to 20
There you
years
go.
by Judge Timothy Burns for first-degree murder.
That's
and
crazy,
arson.
yeah.
Judge
That's like
Burns
one of the first
convicted her
women
with
to get
proof
life.
beyond a reasonable
Let's
doubt
go.
of stabbing Carrie Farver to death in 2012 outside her boyfriend's Omaha apartment. Golyar previously dated the same man. There were many hugs for Carrie's family afterwards. Her mother says she's glad Golyar can't hurt anyone else.
She's got a life sentence now, but she also gave everybody else that loved Carrie a life sentence. She took Carrie's life. She gave my grandson a life.
School classmates that she's going to step out for about 15 minutes. Yet she never returns, leaving her entire community searching for her. First, her car is found. Then, days later, her dead, mutilated body turns up on the bank of the Columbia River. What follows is a lengthy search for clues and suspects, informants and false trails, a confession, a conviction, and a lingering question of was the right person sent to prison. Come with us as we look into the murder of Mackenzie Cowell. We will follow the twisting narratives of the informers and the investigators, clues and confessions, all in this dark and terrible case.
I didn't bring my loot.
Before we start, we would like to send our deepest sympathies to the loved ones of Mackenzie Nicole Cowell, who fell victim to the abominable acts described in this case. It was a chilly, breezy February afternoon when 17-year-old Mackenzie Cowell decided to take a break from her studies and work at the Academy of Hair Design. She told her friends she just needed 15 minutes and took off, even asking one before she left if she had to sign out of class because she was going to be gone for such a short period of time. Leaving, she went down an alley, up a short set of steps, and into a nearby parking lot. Unhurried, she walks across the lot, climbs into her 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix, and pulls out just a few moments later. Even though there were many cars and trucks in the lot, she was the only person there. Minutes later, she would send a quick text to her boyfriend, Joaquin Villasanyo. He responds, and that was the last record anyone has of her as a living person. Family and friends described the tall, attractive woman as a model kid. Vibrant, happy, dedicated to dance and building a future for herself. A senior at Wenatchee High School, she was just 2 months shy of her 18th birthday. A member of the school's Applettes dance team, she also enjoyed modeling and had hoped to become a beautician.
But we keep working on that
She
one.
didn't return to the Academy of Hair Design that afternoon, but it didn't raise any red flags. Perhaps she had something else to do or had a change in her plans. She did have a dinner date with her father, Reed Cowell, scheduled for that evening. It was a regular occurrence for the two to have dinner together and then watch movies on Wednesday evenings. When her normal arrival time of 5 p.m. rolled around and she hadn't gotten home, her dad started calling her phone. Always reliable and punctual, this was completely out of Mackenzie's normal pattern. Her father's first call went straight to voicemail. He later said the first message he left was a simple check-in message. The second was an "I'm worried, give me a call" message. He kept calling and still got no replies, not even a text. Anger over her not answering quickly turned to worry. After she missed her 8 p.m. curfew, he contacted the local police and explained that his daughter had not come home and was nowhere to be found. Around the community, police officers and deputies began searching for her. She wasn't with her boyfriend. She hadn't stopped in at her mother's house. Her friends hadn't seen her, and she had never returned to the school. Then Reed Cowell received a phone call, not from Mackenzie, but from a police officer. The officer had been called to check on a red Pontiac like hers sitting on a lonely road about 5 miles south of town. A license plate check showed that the vehicle had been registered in Reed's name. It was Mackenzie's car. There was no sign of Mackenzie, although her purse was still in the vehicle. Even though her purse was there, they could not find her cell phone, debit card, or keys. The car had been abandoned along a road in Pitcher Canyon, an area known as Squilchuck. The area was lightly populated and would not have been one of Mackenzie's normal travel routes. The search suddenly went from be on the lookout to a desperate race to find the young woman, hopefully before something tragic happened. Neighboring cities and counties put their forces to work on the search as well. A helicopter was dispatched to the area to search where her car had been found. Investigators sealed off the area, and experts began examining the car for any clues. A single set of footprints was found near the car, but they were too indistinct to give any idea who they might have belonged to, Mackenzie or someone else. The FBI was brought in immediately to assist on the case. The Wenatchee area and Chelan County, Washington, isn't an area made for easy searches. Located in central Washington state, Chelan County is located on the eastern foothills of the rugged Cascade Mountain Range. Fed by the Columbia and Wenatchee rivers, the area is known for its agriculture and is often called the apple capital of the world. A long and beautiful valley strewn across the region with small cities such as Wenatchee and the surrounding communities are separated by massive orchards.
Oh, Sean's the only one that
area.
wins. The rich get
Everyone
richer.
was
Fuck
on the
out
lookout
of
for
here
the
with
5'8" 110-pound brunette, last seen wearing her black uniform from the Academy of Beauty. Pleas for her return were broadcast on local and regional news, and volunteers searched everywhere. Her friends and family were distraught. Then, on Saturday, February 13th, the announcement was made that Mackenzie's body had been found on the bank of the Columbia River. The place was known as the Crescent Bar, a sandbar in the river that was sometimes used as a party spot by local youngsters. The body, still clothed, was just 50 yards from an unoccupied home that was listed for sale at the time. Crescent Bar is nearly 20 miles by road away from Wenatchee. Police and forensic units flocked to the site and cordoned off the area. The young woman's body, it was judged, had been left at the site after she had been murdered. Nearby were found a number of black trash bags and some duct tape. A long serrated knife was still stuck in the woman's shoulder, and it appeared that it had been left there after an unsuccessful attempt to saw off her arm. An autopsy would show that Mackenzie had suffered a blunt force trauma to the head. She had been strangled and stabbed in the neck leading up to her death. Just when she had died and how long her body had been at the location were pieces of information that was never released to the public.
A new tip leads investigators in Wenatchee to several people who may know what happened to 17-year-old
What's up, big
Mackenzie
guy?
Cowell. She was murdered in February. Her body found along the shore of the Columbia River at Crescent
What's up,
Bar.
big guy?
Annie Bishop live in the newsroom with the latest on the developments.
100 tips in the past 4 months. This is the second tip investigators have widely publicized. We're learning tonight that over the past week, investigators have been interviewing potential witnesses or people who possibly may have been involved in Mackenzie's murder.
When 17-year-old Mackenzie Cowell was found murdered along the shore of the Columbia River, investigators, the Wenatchee community, and her parents vowed to find her killer.
I really think that it is time for someone to step forward and help solve this case. I know that you out there know who did this, and it's important to my family and I for you to bring that person forward.
Today, investigators released new information in her case, announcing they've been interviewing people who may know what happened.
There are people that obviously have come up in our investigation. We're not going to call them person of interest of yet. We are interested in what they know, whether they're witnesses or whether they were involved in her killing. But at this point, we just want to go talk to them.
Mackenzie was last seen leaving beauty school in Wenatchee 4 months ago. She was found a few days later at Crescent Bar, strangled and beaten with a stab wound to the neck. Captain Doug Jones with the Cowell Homicide Task Force says they received a tip a few weeks ago that led them to a turnout above where her body was found. Investigators sent something to the state crime lab they found at the site, but won't say what. This same tip also led them to the people now in question. With the focus of the investigation narrowing in, they want to make it clear who they've ruled out.
Mackenzie's family were quickly notified, and police immediately redoubled their efforts, asking the community for any leads they might have in the case. Over the coming weeks, the community would mourn the loss of Mackenzie. On the 25th of February, a memorial service at the Toyota Town Center was attended by more than 1,800 residents. There were a few memorial speeches about the young woman, a performance by the Applettes dance team that she had been a member of, and afterwards, hundreds of pink and purple balloons were released in her
What are you
honor.
barking at?
Over 800 tips on the case would come in, and investigators from all over the region began working as a task force to follow up on every lead. A $7,000 reward was offered for any information that might lead to...
What? Oh, what's wrong, Rox? What's wrong? Yeah, I mean, it is 8:30. Go see Mom. You go see Mom. Go see Mom. You get going. Get going. I'm looking at get going. Get going. Downstairs. Get going. You got a broomer root? What about it? Oh, you're just trying to text to speech. That's funny. Come on. Kill him. 15, 29. Yeah, RuneScape's my game, my jam right now. RuneScape's my jam. It's hella fun? Yeah, it is. Kind of like Skyrim a little bit, yeah.
To finding Mackenzie's killer. Among the first persons of interest questioned was Mackenzie's boyfriend, Joaquin Villasanyo. Brought in for questioning, Villasanyo said that he had had a short text exchange with Mackenzie right around the time she left the academy, but had not heard from her after that. Her last message to him had been, "Hey, what's up?" Villasanyo agreed to take a polygraph test. Police said that while he did fail the test when asked if he knew what happened to the young woman, he was quickly ruled out as a suspect because his alibi was airtight on the day that she went missing. Also questioned right away was Joey Fisher, the boyfriend of Mackenzie's mother, Wendy Cowell. Police said witnesses had told them that there was a troubled relationship between Fisher and Mackenzie, and that there had been a fight between the two the day before. Police said they were quickly able to clear him of any involvement in the disappearance as well. With those two leads out of the way and completely cleared, they settled into the process of interviewing students and friends of Mackenzie's, both from her high school and the beauty school. The picture that came out of those interviews was just what her outward reputation was. She was a kind and considerate young woman who was very serious about her future. She was responsible and friendly and seemed to have no enemies whatsoever. Police continued to search for leads and clues, but nothing was coming up as the case wore on. Then a surprise witness appeared. Liz Reed, who had been a local police informant, came to them with a bizarre story to tell. Known to police as a drug dealer, prescription forger, and OxyContin addict, Reed outwardly had some credibility issues, but they knew that she also had inroads into the rougher side of life in the community. Her story named names and included details that matched up with evidence investigators had not released to the community at large. Liz Reed began to weave a tale that two men involved in local drug trafficking had abducted and then killed Mackenzie, accidentally taking her for someone that had been working as an informant and snitch. She told investigators the two men had made a video of the killing, a snuff film of the act that she was made to watch. She went on to describe that the men had strangled the young woman and then stabbed her to finish the job. "We strangled that to shut her up," Liz said the men told her. Liz gave a description of the knife used to kill Mackenzie. It was a pretty close match to what had been picked up as evidence. She also gave the location of the attack as a bluff that happened to overlook the Crescent Bar, the spot where Mackenzie's body had been found. Her story suddenly had clout. The two men named Samuel Cuevas and Emmanuel Budaceros were known to local law enforcement as well. Investigators on the Mackenzie Cowell Task Force quickly received permission to eavesdrop on the two men, and before long they were both brought in for questioning. After extensive efforts to pin them down and search for the video evidence, police came to the decision that both men had unshakable alibis covering them from the time of Mackenzie's disappearance until the discovery of her body. No records or traces of any reported video had been found. Cell phone data also showed that both men were nowhere near the scene of the crime at any point. Sedos would later say that at the time he had been working at an honest job and was trying to lead a better life to take care of his young family. The false accusations and investigations, he claimed, nearly ruined him and his chance of pulling himself out of a troubled past. The police cleared the two men and went on with their investigation. Liz Reed's testimony to police was labeled as a fabrication, even though she still swore that she had told them the truth. However, she later recanted her story and would go on to tell interviewers that she had done so because she was afraid that someone would suspect her in the case if she didn't.
What?
Later on, Liz Reed would come back to investigators with another story, this time saying that she had been sent back out to the bluff above the Crescent Bar to find a ring that had fallen off of Mackenzie's finger. She told police that she had located it and produced a silvery ring with a tassel. Even though family members told police they had never seen her wearing the ring, defense attorneys would say that it was visible in one of the still photos that had been taken of the young woman. Cuevas and Cerro, though, both still had airtight alibis. Soon, new developments would lead investigators away from those two men and the questionable informant. It was August before authorities had gotten their next and most important lead. A letter from Theo Keys was received by investigators, and within the young man told of how his friend, Christopher Wilson, was the man who probably killed Mackenzie. Theo, himself another informant, had a history of mental illness and was serving jail time for exposing himself to a barista in town. The letter described Christopher Wilson as a strange man with a dark fascination with death and serial killers. It also alleges that there was a budding relationship between Chris and Mackenzie while they were both students at the Academy of Hair Design. On August the 11th, Chris was brought in and questioned by investigators. Tall, with hair dyed black, Chris was a quiet man whose personal style often featured eyeliner and clothes bought from thrift stores and vintage shops. His hobbies included performing folk music, and he kept a small circle of good friends. He was often described as someone who would stand out as odd in the small town of Wenatchee, but in Seattle he never would have received even a single raised eyebrow. In the police interview, Chris maintained that he really didn't know Mackenzie beyond attending the Academy of Hair Design together. Chris explained that he was there learning a trade so he could help his mother run a salon that she owned and have a career of his own. He said there had been no relationship at all between the two. Chris volunteered to provide a DNA sample, and multiple swabs were taken and sent off to the State Patrol Crime Lab. He was allowed to go back to his life. However, he did not fall off the radar of investigators. Instead, they leaned into the young man's life, his past, and the people around him. As the colors changed in Wenatchee, the local apple crop was brought in. October saw Christopher Wilson also being brought in. Investigators had more than a few questions for the 29-year-old man. They now had a report back from the state crime lab. Chris was initially helpful, as he had been before. Then they asked him about his whereabouts during the disappearance again, and he held to his earlier story. They then asked him how it was that his DNA had been found on some duct tape at the Crescent Bar crime scene near Mackenzie's body, the duct tape that also had her blood on it as well. "I don't see how that could be," he told investigators. "I want a lawyer." Chris, emotionless, then stopped. He just stopped talking. He was placed under arrest and charged with second-degree murder in the case of Mackenzie Cowell. He was placed under a $1 million bond. Did they have their man? Perhaps. Was the DNA found on the duct tape enough to catch a killer? Probably not, because it was only a partial match, something Chris was not initially aware of. The sample of blood from the duct tape included the match of the YSTR profile to the DNA swabs provided by Chris. The lab was only able to extract a small portion of the DNA strand that was found at the scene, and while incomplete, the match greatly narrowed the field of suspects. In this particular case, such a match could only happen to 1 out of 1,047 white males. Over the month and a half between his two appearances before investigators, a lot of legwork had been done in rooting out who Chris Wilson was and how he could be connected to the case. They found the man's associates often brought up his fascination with serial killers, death, and his love of the television show Dexter, which ran from 2006 to 2013. It was the fictional story of a psychopathic killer who channeled his urges into hunting, stalking, and killing other psychopathic killers. Of particular note was the intensive care that Dexter took to protect his secret and to prevent any evidence from being created.
Make sure you put on a
there
scarf
were long
as
scenes
well.
of Dexter covering his kill room
sure you got
with
a
plastic
scarf.
and then cleaning up afterwards. It would draw parallels to the
85,
evidence that
you'll
they
be
would
there in,
find
like,
in
3
this
days, 2
investigation.
days.
Chris also had a
That sounds
tattoo of Hannibal Lecter from the movie The Silence of the Lambs on his arm. Having a tattoo of a fictional serial killer and cannibal did little to convince investigators that Chris had no interest in this dark part of the criminal world. They learned that Chris had spent a few months working as an intern at the Telford Chapel in the Valley in East Wenatchee, a local funeral home. He had worked
You got your
there,
little
but had
torch and
been let
stuff?
go. Friends and associates, though, said Chris had told them that he enjoyed cutting up the bodies there and had no problem working in the mortuary. feeling at home in the environment. The next
do you go
evidence
for
would
like
come
just
from the
500
proximity
points,
of where
or do you
Chris had
fletch?
lived in relation to the Academy of Hair Design. At the time of Mackenzie's
I always fletched
disappearance,
my first
Chris rented
inventory
a small
and then
place
burnt
at
it,
the
and
Burke
then
Hill
just chopped the full
Apartments.
inventory and
It
then
was
burnt
just
the full
about 3 blocks away from the Academy.
Oh, I
That
get like
location
750
would become
guaranteed.
very important.
You fletched
Even
too?
though Chris had moved out of that apartment by the time of his arrest, police had a very compelling piece of evidence. Subpoenaed cell phone data from Verizon showed that Mackenzie's phone had both made and received transmissions between 3 and 3:42 p.m. on the day of her disappearance from that general location. Perhaps she had just been driving by or parked outside. But now the main suspect in the case just happened to be living at that very specific spot. They couldn't rule out that Mackenzie had not been in his apartment at the time. Police quickly moved to search Chris's old apartment. Even though the man had moved out and the place had been thoroughly cleaned, it was hoped that some evidence could be found. When forensic experts sprayed the main room with luminol, they were able to see a faint glow from a small patch of floor, a slightly discolored patch. Luminol reacts when it comes into contact with proteins in the blood, and here there was only the slightest trace on the carpet fibers. A small square of carpet was cut out and removed, revealing the padding underneath. The padding reacted as well, and there was much more than a trace of blood. Whatever cleaning efforts had been done to remove the blood from the carpet had not been thorough enough to knock out any blood that had soaked through. The blood from that sample, investigators learned from the State Patrol Crime Lab, did match Mackenzie Cowell's blood. They had just found their strongest piece of evidence in the case so far, one they felt had tied Chris to Mackenzie's disappearance and murder. Investigators also took a longer look at security videos from around the area of the Academy of Hair Design around the time that Mackenzie had left. In one set of footage, a man looking like Chris Wilson can be seen leaving from a different exit and walking north up the alley, the direction that would lead him heading towards home. The video timestamp showed that it was only 72 seconds after Mackenzie had left. Perhaps the two were meeting, no one can say for sure, but the timing was certainly curious. While phone records showed there had never been any calls or texts between Chris and Mackenzie, there were individuals at the school who said the two had begun talking lately, one even suggesting that Chris may have been attracted to the...
Can't they have been like talking on like, what's it called? What's a WhatsApp? Couldn't they have been talking on like WhatsApp
young
or
woman.
some bullshit like that?
While these investigations were going on, two other people claiming to know Chris Wilson came and spoke to investigators with tales of the man that were worrisome. The first, Shauna Novak, said that she had been a friend of Chris's and that one evening at a party he had come up behind her and started to strangle her until she nearly passed out. He released her and then apologized, saying that he hadn't meant to hurt her. In light of everything, she now felt that he had intended to do her harm. Since the event happened before Mackenzie's disappearance, the idea that he may have been using the woman as a practice run became part of the profile they were building on Chris. The second woman had worked with Chris for a short time at a hotel. Investigators said that Chris had told a tale about strangling a guest to death at the hotel with a belt. They investigated the tip thoroughly, but could find no evidence of anyone dying at the hotel during that time, much less anyone being murdered. While they did believe that the witness had been told such a tale, they did feel that perhaps it was Chris just spinning a story for his own entertainment or to scare the woman. Sifting through the mound of tips that had been received since Mackenzie's disappearance, investigators also found 3 separate reports of people seeing a man that roughly matched Chris Wilson's appearance walking down the road in Pitcher Canyon on the day that her car had been found there. Pieces of evidence were starting to pile up, and things got worse for Chris as investigators went through his computer for evidence. They did find searches about serial killers and posts on forums dedicated to the topic. While doing such research isn't illegal by any stretch, it did continue building a portrait of what could be a very disturbed and very disturbing young man. An old girlfriend of Chris's, Tessa Marie Schuleman, was brought in for questioning next. two videos found on her cell phone would become major evidence in the case. The first video, recorded on June 26, shows the two walking into Chris's apartment and then moving aside a coffee table. The camera focuses on a patch of carpet that has a large brown stain, something police said resembled old dried blood. The following video was taken 4 days later and was of Chris going around the apartment showing how clean it was prior to moving out in hopes of getting back his security deposit. The video pans around the apartment showing the bathroom and kitchen areas, then it scans the carpet. The camera zooms in on one particular patch on the floor and Chris can be heard asking, "Is it clean?" Tessa tells him yes, considering what happened. She does not, however, say what that event might have been. The slightly discolored patch on the floor just happened to be the same spot of carpet where investigators claim to have found Mackenzie's blood. Photos were also found on Chris's computer that showed Schuleman laying on the floor of the apartment as if she were dead. Her poses were made in the exact same spot as the stain as well. As weird as the images may have been, they didn't prove anything in particular. The spot and the cleaning of it would require an explanation, though. Chris would claim that a marijuana bong had tipped over on that spot, spilling discolored and smelly bong water. To get the stain out, he had used Simply Green to remove the stain and get the smell out of his carpet. His defense insinuated that Mackenzie's blood had been planted there by police. 22-year-old Schuleman had certainly become a person of interest in the case. Phone records show that she and Chris had spoken to each other at 3:32 p.m. on the day of Mackenzie's disappearance. While it wasn't unusual for the two to call each other, they had been boyfriend and girlfriend at one time. The timing of that particular call on that day was. It was just a half hour after both Chris and Mackenzie had left the academy separately. It was also at a time when classes were still in session, classes that Chris should have been in. Records would show that he would contact Schuleman 5 more times that evening, and that he would borrow her car. Chris, curiously, had a car of his own that was in working order. Why would he need to borrow a car on that particular night? Between the time of the event and his being brought in, Chris had sold his black 1991 Volkswagen, which was later found in a nearby city's impound lot. Phone records also showed that Tessa had called her current boyfriend around 9 p.m. on the night of the disappearance. She had apparently asked him to pray for her because something bad had happened. She and her boyfriend also just happened to live near the Crescent Bar. Schuleman would be later arrested and charged with rendering criminal assistance to Chris in the murder of Mackenzie Cowell. Her white 1991 Subaru Legacy was impounded and searched for evidence. Swabs were taken from stains within the car, a knife was found under the seat, and 3 Camel cigarette butts were removed and tested against DNA found on a cigarette butt near Mackenzie's body. The DNA testing of the swabs and the cigarette butts did not match any evidence that forensic experts had found at that point.
That could be
With the physical and circumstantial evidence piling up, Christopher Wilson would be going on trial for the murder of Mackenzie Cowell. Prosecutors charged him with second-degree murder, putting together an argument that the two had left the academy separately to rendezvous secretly at his apartment. Perhaps it was a budding romance, perhaps it was a drug deal, or perhaps it was something else that brought them together at that place and time. They alleged that Chris had struck her, strangled her, and then stabbed her, but had prepared the scene to minimize any evidence. He then somehow moved her body to the Crescent Bar and abandoned her car along the Pitcher Canyon. Chris maintained that he was innocent and hired a famous defense attorney, John Henry Brown. He was retained to represent him in court. Brown, based out of Seattle, had a history of defending people like serial killer Ted Bundy and the barefoot bandit Colton Harris Moore. Brown also had history in the courtrooms of Wenatchee, having successfully defended a number of people accused of abuse in what became known as the Wenatchee Witch Hunt. The defense was to rest around the idea that police had planted the blood in Chris's old apartment, and if there had been a killing there as described, the bloodstains would have been much bigger than the small one that was found. Brown also argued for and got approval from the judge to introduce Liz Reed's testimony to the police, bringing back the possibility that the actual murderers were Cuevas and Ceros. An alibi from Chris's mother, Kathleen Sorens, was also brought in, stating that he had been with her during that afternoon picking up cupcakes for an upcoming event. Points were made by Brown and co-counsel Emma Scanlon that no smoking gun connecting Chris directly to the murder had been found. Prosecutors leaned on the mound of evidence gathered and offered Chris a plea bargain deal. If he would accept it, the charge of second-degree murder would be dropped to first-degree manslaughter with a sentence of 6.5 years. He refused and maintained his plea of not guilty to the original charges. A jury was surveyed and seated. Initial impressions were that Chris's innocence would be very hard to sell to the court. Another plea deal was offered, this time with a much heavier set of charges and a longer prison sentence. Under the advice from his attorney, Chris Wilson agreed to plead guilty to a count of first-degree manslaughter in the death of Mackenzie Cowell, first-degree robbery for the theft of her phone and debit card, and second-degree assault for the choking of Shauna Novak. He would serve a sentence of 14 years and 3 months in prison.
6.
He would also have to sign a document that he had done those crimes and attest to each of them in court. As the judge read out the charges in court, Chris Wilson responded that he had done them, slowly and thoughtfully. He would later claim that he did not do the actions and that his halting answers were because he didn't want to agree, but he had been left with no choice. Just under a year later, he attempted to file a motion that his guilty plea should be revoked. The motion was rejected. Throughout his imprisonment at the Chalum Bay Corrections Center, a medium-security prison in northwestern Washington state, Chris has maintained that he was innocent and railroaded into taking the plea deal. His sentence will end soon, however, in 2023, followed by a term of community-centered supervision. Charges against Schuleman were dropped, and before long she had legally changed her name and left the area. Was justice served? Did the actual killer of Mackenzie Cowell serve time for their actions? The state
knew what the
feels
fuck
so,
was up.
but
She
there is
got
an
the
active
fuck
group
up
of Chris's
out
friends,
of
family, and
there.
associates that still maintain his innocence in the tragic event.
Nah, they
if
guilty
he
as
was
hell.
the actual murderer, then it could be argued that he got off lightly with the plea bargain. If he wasn't the murderer, however, an innocent
guilty
man
as hell.
spent
That shit
more than
got
a
the
decade
fuck up
behind
out of there
bars
so
for something
fast.
he did not do. Perhaps the victim of nothing more than being odd-looking, being a
Ain't
quiet
no way.
guy in a community where he just didn't fit in. If you found this
I
case
just don't know.
compelling, don't forget to like the video. Comment down below your take on it, and please subscribe to the channel. We're on our way to 1 million. Also, hit that notification bell in order to stay up to date each time we reveal a new shocking case. Until next time, stay safe and keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's lurking in the shadows.
How am I doing? I'm alright, kiddies. What about you?
Two men would be killed, 4 more seriously injured. The killer, dressed in a t-shirt emblazoned with the word sheriff across it, would flee from the scene in a 2-tone Chevy minivan. It would be 12 years before the killer would be brought to justice, and the case would be the tale of an ice cream man out for misplaced revenge. Join us as we look into the case of Michael Keatley's pursuit of vigilante justice that led him to outright murder. Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the loved ones of Juan and Sergio Guitron, who were slain in the attack, as well as the 4 other men who still bear the scars of what happened that night. This is Michael Keatley, a fellow who doesn't really look very dangerous, every bit the image of a middle-aged man who once drove an ice cream truck. His cardigan and disabilities were calculated to reinforce the image of a man who could never have committed the crimes he was accused of. And once upon a time, he might well have been that harmless guy, but things changed him. In January of 2010, Keatley was driving his purple ice cream van through a neighborhood in Ruskin, Florida. He made a few stops already, but business had been slow. He said a woman flagged him down as if to make a purchase. He pulled the van over and moved to the back window to see what she would like. It was then that he said two men appeared, broke into the van, and shot him multiple times. Keatley had
mirror him
to wield off the
oh, angry video game nerd. Yeah, you're
to
right.
shatter the bones
You're right,
in his
him.
right
Yeah,
hand and
yeah.
forearm.
I
And
see that.
he had taken
I see
rounds
what
to
you
his
mean.
leg
Yeah.
as well. The
That's
two
funny
men
as hell.
quickly grabbed the money box and fled the scene with the woman. They had
funny as
managed to rob Keatley of his entire proceeds for the day, just $12. Keatley said he reached for his phone but could not operate it due to the damage to his hand. So he levered himself back into the driver's seat and managed to get the van moving back down the road. Luckily, he came across a woman who was one of his regular customers. He pulled the van over and asked for help. She was able to call for an ambulance, and he was taken to a local emergency room. There would be an extensive hospital stay as Keatley recovered from his wounds. Ice cream men are sometimes targeted by armed robbers because of a number of factors. They generally follow a predictable route. They operate in neighborhoods where robbers can emerge and then disappear back into the surrounding area that they're familiar with. And perhaps most importantly, they operate pretty much a cash business. On a busy day, an ice cream truck still can offer up a couple $1,000 in
probably
loose,
about
small bills. Police began investigating the robbery and shooting, but they had few leads and turned up no suspects while Keatley tried to put his life back together.
Well, he's grateful to be alive after being shot 5 times.
I didn't see it coming.
He thought she wanted a cold treat, but what happened next was chilling.
She was just smiling, happy as everything was fine. Took 2 steps back. Next thing you know, I got a guy with a gun in my face.
2 masked men robbed Keatley of all he had, a couple of bucks. But they didn't just leave.
Just boom, 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 boom. And every time my heart would beat, I just see blood just shooting out.
Some of Keatley's regular customers helped save his life.
Up to there. That's about as high as I can get it.
Keatley's road to recovery will be long, his future uncertain, but he knows one thing.
Imagine robbing an ice cream truck. You gotta be a real piece of shit.
Just pick up the phone and call, please. Because nobody else should have to go through this. And if they were so brazen to shoot me like this over $12, they're gonna just kill anybody. They don't care now.
The following months turned up little information and no arrests in the case for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department, who had jurisdiction for the small community just outside of Tampa, Florida. Rewards were offered through their local Crime Stoppers program, but no one came through with a lead that panned out. Keatley, unable to work during his recovery, was uninsured and his medical bills piled up. Throughout the area, donation jars were set up in local convenience stores and businesses. He would eventually hire on David Beckwith, the brother-in-law of one of Keatley's neighbors, and the 2 men would return to business again with the ice cream van. Something had changed, though, with Keatley. Beckwith, a 3-time convicted felon, brought on to work the window of the van.
It's Saul Goodman over here.
At least that's what it was supposed to look like. In truth, Beckwith was there to help provide security and ride shotgun for the van as Keatley went through the neighborhoods looking for the men who had shot him, or at least clues as to who they were. The 2 would split the profits of the ice cream sales 50-50, something that made Beckwith a pretty good amount of money. Beckwith would say that Keatley provided him with a .45 caliber Glock pistol to keep holstered near the business window in the back of the van. Keatley himself would have 2 pistols nearby as well, a .380 and a .22 caliber. As a convicted felon, Beckwith was legally barred from owning, possessing, or wielding a firearm. But then again, Keatley wasn't supposed to have one either. Keatley, you see, had gotten into trouble a while before the robbery as well. He was under a court order after an altercation with neighbors of his ex-girlfriend that should have kept him away from firearms as well. He had also been in trouble for threatening a woman who had a competing ice cream truck, threatening to burn her vehicle to the ground if he ever caught her selling ice cream in his territory again.
Stay out of my territory.
Ice cream
Walk their way
salesman
over
his
here.
defense attorneys would eventually paint him as. He was also a very
That's
vengeful
hilarious.
man. Beckwith would later testify that Keatley was obsessed with finding the men who had shot him, and after he turned up some rumors of a man named Creeper, Keatley became hell-bent on finding and punishing the men, with or without the law on his side.
Your testimony
Stay out of my
is that you were
territory.
riddled with shots, right? Like bullet shots. That's your statement. That he was riddled with shots.
Yeah, you should have seen the van. It was all bloody still when I saw it.
And by your own words, he was, the ugly word, effed up. Those were your words.
Sure.
Michael Keatley, in your words, was effed up. Right?
Yeah, I'm effed up. Can you tell?
We'll let the jury decide that. In fact, Michael Keatley would rarely leave the drink. Rarely during the time that you were working with him.
Sounds fairly accurate.
And the financial arrangements, as you said in direct examination, they were pretty generous, right?
Yeah, I felt they were generous.
And the reason that they were generous is that Michael Keatley could not run that truck without you. That's the reason he gave you 50-50, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were surprised that he was giving you 50-50, right?
Yes.
And the reason that he was giving you 50-50 is that he could not operate that business.
That's not why I was surprised.
Is that correct? Couldn't operate
No,
it
that's
without
not
you.
why I was surprised. I was surprised because he's a chintz.
Oh, okay. That's why you were surprised. Now, you realize
He's a chintz.
convicted felon 3 times, you cannot possess a firearm. That's like a no-brainer, right?
Yep.
And so part of your duties with Mr. Keatley in this ice cream truck, part of your duties is that you were going to possess a .45 caliber semi-automatic weapon. That's what you were going to do.
His.
Did you listen to my question? You were going to possess a .45 caliber.
His.
Did I ask you whose it was right now? That wasn't the question. My question to you is, you were going to possess that as part of your duties on that truck.
Yes.
You hadn't told him that you were a 3-time convicted felon, right?
Oh, he already knew that.
Well, how did he know? You didn't
Because
tell him.
yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. He knew it. He knew it before I ever got on that van that I was a convicted
Tell me
felon.
what date you told him.
The day I started working with him.
Keatley, Beckwith would tell investigators, had every intention of catching the perpetrators, taking them to the Florida swamps, chaining them to a stump, and, quote, allowing the gators to do what they would do to them, end quote. An ex-girlfriend of Keatley would also testify later on that he was interested in vigilante justice and knew very much what he wanted to do.
Actively looking for the people that had shot him.
Did he make any statements about
My God.
thinking that he understands how people take things into their own hands?
Oh,
And matters
yes.
into their own hands. He understands why people do that.
Yes, 100%.
Beckwith would eventually bail out on participating with Keatley in the pursuit of these criminals. He said that as the man tracked down what he thought were leads, taking them into sketchier and sketchier neighborhoods. Finally, he told Beckwith that the two of them would be going to a man's home to interrogate him about the crime. Beckwith said no, and Keatley wouldn't agree, so Beckwith pulled the Glock on him and got out of the van. Beckwith told investigators that he tossed the pistol back into the van and walked away, never having anything else to do with Keatley. Keatley would continue his pursuit, though, Witnesses would later tell investigators that the man would always bring up the crime and let everyone know that he was looking for leads, particularly ones about the man called Creeper.
Luciano Alonso, who works at a restaurant in Waimama, says Keatley was a regular customer there. He heard all about the robbery.
He said that guy didn't even blink, he just shot me. You know, he put his hand and he shot him in his hand, and that's how he got his hand disabled. He would ask if I knew who Creeper was, if I could find out where a Creeper lived.
A friend would later tell investigators how he would get her to drive him through the neighborhood where the robbery happened, often while he was in disguise, so he could write down the license plates of the cars he thought were suspicious. She said she had no idea what he was doing with the license plate numbers. At some point, Keatley had found enough of what he thought was evidence. He'd come to find out the man named Creeper lived on Ocean Mist Court in the Ruskin community. On November the 25th, 2010, at around 2:30 in the morning, Keatley would drive his parents' two-tone 2000 Chevy minivan up to the residence where 6 men were sitting on a porch playing cards and drinking beer. Keatley emerged from the van and walked up to the porch, moving into the light given off by the single-bulb porch light. He was wearing a cap and a T-shirt that read Sheriff when he flashed what appeared to be a badge and was carrying a gun. He told the men to get down on their knees and get out their IDs. He moved behind them and asked which one was Creeper. The men said they didn't know Creeper, although they would later admit to knowing a man who went by that nickname. Keatley then shot Juan and Sergio Guitron from near point-blank range, ending both men's lives instantly. He then turned the pistol on the other men and began firing, wounding each of the 4. The 4 remaining men, Gonzalo Guevara, Daniel Beltran, Richard Cantu, and Ramon Galon, would survive not by the assailant's choice, but either by luck or the work of dedicated emergency personnel who would quickly swarm the scene.
I remember Richard trying to get his ID out, and I looked at him, and that's when I seen him shoot Richard in the head.
And was Richard kneeling down at the time?
Yes.
And what part of the head did he shoot, the man shoot him in? Was it?
The right side.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this time?
What the hell's going on?
After you saw him shoot Richard Cantu in the head, what happened next?
He shot me.
Could you feel the bullet impacts?
Yeah.
He shot me in my left hand.
Yeah.
Because I had my ID out like this.
Okay. Did he ever take the ID from you? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
And after he shot you in the hand, did you feel any more gunshots hit you?
Bro, I swear
Yes, sir, I recall.
fighting my boy.
Were you shot more than that one time?
Yes, sir.
How many total times were you shot, do you recall?
4.
Where were you hit?
In my left hand, my chest, my torso right here, and then on my lower back.
Could you tell if other people were getting shot?
I'd heard the gunshots and people running, screaming.
Keatley had fled the scene in the minivan long before law enforcement reached the area. He did not know, however, that the man called Creeper lived just 2 doors down from the location of the shooting. Keatley had gone to the wrong location and had picked the wrong men. None of the men, investigators would later say, had anything to do with the robbery of Michael Keatley. Their investigations also cleared a man called Creeper for any involvement in the initial robbery. It would be 2 days before Keatley was brought in by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department for questioning and eventual arrest. People throughout the area were quick to point out how Keatley had been asking around for Creeper, and one of the men who had been shot was familiar with what had happened to Keatley, having not just seen the donation jars in local convenience stores, but having donated money to it to help the man out. Shell casings were also littered all over the porch where the shootings had occurred, and the distinctive two-tone colored minivan made it relatively easy to find at the home of Keatley's parents, especially after a local auto painting shop said Keatley had been in there the very next day to see if he could get it repainted. Shell casings for the ammunition from the .45 automatic were also found at Keatley's family farm, some of which would be matched by the forensics teams to the ones that had been used at the scene of the crime as having been fired from the same handgun. The actual pistol, however, could not be located. Keatley would be quickly arrested and charged for 2 counts of first-degree murder and 4 counts of attempted murder. Michael Keatley would be denied bail, and this would set up one of the longest incarcerations in the history of the state of Florida prior to a verdict being reached. By the time of sentencing, he would spend 4,449 days in the Hillsborough County Jail. 12 years in a local jail without being convicted of a crime. How could that happen? First, being a capital crime, there are certain procedures that must be followed to ensure a fair trial, and proper representation of the defendant is key. Typically, 2 defense attorneys are retained. One would be the lead defense in the trial. The second would lead the defense during the sentencing phase if it should come to that. The 2 attorneys and their staffs would consult with each other and develop a plan for the defense. They would go over witnesses and evidence to build their case, and that in itself can take quite a bit of time.
Pillow.
In Michael Keatley's case, he chose local attorney Paul S. Carr to represent him. Carr's practice mainly dealt with personal injury and dabbled in a few criminal defense cases. Carr, wanting someone with experience in capital crime cases, brought aboard Leanne Gowdy, an experienced criminal trial lawyer from Tampa. The attorneys worked on the case and kept putting it off until 2014, when Gowdy came before the courts and asked that Keatley be declared indigent since he and his family could no longer pay the attorney fees that he had racked up. By this time, records showed that Keatley and his parents had paid out $119,384 to Carr for services rendered and $75,000 to Gowdy. By declaring him indigent, the state would have to pay future bills to the 2 attorneys or risk them leaving the case and jeopardizing his chances at a fair trial. The courts agreed, and Keatley was declared indigent. In August of 2015, Gowdy would be back before the court asking that a 3rd attorney be allowed to join the case, as she had been left to carry most of the workload and had only received minimal assistance from Carr in preparing the case. The Justice Administrative Commission argued against adding a 3rd attorney since Keatley had originally hired the pair of attorneys privately. Judge Samantha Ward agreed, and the request for assistance was denied. Not long afterwards, Keatley came before the court and presented them with a letter from Carr that said Keatley needed to find a replacement lawyer to take Carr's place. The attorneys said he had been involved in a vehicle collision and claimed that the injuries from it would make it unfair to Keatley for him to be represented by the man. Carr claimed that he had suffered a level 4 concussion in the wreck, a type of concussion that is seen in professional football players that can lead to mental deterioration and dementia over time. In the letter, he said that he was worried that as time went on, he would be less capable of handling the case effectively. In later jailhouse telephone interviews, the Associated Press reported that Keatley said he had rarely seen Carr over the years. Carr, in turn, would not reply to local media requests for comment on the stated injuries or the case. Local newspapers and the Associated Press would later report that the accident report from the accident said that Carr's van was traveling at 25 miles an hour when it collided with another vehicle traveling about 5 miles an hour. Carr had been seen wearing his seatbelts and the airbag had deployed. The officer on the scene reported that Carr only had minor lacerations to his hand and arm after the accident. Carr would, however, sue his auto insurance company 10 months later for lost wages and other damages, receiving in the end about $100,000 from them, the maximum for the uninsured motorist on the policy that he had. Carr did represent a client in a marijuana possession case in court
I'm
just 2 days after
lazy
the
piece of
collision,
shit.
and
It
according
was
to the
pretty far
Associated
away,
Press, had
so.
represented many clients in the years following his dismissal from the Keatley case. Those
I'm a
issues
lazy
aside,
piece of
the state of Florida went through a number of changes to its capital crime laws. The U.S. Supreme Court declared that the methodology the state used to determine if a case required the death penalty was unconstitutional. The move immediately converted Keatley's trial to one of life sentences involved. New defenses would need to be crafted in the light of this, and the trial was continued yet again. The following March, the situation once again changed after Florida Governor Rick Scott signed into law a new bill that reinstated Florida's death penalty. Keatley, once again, was staring at the possibility of death row. His attorney, Gowdy, now on her own in the case, pleaded with the courts for additional help. The public defender's office wanted no part of the case and threatened to withdraw from it were it passed down to them. So the courts relented and let Gowdy bring in additional help. And then Keatley muddied the waters just a little bit more.
What? Hunger strike protesting the jail's food menu.
Hey, I'm just trying to get
I remember
a piece of
this.
fruit. I've been out here for over 5 years. I haven't had a piece of fruit since been in this place.
The hunger strike was obviously settled, but it would be 2020 before the case would be brought before a jury. Tried over a number of days, the evidence was presented.
I remember that one that was in the
argued, and
news.
Keatley declined to testify or make any statement in the case.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone as to whether or not you testify in this case? Yes. I strongly suggest, though, that you base that decision on consultation with your attorneys. So I want to ask you if you've had sufficient time to discuss your decision with your attorneys.
I have.
Have you made a decision?
Yes, I have.
What is that decision?
I'm not going to testify.
In an unconventional tactic, the defense chose not to make closing arguments to the jury. On the second day of deliberations, the jury came back, unable to reach a decision. They were stuck at a vote count of 10-2, and a mistrial was declared. And then the COVID pandemic hit. It would be 2023 before the case would come back to court and a jury would sit through testimonies and evidence again.
Mr. Keatley is present at Valkenburg Road Jail. It's getting set for trial in October, if I remember correctly. And I said absolutely under no circumstances are we continuing or moving it.
The trial moved into swing and Keatley was brought back in. He was no longer the 39-year-old man, still robust as he was back then. Now, a middle-aged man, bent, grayed, and worn down from the years of waiting in jail, or perhaps he was just very practiced by the time at appearing so. In the end, this time, the jury would be able to reach a unanimous decision in the case.
The jury find as follows as to count 1. Victim Sergio Guitron.
Psych.
The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. To count 2, victim Juan Guitron. A. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged.
The years of waiting had finally ended for the families as the judge discussed the verdicts and asked the defense team if they wanted to survey the jurors on each of their votes. Michael Keatley looked on. It's hard to tell whether he was bothered by the outcome or that he was bothered that the delays had finally run out. His expression was one of disbelief. Sentencing would come later, and at that phase, some of the wounded in the event a dozen years earlier would speak in court.
How could someone do such a heinous crime to 6 innocent men? You know, it's hard to go through this 12 years to finally get justice for our family. It's you know, the physical damages are always going to be
Bro,
there.
how am I getting fucking
My
just
brother,
raped
Richard
right
Cantu,
now for HP?
He has physical damage. I see it
My
every day.
God.
It's hard to see that, you know. The emotional damage is always going to be there. You know, with 12 years.
I mean, I hit him a bunch there, so I guess we're even.
To come to where we're at now, and it's, you know, for my aunt Boss, you know, her 2 kids were taken away from her at such a young age, You know, I went to school with them, and I absolutely loved my cousins. You know, to see this happen to that, it's unbearable. And I don't, you know, it's even for the my other families, Ramon Galan, like the time that it happened, it was a
Rip Shawnee. Oh, you won. What?
To have this happen to families and friends. It's just a heinous crime out of hate and hatred for whatever reason. And no family should go through this ever. And here we are 12 years later, finally, hopefully getting justice for our family.
You were a coward that night. You hurt so many people. You hurt this lady losing her 2 kids. We know what you did that night, and you know what you did that night. You hurt us. You caused so much pain to everyone involved here. And the way you're showing yourself in this courtroom shows the person that you are. They say forgiving people helps you heal, but I can't forgive you. You took 2 really good people away from this world that were doing the right things in life. And that hurts a lot.
I forgive you what you did, because I know it's not you, it's the devil in you. Man, you should let go of that. You should ask God to forgive you. Because you ain't escaping none of his wrath. Not even the human's wrath you just heard. I would just like to tell you to ask God to forgive you. Maybe you can find forgiveness and live a better life as to eternal life. So other than that, you're going straight to hell.
Lastly,
like
Keeley's
that.
own attorney would
That was
speak
good.
before sentencing was passed.
However, he has attorneys, and there are appeals. And so we have advised him that he must remain silent. So his lack of communication is based on this process moving forward. He has, and he always has maintained great sorrow for what's happened in this case, but he of course has maintained he is not the one who's done that.
Finally, Michael Keatley would hear his fate.
Guilty on all 6 counts.
Shocking.
I will sentence him to life in prison on each and every one of the 6 counts, with a minimum mandatory of 25 years in each and every one of the counts. In Florida, life means life because there is no possibility of parole. So, Mr. Keatley, you will, barring any reversal on appeal, spend the rest of your natural life in the Florida Department of Corrections.
Barring a successful appeal of the case, Keatley will never be a free man again. He was moved from the local jail to the state penitentiary, where he will live out the rest of his days. His revenge was never taken, and his rage played out in a deadly case of mistaken.
You fucked up, homie.
A man with an agenda steps out of a prison exercise yard and into the shade of an alcove. He crab walks up the walls,
Oh, yeah,
reaching the
it's-
roof, and then
The
on
guy's
to freedom.
nuts.
Evil
That's just
has been
insane.
set free, and the state is frozen in fear.
You're dealing with someone who's desperate and who doesn't want to be caught. He's a bad guy. He needs to be in custody, and we're determined to capture him.
This is the story of Danilo Cavalcante, a cold-blooded killer who terrorized a community.
Double Hue.
Before we begin, we would like to send our sincere condolences to the loved ones of Walter Jr. dos Reis and Deborah Evangelista Brandao. Little is known about Danilo Souza Cavalcante, other than he was born on July the 3rd, 1989 in Brazil and was raised in alleged abuse. Danilo lived a difficult life that was marred by illegal activity, alcohol, drugs, and a dark descent into gang life. Late one night on November the 5th, 2017, when Danilo was in his late 20s, he shot a man 6 times outside a Brazilian restaurant in the small town of Tocantins. The victim had been a friend of Danilo's, 20-year-old Walter Jr. Moreira Doris. Danilo allegedly killed Walter due to a vehicle repair debt that Walter owed Danilo and he hadn't paid up. After the young man was killed, Danilo stole his vehicle and his wallet and then headed towards Puerto Rico. He obtained a fake ID and from there went on to the U.S., where he entered the country illegally.
Murder is just that easy in a
Danilo
foreign
was
country,
heading
holy shit.
towards Chester County, Pennsylvania, to his sister, Eleni. Cavalcante settled in Chester County, where he met a woman by the name of Deborah Brandau, one of his neighbors. 33-year-old Deborah and Cavalcante, now 34, eventually started dating. He seemed like a perfect fit for Deborah, and he treated her and her 2 small children well. Deborah, a single mother, had left Brazil a few years before, bringing along her 2 children, Yasmin and Jan. She wanted a better life for the 3 of them and felt that could happen in the U.S. Her sister, Sarah, had already moved to the U.S., and that gave her a solid landing spot to start a new life. Deborah and her sister, Sarah, had always been very close, and Deborah was even lucky enough to find an apartment very near her sister's. She obtained a job with Sarah at her own house cleaning business, and if they weren't spending time together, they always spoke by phone every day. Cavalcante and Deborah had been dating for about 1.5 years, and at first, Deborah thought Cavalcante was a perfect match for her. But as time passed, Cavalcante slowly changed, and not in a good way. One day, Deborah confided in Sarah that things weren't going well. Cavalcante had become very jealous of her, and when he was drinking, he was a totally different man. He was always jealous and suspicious of her, going through her phone without permission. There were times that he would go into rages for no reason, and on one occasion he had gotten physical and bitten Deborah. He had even chased her with a knife. Cavalcante had boldly gone as far as threatening Deborah that if she ever cheated on him, he would do the worst to her. Deborah had had enough. She was in fear for herself as well as her children. She filed a protective order against Cavalcante in December of 2020, according to the probable cause affidavit. Cavalcante was angry that Deborah had broken it off with him. She fled her present home and moved into a secret location nearby. Deborah had found a nice apartment where she felt that she and her children would be safe and life could be normal again for all of them. Cavalcante did not see it that way. He was angry and resentful towards Deborah for breaking it off with him. On the fateful day of April the 18th, 2021, Cavalcante had stalked his ex-girlfriend to a local Walmart and then followed her back to her apartment, where he pulled in behind her. He got out of his vehicle and started towards Deborah. Landlord Brian Flaxman had been there that day and observed Cavalcante and Deborah talking. When I saw them, they were just having a conversation. They had been standing by Deborah's vehicle with the trunk open, according to Flaxman. Cavalcante didn't appear mad and certainly was not aggressive at that time. So the landlord left to handle errands. Deborah's 2 young children had been playing outside when Cavalcante had pulled up and started speaking to their mother. Then Cavalcante suddenly grabbed Deborah by the hair, threw her to the ground, and began stabbing her with 2 knives. In horror, the children witnessed the grisly assault of Cavalcante stabbing their mother. Yasmin was able to run inside and scream for help for her mother. A tenant named Michael Queeder ran out of the building and tried to help Deborah by performing CPR, but it was too late. Deborah Brandau was dead, covered in blood, lying in the front lawn with 38 stab wounds to her chest.
And new at 6, a Chester County man is behind bars tonight after he's accused of killing his ex-girlfriend in front of her young children. Police say Danilo Cavalcante stabbed Deborah Brandeo yesterday afternoon outside of her Schuylkill Township home. According to investigators, Brandeo's 7-year-old daughter and 3-year-old son witnessed the crime. And the
That guy was definitely getting fucked in prison.
The pain these children and all of Miss Brandeo's loved ones are enduring as a result of the defendant's depravity is
That
horrific.
man was getting
We will
fucked
ensure that
in
the
prison,
defendant
bro. I'm
is brought to
telling you.
justice for this cold-blooded, premeditated, and despicable act.
I am telling you, the man was getting rinsed in prison. Jesus.
An autopsy would later reveal multiple stab wounds to the victim's throat, heart, and lungs. What could have been the reason for such a violent attack? It was believed there may have been something that set Cavalcante off. Since their breakup, Cavalcante had remained angry with Deborah and had started stalking her. Finally, she told him that she knew about his murder case in Brazil and chose to tell him to leave her children alone or she was going to turn him in. Cavalcante knew there was an active warrant back in Brazil. Cavalcante made it personal. He wanted complete control over Deborah, and he wanted to silence her. After the crime scene was processed, the landlord had been allowed into Deborah's apartment. He found that she had placed cheap brands of alarms on all of the doors and windows. She was clearly aware someone might come for her. She must have been scared, he stated. The trial of Cavalcante began on August the 16th, 2023 in Chester County, Pennsylvania for the murder of Deborah Brandau. Brandau's own children bravely gave testimony in the case. The 9-year-old had previously identified Cavalcante from a photograph she had been shown shortly after her mother was killed. "That's him. That's the guy that killed my mom. Please get him and put him in prison," the affidavit shows. Investigators learned that there had been a history of domestic violence. In the past, Cavalcante had assaulted and threatened to kill Deborah due to his extreme jealousy. Deborah filed a protective order against Cavalcante in December of 2020. It was still valid at the time of her death. Assistant District Attorney Zachary Urich made sure the jury knew that Deborah had tried to get protection from the authorities in the past because of violent incidents by Cavalcante, but he was never held accountable for those allegations. It was Urich's last statement that resonated in the courtroom, saying, "In a lot of ways, we failed her," speaking of law enforcement and the judicial system. Cavalcante stopped Deborah's ability to speak, but he could not take away her voice. It only took the jury 15 minutes to come to a guilty verdict for Cavalcante. He was convicted of first-degree murder. Just days later, he would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Cavalcante was moved to the Chester County Prison, one of only 4 prison structures used as the county jail. There, he would await transfer to one of Pennsylvania's state prisons and begin serving his life sentence. It would be less than 2 weeks later that he would break free from that prison. On August the 31st, 2023, Cavalcante was discovered missing during a cell block count that was done nearly an hour later. His 2-week-long reign of terror on the community hit like a storm, lashing out with a vengeance. When the community was alerted of Cavalcante's escape,
I'll be right
a
back,
veil
chat.
of fear set in.
I'll be right back. Pack your bongs and shit, too. We're gonna rip a toke when I come back. Come on now. Know how it goes. Look at the freeze frame. My guy. That was funny.
And everyone became vigilant about their surroundings. No one wanted to turn a corner on their property or walk into a room of their homes or businesses and find the escapee staring back at them. The first sighting of Cavalcante was in a house in Pocopson Township, Pennsylvania. This had occurred during the night while the home was occupied by the family.
So we end up going to sleep. I hear a noise at around 11:30. I walk out of the bedroom, and from my bedroom, I can look down. So I look down towards the living room, and the kitchen's off to the side. And I thought I heard a noise. I went back to my wife, and I said, hey, I don't want to freak you out, but I think there might be somebody downstairs. Grab your phone. I went back out. I saw that the door was slightly ajar. That's when my stomach dropped. I ran down the hallway to make sure all my kids were accounted for. And when I came back, I could start to hear, a little bit of shuffling. So I grabbed any kind of weapon that I could, and ironically, the only thing that I had there was a picture frame of my wife, and kids. And when I grabbed it, I did like a frisbee motion. Should I go over the head? And in that moment, I realized how ridiculous this. Here you have this guy who's a murderer.
This guy's fucking retarded. I grabbed a picture frame. I'm getting ready to bash this fucking guy over the head.
Surrounded by steak knives, because we did have steak that night. And I looked to my left and saw the light switch and decided to flick the light switch on and off 3 or 4 times. And there was a little bit of a pause. And then he flicked the light switch back at me from the kitchen. So that was kind of the acute moment of terror. I turned to my wife. I said, he's downstairs. Call 911 right now.
It's autumn, and as we crash into the holiday season,
Yo,
it's unusual
what the fuck? Homie flicks him back at him. That was wild. Wild. That is fucking wild.
I know I've always felt that way this time of year. This year, though, I got a chance to try a new product, and it's helped me get in the good, deep-quality, dream-filled sleep that I needed. Dream from Beam is simple. It's a healthy cup of cocoa taken at night to help me fall asleep and stay asleep throughout the night. And the next morning, there's
shut the fuck up with your ass,
non-dairy
bro.
and gluten-free with no GMO ingredients. Distinctive back count will be automatically
No one
applied.
gives a
No
fuck about
code
your
is
gluten-free
necessary.
GMO bullshit.
The next sighting
poison.
of Cavalcante was during the early morning hours of September the 2nd.
fuck outta
He
here.
was spotted on a home security camera carrying a distinctive backpack. Not long after, he was seen by a highway patrol officer, but he would disappear into the woods before the officers could converge on the area.
The photos confirm that Cavalcante has not changed his appearance, but also that he has obtained a backpack.
Police say Cavalcante slipped through a nearby perimeter, but believe he's still lurking nearby.
We realized within just a few hours where he was, and so he's not had a tremendous amount of time to move a long distance.
We're learning more about how Cavalcante may have broken out of the Chester County Prison. Officials have not said how, but the Philadelphia Inquirer reports that a source inside the prison says Cavalcante climbed onto the roof from the exercise yard, then ran across the roof and dropped down to a less secure area, fleeing the prison grounds from there. The source says this was nearly identical to how a previous prisoner escaped only months ago. State police and the district attorney's office declined to comment on that report, and the prison did not return our request for comment.
After Cavalcante escaped, an interview was done by the New York Times with the mother, Iracema Cavalcante, still residing in Brazil. She said, "He had no other choice. Danilo had to do it." Iracema blamed Deborah for her own death. It was her own fault because of the stranglehold she put on him, the stance she took with him. Iracema went on to say, "If I had said my son didn't make a mistake, I'd be lying. I know what my son did was wrong. I know my son should pay for his mistake. But I want my son to pay for his mistake with dignity, not pay with his life." Interview in the New York Times by Melissa Koenig, published on September 13th, 2023.
Allows us to visually see where we've got people placed in this area. We've got tactical teams operating right now, mounted, canines, aviation.
It would be September 4th before Cavalcante was seen again, which occurred around the Longwood Gardens, a beautiful botanical garden just a few miles from the Chester County Prison. Cavalcante was spotted twice on the garden's security cameras as he acquired more items. Added to his collection was a duffel bag and a hoodie sweatshirt.
Good morning. Earlier this morning, Danilo Cavalcante was spotted on a trail camera at Longwood Gardens. We just got this information from Pennsylvania State Police just within the last few minutes. According to police, they say that Cavalcante was able to have a backpack, a sling-like duffel bag, and a hoodie. They're not sure how exactly he was able to get a hold of those supplies, but these are new details that we are just now learning from this news conference that occurred starting at 8:30 in the morning. We're also learning that the perimeter has been shifting south, now on and across Baltimore Pike. The Pennsylvania State Police say keeping him on the run is a good thing. Let's send it over so you can listen to what some of Pennsylvania State Police said.
Oh, I think he's absolutely succumbing to the pressure, and yes, he's trying to escape.
And yeah, he's trying to escape. No way, really?
Point that he could squeeze through that perimeter and he traveled south. We'll now expand that perimeter and move it so that we can try and encapsulate him again, and we're already actively searching those areas.
On September the 5th, Cavalcante was spotted by a homeowner in a creek bed on the property. Cavalcante fled into the woods, vanishing again before the officers could capture him. On the next 2 nights, Cavalcante was spotted on a trail cam around Longwood Gardens again, but officials didn't learn about this sighting until the next evening. Concern was growing within the community, as well as fear and unease. People wanted to know how he was wandering in and out of properties and always evading the police.
Yeah, and Rick, we now have a better idea of why there was that burst of activity earlier this
Dude's
evening
just the
around
goat.
Longwood Gardens. Law enforcement sources are telling us that they did discover an image of Cavalcante on one of those trail cameras on Longwood Gardens property. However, the image was captured on the camera last night on Wednesday night, but the discovery was not made until this evening. Still, it made for intense hours. Law enforcement moved in, but tonight, Cavalcante is still on the run.
Back to today, once the search moved east toward Creek Road and Longwood announced it was able to open to the public again, I'm told a small number of people showed up.
Why don't they have like dogs like hunting this motherfucker down?
Longwood Gardens. He said he was quickly escorted off the property by police
There you
after
go.
the report of that noon sighting.
On September 9th, Cavalcante
Where's the
slipped
bloodhounds
onto
at,
the
though?
property of Bailey's
Yeah,
Dairy
like-
Farm, 3.1 miles from Longwood Gardens.
He's a dog that's actually
He
like,
found
you
an
know,
unlocked delivery van with the keys
bred
still
for that
in
shit.
it and took it. He then drove about 20 miles to Phoenixville to a former co-worker's home looking for help. The homeowner hadn't been home, but Cavalcante was captured on the doorbell ring cam. He now appeared clean-shaven and wearing a yellow or green hoodie, a black baseball hat, green prison pants, and white shoes. He was starting to change his identity now. The next evening of September the 10th, law enforcement located a stolen van in a field. It had been abandoned by Cavalcante and the gas tank was empty. He was on foot again, and the perimeter had to be shifted to the northern part of Chester County. The apprehension and fear of the community was growing as they wondered when or where the killer might be captured.
Secondly, we're also asking the community to avoid the wooded area or anything outside of the immediate area around their homes in that perimeter that I described. As I said, we're actively searching that area. We're certainly not trying to lock anyone down, but we want to keep residents as safe as possible while we thoroughly search that area. So again, we ask them to refrain from that area. And I'd also like to thank the community for their support. This has gone on for a couple of days now. I know it's stressful for the community, but I want to assure you that all of us up here and our respective offices are working diligently to bring this to a conclusion as quickly as possible. Please know we are devoting all available resources. We're constantly identifying additional needs. We're making sure we bring those in, and we will resolve this as quickly as possible and as safely as possible.
September 11th gave way to a spotting of Cavalcante in Chester County's South Coventry Township, and a perimeter was formed around the area. Footprints of the jail shoes that Cavalcante had been wearing were found, but Cavalcante seemed to be one step ahead. Authorities received a call from a resident that some work boots had been stolen off of her porch. Then the police received some very disconcerting news. A call from a resident of Coventry Road advised that a Hispanic male wearing a t-shirt had entered the caller's garage and stolen a .22 caliber rifle. The resident drew his pistol and fired at the man as he ran away, but missed him. Cavalcante was now armed and considered extremely dangerous to anyone who may come in contact with him.
Police say the fugitive stole a rifle from a garage last night, and then he came face-to-face with the homeowner who shot at him but missed. CBS's Nikki Dementri reports on the expanded
She needs to word that better.
Danilo Cavalcante, who police say is now armed with a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and a flashlight, was spotted twice on Monday night.
We considered him desperate. We considered him dangerous.
Around 8 p.m., investigators say a driver spotted a man crouching near the road in eastern Pennsylvania. Shortly after, police found Cavalcante's prison shoes. Then, around 10:10 p.m., Cavalcante stole a firearm from a garage. The homeowner fired a pistol at him as he fled. He has been spotted 14 times since he escaped from prison last month.
This motherfucker makes a case.
Law enforcement.
Yeah.
Is a former U.S. Marshal.
If he don't get the case, I don't know who, like, anyone else that would deserve it more, you know what I mean? Like, this motherfucker's sick. He stabbed the, like, mother of
we don't need anybody out there trying to do any vigilante
2 children.
On September the 13th, just after midnight, a house near Prizer Road had its burglar alarm go off. Officers responded but found nothing, but resources were moved into that area just in case it had been Cavalcante who had set it off. Near 1 a.m., a DEA aircraft equipped with thermal imaging flew over the area and was able to pick up a heat signal north of Pfizer Road. But when a lightning storm moved in, the aircraft had to leave the area due to the bad weather.
And here's something I wanted to share with you. The thermal imaging, this is when they were looking for the escaped prisoner, what they were using. And they use this because they can be a little bit wider out in distance from a plane or an aircraft. And this is what they see when they look. Things like houses, these can be rather cool, so they register as cool. Plants, rather cool. If you had a car, it could be on the warm side, but humans and animals will register as a brighter color of a white or an orangish color.
Near 8 a.m., tactical teams with a combination of Border Patrol, state police officers, and others.
If anyone's ever played Call of Duty, they would know that.
Source that the thermal imaging had picked up hours earlier. They moved in quietly and with an element of surprise, but Cavalcante was trying to escape by crawling through thick underbrush, still carrying the rifle he had stolen. He didn't get very far. The Border Patrol dog named Yoda was deployed, and Cavalcante was quickly subdued.
Yoda, the canine who subdued escaped prisoner Danilo Cavalcante, is America's new hero. Yoda is trained to bite
Yoda!
just like this. Newly released images show Yoda pinning Cavalcante by the legs after biting his scalp. Yoda is a Belgian Malinois and joins the ranks of other legendary canine heroes.
The radio room, Chester County government, and various other agencies working on.
Imagine you're just like some random fucking police dog and you just like catch some fucking guy and then all of a sudden you're retired and you're just like all over the news and you just don't even know you're famous.
Had ended.
Yeah.
Danilo Cavalcante.
This dog just living his innocent little life.
Cavalcante was taken to a state
Everyone's just
police
freaking out like the
station
best fucking dog
he would
ever.
be
Oh my
processed
god.
and also questioned there. After that, he would be transferred to a state
Another day in
correctional
the books,
facility
ladies
to
and
begin
gents.
serving his life sentence. As far as the community, they
Jesus
could now
Christ.
breathe a well-deserved sigh of relief. 2 weeks had been more than enough of worry, stress, and fear since Cavalcante had wreaked havoc through the area.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens. Today is a great day here in Chester County. Our nightmare is finally over, and the good guys.
The good guys won.
Friends, family, and local law enforcement spread out and searched the roads and mountainous terrains of Chaffee County, Colorado. Then her blue mountain bike was found down a ravine not far from their home. What had happened to Suzanne Morphew? Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Suzanne Morphew. We would like to remind our viewers that at the time of this video, the case remains unsolved and no one has been proven guilty in a court of law. We will present the facts of the case and let them speak for themselves.
Damn,
In the early
spoiler
morning hours of
alert.
Sunday morning, May the 10th, 2020,
Sheesh.
Barry Morphew, a landscaping contractor, rolled out of bed at 4:30 a.m., showered, got dressed, and was in his truck headed to a
Showered,
job
jerked
just
off, got
outside of
dressed.
Denver, Colorado
That's what I
by
did this
5
morning,
a.m.
officer,
He
swear
had
to
left
God.
his wife
Still got the
Suzanne
DNA on my
sleeping
hand.
peacefully in their bed. The night before had been a good night for the couple. They shared steaks cooked on the grill, lovemaking, and an early bedtime, according to statements made by Barry. The couple's daughters were away on a road trip through Nevada and Utah, and the couple had made the most of their time together. It was cold and clear that morning as he climbed into the cab of his Ford F-350 truck. It was a chilly 24 degrees outside, and it would take until mid-afternoon for it to warm up into the 70s that day. Barry would drive about 125 miles to a Holiday Inn Express in Denver before checking in, taking a short rest, and then heading out to the job site in the nearby town of Broomfield, where his company was installing a retaining wall. He would come back to the hotel after making a few stops around town. That's when he got a text from his daughters asking if he had heard from their mom that day. His own texts hadn't been answered either, so he asked them to call the neighbors and have them check on Suzanne and the house. Perhaps she was just out riding her bike, as she often did. At about 5 p.m., Jean Ritter, the neighbor, called back to let them know that Suzanne was not at home, but her Range Rover was still in the garage. Her mountain bike was missing, along with her bicycling helmet. Barry advised them to call the local police to see if they could find her while he drove back from Denver. He then let his co-workers know that he had a family emergency. He left some tools for them in the lobby of the hotel and headed home. One worker, Jeff Puckett, would be taking over the hotel room that Barry had been in, and another, Morgan and Gentiles, would be staying in another nearby room in the hotel. As Barry drove back home, members of the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office began a concerted
no
effort to
way,
find
Sean
the
the Rich
missing
Guy
woman.
Richard, get out of here.
Suzanne was 49 years old and physically fit, although she had survived multiple bouts of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer over the years.
Jesus.
She had recently taken up mountain biking as a hobby and rode almost daily along the trails in the surrounding area, always transporting her Santa Cruz mountain bike in the back of her white Range Rover to the locations. Officers of the Sheriff's Office fanned out and began to search in earnest for the missing woman while it was still daylight. Beginning near the family's home, the patrol SUV slowly rolled down the road. The officers within spotted, down in a ravine, a blue bicycle, upended and caught in the brush. This was a little over a mile from the family home. Deputy Damon
I agree
Brown and
wholeheartedly
Sergeant
with that.
Lamaine Mullinax
Fuck
made their way down
cancer.
the slope and were able to make it
Thank
to the
God.
bicycle.
Realest
The
thing
state of
anyone's
the
ever said in my
bicycle
chat.
seemed curious to the two officers.
Maybe see if you can get that up to the road and then get the serial number and call the hardware and see what kind of bike she has. Something's up with this front tire.
Meanwhile, the two daughters, Mallory and Macy Morphew, along with a boyfriend, returned to the home. They entered the house but did not find Suzanne or any sign of her on the premises. When the deputies arrived, the boyfriend went out and spoke to them first, explaining the situation as best he could.
Are you?
Okay, so I'm the daughter's boyfriend.
Okay.
And I'm here.
Is this your truck?
That's my truck.
So you haven't seen the mom at all, have you?
Yep, so the two daughters are gone right now at the moment. The dad is in Denver for a job, and they text her because of Mother's Day, and they haven't heard. The text never went through, like it never delivered since this morning. And she's a big mountain biker. She normally takes her car, and her bike's normally in the back of that. It's gone.
Was this open when you came here?
The neighbor was here that opened it, and then she shut it, and she went back to her house. Her house is right over there.
Okay.
And then I came back and I opened it to come in the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you looked in the house?
I
for her?
have, yep.
Alright. You looked through everything?
Yes.
You haven't found her?
No.
He continues and then
Did you
offers
look
some
through everything,
insights
even the
into where
freezer?
she rode her mountain bike and, curiously, why she didn't take the bike on the nearby road, the road where the bicycle was found.
What time did you get here?
6 o'clock, and then I went all the way up Frusis, because she's rode up there, and I just drove the main road, couldn't find her, and then there's a couple spots that I could check, like trails and stuff, but I wanted to come back here to just, like, check back in and stuff.
Okay. Has she ever gone up 225?
Colorado Trail right there?
Like, you know the big hill once you come off the highway?
Well, she hasn't, and I haven't checked there yet, because that climb at the beginning is really hard, and I think that it would be out of characteristic for her to do that, but I mean, someone needs to go there, I think.
Why would you say this, like, on camera?
Well, because it's kind of a crazy climb to get up there. It's like not really rideable. You gotta push your bike before you can start riding.
One of the daughters then finds an Instagram photo of her mom in her bicycling gear to show the deputies.
Just right out here on the road.
Right out there.
Right where you found. She wear any jackets?
Yeah, she probably would have had.
What kind of jackets?
I mean, a windbreaker.
A windbreaker?
I don't know what color.
I saw her.
I mean, we don't even know what time she left today. Yeah.
But they have cameras.
They have cameras, but they've been out of commission for a while.
A few minutes later, now down the road where the bicycle had been found, a deputy continues asking the boyfriend about Barry and Suzanne. The young man's father is now with them and advises him to speak freely.
I know this is a weird question, but do Barry and Suzanne get along pretty well?
You can answer honestly. You know, I think they've had some problems. Okay. Yeah, in the past.
Like just
normal husband and wife type deal.
They like talk about separating or anything
they
like
have, that? Yeah. I would, yeah.
And you know this through
Macy. Yeah, I'm very close with her.
Yeah, it's important that you
I know.
anything.
Just minutes later, as the sun went down and night fell across the area, Barry pulled up to the officers alongside the road where the bicycle had been found.
She
bikes every day, yeah.
Okay.
She's been biking since she gets up.
So she was asleep in the bed when you left. Did you say bye to her or anything?
No, she's
okay. Always leave it. So the last time you probably actually saw her was this morning. That was it, right?
Did they
a lot
check
of people
the house? They looked through the house?
Yeah, they got the house, and what we're doing is we're keeping people in the house, because if the dog comes, they want to get a scent from out of the house, so they don't want to pollute that scent, so that way we can start trying. And I walked up this, like I said, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, nothing looked like...
I wonder if she was hurt, if she could climb up the hill?
But that's the thing, when we came here, still was daylight, right? So if she was right here, somebody would have easily, you know what I mean? Just, because it was like literally like right down, it was this, I mean, if we saw it coming in, somebody would have definitely seen it too, you know?
The deputy, seeing differences in Barry's information and what they had gotten from her daughter's boyfriend earlier, they press him again.
I know the bike was here, but what are some of the paths or like the trails? Like
she rides this road. She rides up to. She rides up to the top, and then she goes up to Flus's. If there's no snow, she'll go up high. She's went down this one a couple times.
Down this one here too?
Yeah.
Okay. So double check Flus's over there too, because I think more than Miles. I think Miles. Yeah, I know. We just want to double check everything. So yeah.
Did anybody look for foot tracks on the road?
I haven't seen anything really, but
like people tracks. We're lying.
I didn't really notice, but I won't lie. I'm not like an expert tracker or something, you know.
Members of the Chaffee County Sheriff's Department
I ain't no
then
expert
gather at one of their
tracker or
vehicles
something,
out
you
of
know?
earshot, and they begin discussing the pertinent piece of information that did not match up with what Barry had been telling them.
That's last time. 5 o'clock. Oh yeah, so we pinged the phone and it said the last activity was at 4 in the morning. Up here? It's off of the Ponce Tavern. So there's not any specific further.
That ping from a cell tower is what had tipped the officers to begin looking in this area. It was the last trace of any electronic activity from Suzanne's phone, and it happened around the time that Barry said he was getting up, showering, and heading out to the job. This was still a missing persons case, but the possibility that it was something more couldn't be ignored. Officers then went to the Morphew home with Barry to try to obtain some articles of Suzanne's clothing so tracking dogs could get the scent from them.
Which way would that be? This way?
Oh, what a beautiful house. Oh my god. I would sit in front of that fireplace for hours and just drink scotch, man. My god.
These are all heard right here.
That night, search teams went out looking for Suzanne, but to no avail. No trace of her could be found, and desperate calls from her friends and family went unanswered. Her distinctive bicycle helmet with a piece of paper inside with her name and phone number on it was found down a ravine along the same road that they had traveled that day. The helmet was about 0.8 of a mile from where the bicycle had been found, with no signs around that anyone had been near it, as if it may have been tossed from the roadside. Over the next couple of days, Barry would be questioned again and again by investigators from the Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, and special agents from the FBI. Barry and the family even released a video asking anyone in the community for information and setting up an FBI tip line for the case. Barry offered a reward of $100,000 for information, and a family friend added another $100,000 on top of that.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you, we miss you, your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. I want you ready.
He doesn't seem
Days,
sorry.
then weeks, and then months
You
passed
know what I'm
by
saying,
with
though?
no
Like, he doesn't really
signs
seem
of
that sorry.
Suzanne being found. The story of an attractive mother who disappeared on a solo Mother's Day bike ride traveled far and well, featured on television news programs locally and nationally, and trending heavily across the internet. Pundits and then the public began voicing their suspicions and opinions that the husband may have had a hand in the disappearance and that murder was a definite possibility. Information coming from the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office was limited and tightly controlled. In the information void, crime show commentators began leveling charges against Barry for his involvement in the case and casting their anger at the law enforcement agencies there as being everything from unmotivated to complacent or even incompetent. In September of 2020, a search for Suzanne was organized by her brother, David Moorman, that had volunteers fanning out over a number of suspected areas. Suzanne was not found, even after 4 days of searching with volunteers who had come from all over the country. The actual investigators, however, were anything but what the media was saying. They were hard at work at the local, state, and federal levels, collecting and collating evidence and tracking down potential witnesses and coming to understand a very difficult relationship between Barry and Suzanne, two people who were much more complicated themselves than anyone understood. Just a few days shy of a year from her disappearance, the Sheriff's Department arrested Barry and charged him with the first-degree murder of his wife, tampering with a deceased human body, tampering with physical evidence, possession of a dangerous weapon, a short rifle with no serial numbers, and an attempt to influence a public servant. He was placed in jail without bond.
We're announcing that at 09:15 hours this morning, the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office arrested Suzanne Morphew's husband, Barry Morphew. He was taken into custody near his home in Poncha Springs. He was alone at the time of his arrest, and he was arrested without incident. Today marks the culmination of thousands of hours in this comprehensive investigative effort to locate the mother of two who went missing May 10th of 2020. We've executed more than 135 search warrants across Colorado. We've interviewed more than 400 individuals in multiple states. Our team has also investigated more than 1,400 tips generated from within and outside of law enforcement. Today is not the day for celebration, nor does it mark the end of this investigation. Rather, it's the next step in this very difficult yet very important journey as we seek justice for Suzanne and her family. I know how deeply this case has impacted our community over the past 12 months. Through multiple conversations I've had with our citizens across the county, one message is clear from everyone, and that's that they wanted answers and they wanted justice for
Alex, what's
Sheriff
up,
John
bro?
Speasy then spoke on the difficulty of working this case with so much public attention and scrutiny.
It got us where we are today, and based on other information we gathered, we acted on it. Today became the day, but it's been a culmination of everything we've gained over the past year. And I know for everybody here to say, well, that's hard to understand that because we haven't said so much about the investigation. That's what's so important about this investigation.
That's a rip.
Is the amount of
Cheers.
everything that's gone into this and what's brought us here, and the ability to remain
Let's go, chat.
and do the very best we can to put the best case forward. All of that led us to where we are today.
The sheriff then explains their opinion of Suzanne's status based on the evidence they found.
We believe that she's not alive. We filed first-degree murder charges, or we're in the process of filing first-degree murder charges. So our belief is Suzanne is not alive.
Bro, this motherfucker is just rinsing me.
Media representatives later successfully petitioned to make the arrest warrant affidavit public. The redacted material shows just how thorough and in-depth the work they had done had been. In all, the document came to 131 densely packed pages of information, including interview transcripts, phone records, photographs, and an immense amount of electronic data collected from the personal lives of Barry and Suzanne. The story it tells is one of a marriage being held together for their children's sake, immense distrust, betrayal, affairs, financial squabbles, and finally, violence. Did you know that data brokers are making fortunes? We're excited to tell programs even before selling their home 2 years before the incident.
Only had a Raid
They had
Shadows
spent their
Legends
lives
ad earlier,
living
bro.
in
It was
Indiana,
fucking
where
disgraceful.
they had gone to high school together. Even before selling their home in Indiana, they put down just over $1.5 million in cash for the purchase of their home and land on Puma Path. While they had no obvious connections
As on
to
these
the
kind of
area,
vids is crazy.
Barry
That's
was
all
an
I'm saying,
avid
dog.
hunter and outdoorsman, and the climate seemed good for Suzanne's health as well. The couple would carry a mortgage on both properties until the one back in Indiana would sell. This would be a source of pressure on the couple that sometimes resulted in arguments. When asked about the relationship between the two, Barry had initially told investigators that everything was fine between them, nothing but the normal difficulties of being married. Investigators soon, however, were able to obtain chat transcripts, text messages, recordings, photos, and other information that painted a much different picture. Even though they did not have Suzanne's phone, they were able to provide search warrants to the organizations behind apps and websites such as Facebook, LinkedIn, and WhatsApp to at least piece together her side of the story. Suzanne had been confiding in her friends that she and Barry had been on the rocks for quite some time. She described a situation of distrust, emotional abuse, and controlling ways from her husband, along with extreme jealousy. Money was often a source of their arguments, and
usually with women there's jealousy.
A sizable amount of money at some point prior to her disappearance. As late as March 25th, 2020, she was discussing it with a friend and how arguments were continuing. She even told her friend, "Ugh, he came home when the girls are gone. He won't speak of divorce, begging for another chance. I'm so torn, but in my heart, I know who he is." Investigators found few examples of arguments on Barry's phone, though. He told them that he regularly deleted argument chats because he didn't want either of his daughters stumbling across them. One text, however, had been inadvertently saved by Barry as a photo. Dated May 6th of 2020, it read, "I'm done. I could care less what you're up to and have been for years. We just need to figure this out civilly." While Suzanne's chat messages tell a story of Barry's jealousy, another set of messages from her records led investigators to learn that Barry's jealousy and suspicions were probably warranted. Suzanne had been having an affair, and it had been going on for a couple of years, and it was very serious. Investigators found numerous chats, texts, and photos with someone only listed as Jeff in Suzanne's online accounts. Investigators had a very important lead here, but the question remained, who was Jeff? Her Facebook friends list had numerous Jeffs, and there were many other contacts with the same name in other areas of her life. The key to this new person of interest was found in another piece of electronics that Suzanne owned, a spy pen she had been using to record conversations. Suzanne had used the pen numerous times to record conversations with people and to spy on her husband. Among the recordings were some very revealing conversations with Jeff. They still didn't have a last name, but they now knew the sound of his voice. A special agent of the FBI then went down the full list of all of the Jeffs she knew, calling each one in turn, and as they answered the phone, he checked to see if the voice matched. Finally, it did. The man was Jeff Libler. When investigators reached him by phone, he quickly admitted that
he's got that stare. He's got that stare, chat. Look out.
Had been having an affair with her. He said that he had dropped from the scene when he heard of her disappearance because he didn't want the news of their affair to come out, in turn devastating her daughters or possibly costing him his job. Jeff was married and had 6 children of his own. Jeff had a very long history with Suzanne and Barry. All three went to the same high school together, where Barry was a star baseball player and Jeff played golf. Barry and Suzanne were dating then, but one evening at a party Barry wasn't able to attend, Jeff and Suzanne hooked up. Later on, Barry found out
she got dicked down real quick
on the golf course where he worked, but Jeff was able to talk his way out of the potentially violent confrontation. Barry and Suzanne would later go on to marry, and Jeff would find his own life. He would admit, though, that he had continued to carry a torch for Suzanne over those intervening decades. Then, one day on social media in 2018, he received a quick note from her saying, "Howdy, stranger." What developed was, at first, chats, then calls. Then Jeff began to get cold feet and told investigators that he tried to distance himself from her by deleting all of his social media accounts, and he stopped taking calls from her. It worked until December of 2018, when he said that she contacted him through his work-mandated LinkedIn page. In short order, a long-distance relationship was back on. The two began arranging meetups, traveling to New Orleans, Indianapolis,
She's hooking up with that guy. It just
Michigan,
proves to show you don't need hair to pull a
Jeff
chick,
explained that on the first trip, the two just met and talked. By the second, and from then on though, the two were making the most of their getaways, going out to eat, staying together, having relations before returning to their homes and families. Jeff said she had proclaimed her love to him in 2018 and felt as if they were soulmates. She would not leave her marriage until her daughters were both in college, though. At least that's what she told him. Jeff told investigators he didn't think Barry knew about the affair, and he said he never went to meet her in Colorado because Barry had so much surveillance equipment on the house. Investigators would
Sounds like
receive
she had
consent
so much
from Jeff
surveillance
to obtain
equipment in
a
the house. She got a
DNA
fucking spy
sample
phone.
from him, along with his phone records and the logins to all of his social media accounts. The telephone
Bro, how am I
records
getting
alone
so
told how
rinsed for
tawdry their
damage?
affair may have been.
My
From
God.
October of 2018 until December of 2019, there were 738 calls between the two. That's roughly 50 a month. When Suzanne and Barry had taken a trip to the Cayman Islands on January 14th through the 18th of 2019, Jeff and Suzanne had called each other 74 times alone.
Wow.
Most telling may be that on Saturday, May the 9th, the day before Suzanne was reported missing, she and Jeff had had 59 communications together, beginning with her sending a text of, "Guess who's alone again?" at 11:42 a.m. along with a photo. Her last message was on WA at 2:11 p.m. to let him know to engage with her using WhatsApp and the video function therein. Investigators consider that last photo sent by Suzanne of her proof of life photo, establishing that at that time she was still alive. There was no proof from then on that she was still among the living. Her phone would give a ping to a nearby cell tower the next morning at 4:10 a.m. and again at 4:15 a.m. Piecing together what happened next on Saturday, investigators have nothing from Suzanne's phone, but Barry's return home was registered by his phone and the telematics from his Ford F-350 truck, a top-end model specifically capable of handling large loads and towing things like bobcats and large equipment. It also had a distinctive muffler whose sounds were very familiar to the people who lived in the neighborhood. Barry said that he had been home earlier and had a bowl of vegetable soup with his wife for lunch before heading out to look at a job site and run some errands. He returned home and
Your veg
parked the truck
soup?
and left his driver's side
Seems
door
reliable
open.
to me.
Then, strangely,
Okay,
Barry's
trying to
phone
cock-block
showed
me.
that he began moving quickly around the house, zigzagging back and forth across his property for almost 30 seconds. FBI Special Agent Jonathan Grusing asked
He looks like
Barry
a fucking murderer. He looks like one of those murderers that like turned out okay and ended up working for the FBI. You know, he killed like one or two people and they're like, bro, we need you on our side. Come work for us, you know? Jesus fucking Christ. Look at that. Look at that man. Look at that man. What the fuck?
What was the reason for him running around like that when he got home? Were you looking for her? He asked pointedly during the interview. Barry responded by saying, "I shoot chipmunks." He went on to explain that he was chasing one at that time. He had shot about 85 of them since moving there. Since moving in, he said, a chipmunk had gotten into their heating system and caused some very expensive damage, so he tried to keep them away from his house. When asked if he had used a .22 to shoot the chipmunk, Barry said that he had. As an avid hunter, it seems strange that you would be shooting any kind of a firearm that close to a home while moving about randomly with his wife there, even if it was a small caliber weapon. While a .22 long rifle round had been found in the floor of the couple's bedroom, the .22 caliber rifle was not one of the weapons found lying open in the house when it had been searched. Barry would later turn the rifle over to Special Agent Grusing. An older gun, it had been modified with an illegally short barrel, and the stock had been cut down to a pistol-style grip, and it had a scope mounted on it. It was certainly sufficient for killing chipmunks. The behavior was odd, and it was also something he never mentioned to investigators when describing the events of the day before Suzanne's disappearance. This would be just one of many inconsistencies or inaccuracies that would be on Barry's side of the tale of that fateful Mother's Day weekend. Barry's story of the weekend remained that of a quiet night at home, leaving her early to head to a job in Denver, and pretty much nothing else until he heard that she was missing the next day.
Every house in
Suzanne
America,
wanted to get the house
not
ready
here in
for their
Canada.
daughter's return
Every
on
house in
Sunday,
America,
and
big
she
dog.
said she planned on going for a mountain bike ride. Except things didn't add
Tokes
up
up.
when compared to what certain
There
pieces
you
of
go.
evidence were showing. First,
Tokes up.
Suzanne's phone seemed to go dead Saturday afternoon, with the exception of the 2 early morning pings in the vicinity of their home. Barry's own phone would go into airplane mode that evening as well. Barry told the investigators that at dinner, he and Suzanne had shared a steak. When asked if they used separate plates, Barry said they had. Only one plate, however, was found in the dishwasher. As for going to sleep sometime between 8 and 9 p.m. after a bout of lovemaking, Barry's truck telematics showed that at 9 p.m. it was backed up to the garage, and then after a short while was driven 95 feet down the driveway. Curiously, there is a flurry of activity in the parking lights between 3:26 a.m. and 3:49 a.m., with nothing again until 8:10, when coordinates show that it was in the Denver suburb of Broomfield, Colorado. Perhaps Barry had been mistaken about what time they turned in for the night, but could he have forgotten about going out to the truck at 3 o'clock in the morning? The trip to Denver would prove problematic as well, as the trip from his home to the city was curiously about 14 miles longer than the trip coming home. In both cases, Barry claims
Chat,
to
it'd
have
be like
taken
the
the
biggest
exact
prank
same
on
route,
someone.
while curvy mountain
You
roads
know,
could
like, yeah, you
conceivably
get like
make
a
one leg of the
fucking,
journey a bit longer than
you
the
get like a
return
kilo
one.
of
A greater
cocaine,
than
right?
10% difference
And then you put it in like,
mileage is
you
nearly
like,
impossible
like
without a side trip
engineer
happening
it
along the
into
way.
the floorboards of a
Barry's
car,
story of checking into
and
the
then you
hotel,
sell the
taking
car
a shower, and then
without the
heading out
people
to the
knowing
job
that
site
there's like a
becomes
kilo of
problematic as
cocaine
well,
in the fucking
even though Barry had not
floorboard, like the
intended to
floor of
stay
their
the
car.
night.
And then
He
like
is seen
they
carrying
cross the
boots
border or some
and
shit,
a
or they
heavy
get pulled
shirt
over.
or jacket while
You
wearing
know?
a backpack.
How to ruin
Why
someone's
would
life
he need a shower
101.
after having had one at 4:30 that morning? Leaving to
Good
head to
strat,
the work
eh?
site, he had switched into a lighter short-sleeve shirt and had ditched the backpack. He still has his bags at 9:06 as he heads out of the building. 3 minutes later, he's back in the
One of the
elevator,
classic
though, this
blunders.
time without the bags. Perhaps he
Only
took them
cost
to
like
his
26
car.
grand.
A couple of hours later, Barry was back at the
Since
hotel
someone wait
in
for a
yet
long time.
another different shirt. Barry's story, though, was that he didn't come back to the hotel until much later that day. Further investigations turned up that Barry had stopped at 5 other locations in town and thrown bags away in their dumpsters before returning to the hotel. When confronted with the information, Barry admitted that as a contractor, he would often take trash from the job site and dump it in dumpsters around town to avoid paying the disposal fees. It was probably a misdemeanor and definitely unethical, but if that was what he was doing, it was far from as serious as disposing of evidence they were alleging that he may have been doing. That being said, investigators found that 4 of the stops to drop off trash actually happened before he went to the job site. Now, there is no way of knowing what was disposed of at any of the stops, but it had to have been stuff he already had in the truck. As Barry headed back to Chaffee County to check on his missing wife, Morgan Gentile and Jeff Puckett showed up. The key Barry provided to Jeff for the room didn't work, so Morgan came to help him get in. Both described the room as having an overwhelming smell of chlorine inside, and there were numerous towels scattered about. Other than that, the room was devoid of any sign that Barry had been there, other than a single piece of mail. It was a letter about property tax, which had been placed
Gone,
in a
last
trash
killer
can.
right here, baby.
The letter was addressed to Barry. Puckett would later tell investigators that it looked like an alibi, having been set there
King
to prove that
Black
Barry
Dragon
had been
Pet
in
right
the
here.
place. While Barry
Let's go.
didn't later explain the paper in the trash can, he did tell investigators that he had smelled the heavy amount of chlorine in the room. He told them that it must have come from the hotel's pools, or perhaps it had been part of the hotel's cleaning regimen since it was going on during the pandemic. Hotel management would later tell local news agencies that the hotel's pool had been closed throughout the pandemic and that their cleaning products were peroxide-based, not chlorine-based. The question remained, what had happened in that room? Suzanne's brother, David Mormon, would tell news outlets later that one of the deputies who had entered the Morphew house with Barry on the night of the disappearance also remarked that there was a very strong smell of chlorine within the house. The daughter's bedroom did have the bed stripped down to the mattress, part of getting ready for her to return, according to Barry's story. The sheets had been washed and were found in the dryer. Perhaps bleach had been used on them, and some may have spilled by accident in the process. Investigators found something in that dryer, along with the sheets, that seemed extremely out of place, the cover for a tranquilizer dart. Just the cover, but there would be other tranquilizer darts found in the family gun safe in the garage, one box open and missing one of the darts. Barry was not a veterinarian, he was not an animal control officer, and he didn't work for a zoo, so why would he even have one? He could legally own such a weapon as long as it used mechanical means or compressed air to fire the darts. But still, why, when he had a good selection of firearms?
That's what I'm saying.
The
like,
tranquilizer chemicals
there's something going on with
at
this
the Morphew
family. That's
garage,
a little
though,
different.
were strong enough to be used on
A little
large
diffy.
four-legged animals. Investigators had to ask. Under questioning, Barry admitted upon moving into the home that he had seen many deer with large racks of antlers on and around the property. Admitting that it was illegal, he said he would use the tranquilizer gun to take down a buck, then remove its antlers and allow it to get back on its feet and return to the wilderness.
What a fucking piece of
he
shit.
Would then
Yo, if that's actually true, he's a piece of shit. If that's true, he's actually a piece of shit.
Antlers usually sell for between $8 and $16 on the open market, and some can fetch up to hundreds of dollars. If he had taken them early, before the rutting season had really begun, when the antlers still had the developmental velvet on them, the velvet itself would sell for between $100 and $125 per kilo, thanks to it being used in traditional Chinese medicine and healing supplements. There was certainly a financial incentive to have this, but it was a relatively small one. An old business partner of Barry's from back in Indiana, however, told FBI investigators that he and Barry used to raise deer for use in fenced hunting areas. Hunters who wanted to be sure of getting a large set of trophy antlers could purchase one from them, have it taken to a field, and then released to be hunted in an escape-proof area. Tranquilizer guns were used to sedate the deer and then
go
load
and
them
do the
into
real
a horse
deal.
trailer
Don't
for
be
transport
fucking...
to those fields. While
That's
Barry
wild.
had left that sideline business behind him with his move to Colorado, it was reasonable to assume that he bought the tranquilizer gun and ammo along with him. Investigators began to put together a scenario, and to follow up on their hunch, they contacted veterinary pharmacists and experts in handling wildlife to find out about the chemicals that Barry had on hand. The consensus was that if a human was hit with one of those tranquilizer darts, the effect would be very dramatic. First, the darts are meant to pierce thick and hairy hides. Against the human skin, they would penetrate deeply and hurt. The drugs within would take somewhere between 6 and 20 seconds to kick in fully, knocking the person out. Unless crippled by the shot, the person would probably immediately begin running, then they would stagger and then fall down. Suddenly, the zigzag pattern of Barry's chipmunk hunt took on the possibility of something much more sinister happening. Had he shot Suzanne with the
he shot her
tranquilizer
and
gun
she
while
started
she
running
was
around.
soaking in the sun in the backyard?
Yeah, that
Had
actually
the
makes
erratic
sense.
movements been him
That
chasing
actually
her
kinda makes
staggering
sense.
body around the house and through the breezeway before she fell? The security cameras at the property had long been out of service. There is no footage of such a thing
That's
happening, just
wild.
as there is no footage of Suzanne riding her bike away from the home the next day. There's just an incredible gap in what had happened between Barry getting home and him leaving the next morning. Even with the tranquilizer gun scenario and what could have followed, the question remained, where was the body? It is a question that no one has the answer to, or at least one they will admit. There is nothing but speculation at this point. One thing does stand out, however. It goes back to Suzanne's spy pen, or what it had recorded.
Yeah, I was wondering
Among
what
all
was
the
on that shit.
recordings on the spy pen, there was an instance where Suzanne had apparently hid the device in Barry's truck and recorded him over the course of a 5-hour drive. In among the regular work phone calls, Barry could be seen listening to true crime podcasts, particularly the television show Forensic Files, one that featured the story of a young woman who had been killed in one location and their bicycle had been left in the road as faked evidence at a different spot to lead investigators astray. It may just have been happenstance that he had been recorded listening to that particular episode, but it would not be hard to at least consider the possibility that there might be a connection. Investigators and the local district attorney's office have long said they felt Suzanne's body is out there somewhere in the wilds of Chaffee County, buried under the snow that lingers well into the warmest months of the year. Since the disappearance, though, Colorado and the surrounding states saw a massive shrinkage in their high mountain snowfields due to the warmer weather and a winter drought. If there was any chance of a body being found, the rapidly receding snows that held until October of 2022 would have revealed her. They didn't, and record snowfalls over the winter of 2023 may have reset many of those snowfields or even expanded them. Searches have also been done in the area around the Morphew home, along all of the area mountain biking trails, and even at a nearby site where a foundation for a new home had just been poured, all to no avail. As tips and leads continue to pour in, the remaining Morphews went about their lives as best they could. Over the next couple of months, Barry would petition the state of Indiana for guardianship of Suzanne, a standard practice in the case of missing persons. This gave him the ability to sign the closing papers and sell the couple's home on Puma Path for just over $1.6 million. He would also sell Suzanne's Range Rover to an out-of-state couple. Some have pointed out that this looks suspicious, but it is more likely that just under the weight of two heavy mortgages, the loss of his wife, and reduced work, Barry felt the need to sell quickly before suffering a complete financial collapse. In November of 2020, however, Barry would commit a verifiable crime, one that he would plead guilty to. He sent in Suzanne's mail-in ballot for the presidential election. While he did not sign her name on the envelope, he did sign his name as a witness, and inside the ballot had been marked. When asked why he sent in a ballot for Suzanne, Barry told them, "I wanted Trump to win. I just thought, give him another vote. I know all these other guys."
What a G!
Suzanne was going to vote for Trump anyway. Barry also mailed in his own ballot at the same time. After that incident, everything went quiet for months as investigators followed leads, and the days passed with no sign of Suzanne turning up alive or dead. On May 5th, 2021, just 5 days short of a year from the date of disappearance, members of the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office served a warrant for the arrest of Barry Morphew. He was brought in and held before eventually bonding out. Investigators had presented a 131-page affidavit outlining their investigation, the evidence that was found, interviews, and their conclusions to the local district attorney, getting her approval to set up the case. Barry would be charged with murder in the first degree, tampering with evidence, a Class 6 felony, and attempting to influence a public servant, as well as for possession of an illegally modified rifle that he had turned over to the FBI. Months passed as prosecutors and defense attorneys prepared their cases, even going through a change of venue after the defense argued that Barry could not expect to get a fair trial in Chaffee County, considering the publicity the case had created. Along the way, though, either through poor judgment or an attempt to make a stronger case, the district attorney's office stumbled and jeopardized their entire case. Fremont County District Court Judge Ramsey Lama ended up granting the defense an 11-page petition to dismiss the charges against Barry Morphew due to prosecutors missing deadlines for information about their expert witnesses, and most importantly, for not providing the defense with some very specific information they felt could help prove their client innocent. The information dealt with the finding of DNA samples in Suzanne's car of a man which did not match that of Barry or Jeff Libler, the man that she had had an affair with. The DNA did, however, provide a partial match with DNA from an unknown man who was sought in connection with sexual assaults in Chicago, as well as Phoenix, Arizona. Having such evidence could have allowed the defense an opportunity to make the case that another man had either abducted or assaulted her. The judge at first penalized the prosecution team by not allowing them to use 12 of their 16 witnesses in the trial, which was scheduled to begin in just a week. A full motion to dismiss the case was eventually granted, and Barry was set free. The district attorney's office, though, vowed to keep investigating the case and expects to resume the charges when and if Suzanne's body is found. The dismissal would allow them to file the same charges against Barry if more evidence comes about, since he would not fall under the double jeopardy rules. Barry and his 2 daughters appeared in an exclusive interview with ABC News after the charges were dropped.
We feel like we can finally take our first steps in healing, which is a blessing. And yeah, we just know our dad better than anyone else. And we know he was not involved in our mom's disappearance. We want to heal. We feel like we haven't been able to heal these past 2 years.
I just love my girls. And I love my wife. And I just want her to be found.
Finally, on May 2nd, 2023, Barry filed a lawsuit against the Chaffee County District Attorney's Office, the Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and the investigators from the FBI for $15 million. He went on ABC Television's Good Morning America, along with both of his daughters, to explain his position. Both daughters have supported him and have maintained his innocence throughout the investigation.
You're found guilty, sir.
15 million is a huge number, but I don't think that, in my mind, that covers any of the damage that's happened to Barry and the girls.
They know he's innocent, and if they would just look for Suzanne outside of where they hypothesize Barry could have possibly buried her remains, they could find her.
You never had a shred of doubt once you heard the evidence from law enforcement against your dad?
I've never had a shred of doubt. Not one.
They've got tunnel vision, and they looked at one person, and they've got too much pride to say they're wrong and look somewhere else.
Barry would continue on to tell the interviewer that it was possible that he could be charged again, but he couldn't live in fear of it because he knew he was innocent the first time and that he would be found innocent in the future. In the end, investigators and prosecutors have made a lengthy and in-depth case against Barry Morphew for the disappearance of his wife.
I think he did it.
However,
Why is he going
beyond
around
the fact
dumping
that
all
her
that?
body as of yet has not been found, there
I think
are
he's
many
genuine?
alternate explanations for
Why is
the
he going around
questionable
dumping all that
events
stuff, though?
uncovered by the investigation, and most had to be considered at least plausible when trying to establish guilt beyond the shadow of a doubt. Did Barry kill Suzanne Morphew and somehow dispose of her body? Was she abducted while taking a mountain bike ride as it first appeared? Could she have just up and left, dropping everything in her life and inexplicably walking away from it on a lonely Mother's Day morning? Perhaps time will tell.
You're
and
dreaming,
the case
bud.
may grow
Relax.
completely cold and fade from the memories of
My
those
dog's
who are not directly
freaking out.
connected to it. Thank you for taking this journey with us as we looked
Holy.
into this unsolved case. As we said before, we present this not in an attempt to cast blame, but to look at the evidence provided.
Oh man, with tweaking.
Her mother tries desperately to get the police and the government to look for her. However, it takes 2 years before action is finally taken to search for the little girl. By that time, she was nowhere to be found. What happened to the little girl? Why did it take police and government officials
like
2
me when I was a
years to
kid,
get
minus the
involved?
long hair.
Before we start, we would like to send our sincere condolences to the loved ones of Harmony Montgomery, who fell victim to the abominable acts described in this case.
2 years. It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Welcome to Manchester, New Hampshire, the largest city in the state. It is filled with rich culture and magnificent art.
Rich culture,
New Hampshire also happens to
yes.
be one of the hardest hit states by the
Let's
opioid
go.
epidemic. Meet 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery, born June 7th, 2014. Harmony spent most of her life in Haverhill,
This dude is
Massachusetts.
beyond
She
evil.
initially lived with her biological
I think that's
mother,
their name
Crystal
of the
Sori.
channel.
Harmony was born blind in her right eye and had to wear glasses once she was old enough. Crystal described Harmony as a sweet, smart, kind.
I don't really want to listen to one about a kid. Not gonna lie. Rick D. Rick D.
This footage captures the last ever public appearance of Hollywood's therapist Amy Harwick before her murder in February of 2020.
Hollywood's
A
sex
subsequent
therapist.
investigation into her death will require police to go back years in time. In the
A
process,
sex therapist?
revealing a
Sounds like some hocus
spine-chilling
pocus bullshit.
that the same night this footage was
Looks like
taken,
Sniper Wolf.
her killer was just feet away, and he'd been watching her for almost a decade.
That's creepy as
Before
fuck.
we begin, we would like to send our deepest sympathies to the loved ones of Dr. Amy Harwick, who fell victim to the horrifying events described in this case. It's late on the evening of Valentine's Day 2020, and Dr. Amy Harwick, a prominent Hollywood family and relationship therapist, has just returned home from an evening with friends at a burlesque show. 38-year-old Amy lives in the Hollywood Hills, one of LA's most iconic and exclusive neighborhoods.
Out in the hills,
the
yo.
17 years since she moved to LA from her hometown of Lansdale, Pennsylvania, Amy has accomplished a great deal. She earned a master's degree in clinical psychology and a doctorate in human sexuality, the credentials needed to become a licensed family and relationship therapist. She opened her own family and relationship therapy clinic in West Hollywood, her own YouTube channel, written and published a book, and founded a networking movement for women. She also works for numerous charities and makes regular guest appearances on morning show programs, documentaries, podcasts, and reality TV shows.
Who are your typical patients? Are they people in relationships? Are they singles? And what are you treating them for?
Yeah, so as a licensed marriage and family therapist, I see all kinds of different things. So I just don't talk about sex all day, which some people think I do, but people either come to me because there's a sexuality related thing or because anxiety, depression, change of life stuff, breakups, moves, things like that.
Her side gigs and social life are even more colorful and risque. Amy had found herself a place in the Hollywood goth rock scene and regularly does the rounds at go-go dancing venues, metal concerts, and burlesque clubs. She is known for her vintage-inspired film noir fashion sense and for dating metal musicians. At one point, dating Marilyn Manson. A friend describes her as a therapist by day and a go-go dancer by night. One evening, she'll be doing a fire-breathing
Just what
performance
my
at the Playboy
therapist
Mansion,
doing.
and the next day, lecturing at Pepperdine University. They also describe her as brilliant, driven, and empathetic. Everyone who meets her wants to be her friend. People say that she's a rarity in Hollywood, authentic, smart, and genuinely caring.
She was intelligent, she was funny, she was outgoing, she was well-spoken. As far as people go that you run into in LA, there's not many like her.
She also had a penchant for the dark and macabre, from magic to taxidermy to death and true crime. She once bought murder victim Sharon Tate's bra at an auction. She finds a certain comfort in darkness, her friend said. Like everyone, she has her demons. The adopted child of two loving parents, she describes herself as having abandonment issues which make her particularly
She
vulnerable
bought the bra of the murder victim and ends up getting murdered herself.
I would walk around with true crime because I was
That's
always
wild.
interested in human behavior.
For Amy, true crime has always
fucking
brought a lightness to her life.
crazy.
She could never have imagined that her own story would end up that way. On the morning of Valentine's Day 2020, Amy goes for a sunrise walk with one of her good friends, Cleopatra Slow. They walk through the winding streets of the Hollywood Hills before stopping for breakfast at the Beechwood Cafe.
She was pointing out all these different landmarks she liked, telling me different history about the neighborhood.
They stopped for breakfast at the Beechwood Cafe.
She talked a lot about how happy she was, how she felt really accomplished and happy with where she was in life.
Amy is looking forward to the night that they have planned for that day. It includes a burlesque show where her good friend, known as Miss Tosh, is performing. She meets her friends there at 7:30 p.m. A friend will later notice in a photo that she is wearing rosary beads with a crucifix and wonders if Amy had a sense of foreboding. After the show, she heads with friends to the chic Nomad Hotel for tea before leaving for home, where she arrives just before 1 a.m. Once there, she messages with a friend of hers for more than a decade, Robert Koshland. They have a trip planned to the UK, and he has sent her a link to a restaurant.
Bro, that
in
pop-up
Edinburgh.
sound
She
tripped me the
replies
fuck
that
out.
the restaurant looks cool. At 1:02 a.m., she messages a friend from that night asking for photos of the green couch at the Nomad. Then she heads up to her bedroom on the 3rd floor. Minutes later, her roommate, Michael Herman, jolts awake. Screams are coming from Amy's room upstairs.
It was a glass plate hitting the floor or breaking when it hit the floor.
And then the second time you woke up, what woke you up?
Amy screaming. I don't know how else to describe it. Those blood-curdling screams. It was just...
It takes him a moment to comprehend that something terrible is happening. Panicked, he searches and fails to find his phone. From the stairs, he can hear the sounds of struggle and bodies falling to the floor.
Why is everyone's first thought, where the fuck's my phone? What's your phone gonna do? Go get a fucking weapon, man. Like, my first reaction would be, where the fuck's in my bat? You know what I'm saying? Where the fuck's my bat? Oh wait, it's right above where I'm asleep, right above my head. Think. Alright, come on now.
Amy screams before
bag?
being muffled. Fearing the intruder has a gun, he shouts up the stairs for the person to leave her alone, then runs outside, climbs a metal fence to get to a neighbor's house. He pounds on 2 neighbors' doors before he locates someone on the street who calls 911. It's now 1:14 a.m.
Well. No! No fucking shot. I died.
The call comes through to dispatch at 1:16 a.m.
I was just healing too, man. Oh my god.
Yes, he's not answering. Like I'm outside her fucking window yelling and nobody's answering. You guys need to get a cop here quick. Sir, the officers are on the way.
Officers arrive to find a disheveled Michael panicking and injured from climbing the fence. Before entering the residence, they find Amy's body crumpled on the ground beneath the 3rd-story balcony. She is clinging to life, struggling to breathe and unresponsive. Police notice she has deep bruising around her neck, suggesting that she was strangled before being thrown from the balcony above. She is rushed to the nearest hospital, but at 3:26 a.m. is pronounced dead. Homicide detectives immediately begin the task of collecting evidence, interviewing neighbors, and searching for surveillance footage. In Amy's bedroom, they find evidence of a struggle, from blood on a doorway to a trail
just lost all my
scattered
loot,
rosary
too.
beads that leads all the way to the balcony, where they find
I
a
had a
syringe
jet-
full of what would later turn out to be a lethal dose of liquid nicotine. Downstairs, a glass panel from a French door has been broken, suggesting that someone broke into the residence. Michael, Amy's roommate, recalls that earlier in the night, around 9 p.m. that evening, he had been in his room when he heard the sound of what he thought may be glass or a plate breaking. He thought it was Amy.
A dish, or glass dish, like fall into the floor.
And where were you when you heard this?
I was downstairs.
Did it wake you up, or were you already awake?
Loon
No, it woke me up.
It was that loud?
Yeah.
So you wake up to this sound that sounds like something's breaking, and what do?
So first I wait and listen, and
Yo, hold the Tokes up for him. Yo, give me 1 minute.
maybe the cat had knocked the plate over, and then I heard what I
Loot.
thought was Amy cleaning it up. And
Loot the fuck. I'm dead.
Surveillance footage of the neighborhood shows a white man dressed in black heading towards Amy's residence. Security cameras outside Amy's and a neighbor's house show the same man tampering with the camera. It's 8:53 p.m. The next time he appears, it's 1:11 a.m. Police deduce that the man in the footage broke into Amy's house soon after the first footage was recorded and then lay in wait for her for 4 hours. He attacked just after 1:02 a.m. They estimated that she fought for her life around 6 minutes. He had then thrown her over the balcony and left, passing by the camera once again at 1:11 a.m., which left just one burning question. Who was the man in the footage?
It's creepy. It's as fuck.
I talked to the police. They said, is there someone that you know that could have done this? I was like, oh yeah, Gareth.
Amy's best friend, Robert Koshland, is referring to 41-year-old Gareth Pursehouse. Police are about to learn a lot about Gareth. Over the years, so much more could have been done to save Amy. Amy met Gareth at a 2010 party where they were introduced by Amy's friend Grace Stanley. Gareth was a photographer for the adult entertainment industry and worked for Track Entertainment and BE Entertainment. 6 feet 4 inches tall with a gym-honed body and a chiseled jaw, her friend thinks he looks like any one of a million other Ken doll clones that flock around Hollywood hoping to make it big as an actor or model or comedian. As it so happens, Gareth did have aspirations of becoming a comedian.
Yes, one more time for Gareth, everybody. Come on.
I have bad news for the entertainers over
Let's
there.
go,
The
Gareth.
best day of your career is going to be the days after you die.
He is vastly different from Amy's usual Sunset Strip metal type.
Let's go,
but
Gareth.
Amy likes him. He's smart and educated, with a day job as a software engineer. Friends describe him as energetic and friendly and always amped up, but with a goofy side. On Twitter, he likes to tweet about one of his favorite television shows, the classic Star Trek. In one tweet, he writes, "I'm not a crazed Star Trek fan, but I'd seriously debate naming my kids Locutus." He also likes to post on Facebook random videos of himself.
I'm a crazy person when I do this, but I don't care.
Game
of Thrones, first season, the brother and sister are up in the castle, and then the
Fishing Guild, please. Oh my
and the brother has to go and throw the kid off and to kill him. And even though it's evil, I feel kind of bad for the brother because even though he doesn't want to do it, his sister incested.
But Amy's friends are not always
Search
enamored
so hard.
by Gareth's energy
I like them
in
both,
goofy
right?
ways. One friend says that he spooks her. She goes so far as to say that he reminds her of Ted Bundy because he is blandly good-looking with empty eyes. She says of Gareth, "He did a lot of mirroring. You say, 'I love chocolate milkshakes.' And he would say, 'Oh my God, I love chocolate milkshakes.'" For her good friend Tommy Vex, the frontman of Bad Wolves, Gareth is just bland. Something else that bothers them too. Amy's friends noticed that Gareth is overly solicitous of Amy. He seems obsessed with her, and they notice that she's seeing less of her friends. They don't know it yet, but Gareth's dad, Paul, has just had 2 restraining orders taken out against him by his ex-fiancée, Deborah Vale. 69-year-old Vale, a real estate broker, claims that when she'd ended the relationship with Paul, he had begun harassing her by phone, email, in person, and through her friends. Could obsessive, unstable behavior run in the family? Her
Seems
friends
like
say
it.
that Amy finds his excessive attention flattering. His need of her taps into her abandonment issues, her friend Vex thinks. Within months, Amy began complaining about Gareth, and in early 2011, she ends the relationship. Rudy Torres, a friend of both Amy and Gareth, recalls when they broke up, he didn't take it well at all. He'd do stupid stuff and say stupid stuff. You'd tell him, "Move on, dude, leave her alone," and he wouldn't. He just continued to send her weepy messages. He always wanted to know where she was at, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. Things were about to get much worse. Amy confesses to friends that for months now she has been physically and emotionally abused by Gareth. In a restraining order filed by Amy in 2011, she describes Gareth as choking, suffocating, pushing her, kicking her, dropping her on the ground, restraining her, slamming her head into the ground, and punching her with a closed fist. She writes, "He has told me he hits me because I make him so mad. He refused to get help while in the relationship." Surprisingly, the order is denied for a lack of evidence. She voices to her
So let me get this straight. The lady that is out here trying to fix relationships and shit has a terrible relationship.
He was still harassing her and
Something
repeatedly
ain't adding
breaks
up.
into her apartment. On one occasion, he smashes 10 picture frames. Another time, tapes 4 dozen roses to her front door. One night,
I
he
can
stands
fix
outside
him.
of her door for hours playing music. She again
Yo,
files
Rick
for
D,
a
my boy.
restraining order, alleging that
How you
he had
doing? How you
pulled her
doing?
out
I
of
hear
the
you got
car,
a
given her a
gifted
bloody
membership in
nose,
a
and
Pokemon
left her
stream, bro.
on the freeway. This time, a Superior Court judge bars him from having any contact with her for 5 years. Amy works hard to recover
good
from the
sir.
trauma of their short-lived relationship. She finishes her doctorate and becomes a licensed marriage and family therapist. Soon, she has reestablished her vibrant and busy social life. She forgets about Gareth, but he never forgets about her. As the years pass, someone continues to terrorize Amy. She believes it's Gareth, but she can't prove it. Her home is burgled and photo albums are taken. Then a copy of her Maxim magazine photo spread and her laptop. Derogatory anonymous messages are posted online and to her friends, aimed at sabotaging her friendships, career, and reputation. Occasionally, she mentions to friends that she is scared of her stalker ex. Even casual friends come to know that there is a particular guy that Amy is afraid of. But she tries to focus on the long-neglected niche in which she is professionally flourishing. Therapy for people with marginalized sexual identities, such as sex
Unlost
workers
the
or those in
PRNG,
kink
that's
communities
foul.
who often find it difficult to find mental health treatment that doesn't involve a degree of judgment. Then, in the
That's
summer of
foul.
2017, she was at a Hollywood party when she crosses paths with Drew Carey, the famous comedian turned host of The Price is Right. The two click, and they have their first date at Disneyland. What follows is a whirlwind romance. Within months, they are engaged, and Carey chooses Valentine's Day to announce their engagement on his show.
I'd like to introduce you to my brand new lovely fiance, Amy. How you doing, Amy?
But there is a downside to the relationship that
I'm on TV.
causes slow-growing friction. They have different communication styles, Amy tells friends, and in the background is another gnawing concern: Carrie's fame. Amy is concerned that Gareth will be triggered every time there is news of her and Carrie in the press. Anytime there is a celebrity
what do I need?
event,
What do
2
I need?
days later,
Think.
an anonymous
Think,
post would appear
motherfucker.
on a site
Think.
reviewing doctors, criticizing her and her practice. She is worried her career will be ruined. In November of 2018, the couple agree to part ways. It is the first time Amy's friends see her truly devastated by a breakup.
I'm
But
fucking
by early
retarded.
2020, she is bouncing back. On the evening of January 17th, 2020, Amy and her friend Hernando Chavez pull up in a limousine outside of the annual
Damn,
X-Biz
she getting
Awards.
digged down
It
by
is an
Drew
adult
K.
industry gala and awards event, which this year was hosted by porn legend and recent high-profile individual Stormy Daniels. Amy is scheduled to appear as a panelist and a representative of an organization called Pineapple Support, which focuses on helping sex industry workers with their mental health issues. Amy and Hernando wait at a queue for the red carpet. Hernando goes and gets drinks for them while they wait, leaving her to chat with Aspen Jameson, an adult film star. They are still waiting when a familiar voice says, "Fancy running into you." It's Gareth Pursehouse, the man she has come to call her crazy ex. Amy hasn't seen him in 8 years, but tonight he's there on a photography gig after a 5-year hiatus. Shortly after his split with Amy, he went underground, taking a job as a lead architect at Internet Brands. His friend, Alana Evans, is among the first to notice him and greets him with a hug, but remembers he became cagey when asked where he had been for so long. His greeting of Amy is far less friendly. In fact, he is fuming and shaking, according to Aspen Jameson. Suddenly, he's also shouting.
Continued for the 2 to 3 minutes. Would you say his tone was still angry?
Yes.
You said he called her a hypocrite. Did he curse at her at any time during that 2 to 3 minutes?
Yes.
Could you describe any words or recall any curse words that he used at Amy during this time?
Something along the lines of, "You fucking ruined my life."
And could you tell me the volume at which he was speaking?
It was pretty loud and everybody kind of started looking over and she seemed embarrassed, so she tried to calm him down and kind of take the conversation elsewhere so people weren't staring at her.
Aspen calls their friend Hernando, who describes hearing a commotion over the phone and someone yelling, "Get the F back here." He will later describe Gareth's behavior towards Amy as irate, verbally abusive, and distraught.
The first phone call, when she called, I couldn't hear. It was a lot of loud commotion. It was chaotic, so I couldn't understand and I hung up. And then 30 seconds later, I received another phone call from her as well. And all I could hear,
I lost like fucking 200K in loot.
Sound,
Dying.
sort of the loud sounds was, "Get the F over here."
And as you approached them, did you hear anything being said?
Initially seeing them walk away, I first checked in with my friend who called me, and she told me, "This guy is freaking out on your friend." So I then walked over to where the two of them had walked to, and they had
the two of them,
Dr. Amy and Gareth Pursehouse.
As you walked over there, what did you hear?
As I was walking towards them, the only words I heard was, "You ruined my life, you bitch."
On a bench away from the
I
red
think
carpet, Amy
he
listens
thinks
to
she
them
ruined
rant
his
for
life.
45 minutes. Her friends watch as she works hard to de-escalate the situation. Meanwhile, other photographers have noticed that something is up with Gareth. He's worn a red shirt that night, which was odd for a photographer to wear to an event. And he's been annoying the other photographers by darting back and forth along the red carpet rather than sticking to one spot. Which begs the question, did he know that Amy was going to be a panelist that night and accept the job for that reason? Later in the night, he approaches Amy's table and asks to speak to her again. Again, she takes him aside and listens. This time, he becomes hysterical. To Amy's friend, Robert Koshland, it's clear that he is unhinged. At one point, he falls to the ground and lies in the fetal position, wailing.
The defendant, Gareth Pursehouse, approached our table and knelt down next to Amy and spoke in her ear.
Could you hear what he was saying to her?
I could not.
And did anything happen as a result of it?
After they exchanged a quick conversation, she turned to me and said, "We're going to keep talking after the show."
So what happened?
So then the show ended, and she told me where she was going to be, which was the same bench, the same area where they were speaking before the show. And
Heist
that
all
area
boys?
had everyone leaving the ballroom was going to be walking by that area. It was very public, and she felt safe there, and we agreed that's where she would speak.
Afterwards, Amy goes over the details with Hernando. She is deeply rattled. She also confesses something spine-chilling. Gareth, she said, had been quoting texts that she had sent him verbatim from 8 years earlier.
Scared and worried.
Bro, that is creepy. That sent shivers down my spine.
She was going to be followed.
I mean, was stewing on that.
And both her and I both looked in the side mirrors and turned our heads to make sure no one was following us outside of the parking structure.
Hernando himself is a therapist, and together they focus on making a safety plan for how she can protect herself. They talk about the option of a taser or even a gun, then pepper spray and changing the locks on the doors. She doesn't feel that he's done enough for her to go to the police, and the restraining order that she took out expired 2 years earlier. She does have a new roommate, however, and that's a comfort. Amy follows through on their plan. She buys mace and arranges to have a locksmith change the locks.
Getting a security system and cameras.
And do you know if she did that?
Yes, she did.
How do you know that?
Because we talked about it, and I referred an installer, and she bought the system's best on.
Did she buy the Nest camera system?
Correct.
She tells Robert that if anything should happen to her, you know it's Gareth. She writes about how scared she is and contemplates that he is still obsessed with her, even after 8 years. She is worried that he is a threat to her safety, and unfortunately, her instincts are correct. Within weeks, her dreams of creating a safe, deserving, and significant world for women will be cut short in the most horrific way possible. The day after their encounter at the event, Gareth finds Amy's number and begins messaging.
Bro, he looks
and
like Cal
calling her.
Kestis.
Amy messages her friend, Sarah Rollins. Gareth found my number and messaged me. He keeps texting, and he sounds unstable.
Did she express to you how that interaction with her ex-boyfriend at that award show made her feel?
She was scared. I know she was scared.
And how do you know that she was scared?
She had spoken about things that he had previously done to her.
And without going into specifics, Ms. Rollins, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Now, without going into specifics about the past, did she express to you why she was, or how she was scared?
She was scared of what he might do to her, to harm her, or even her clients.
She definitely was concerned because he was really actively harassing her.
She humors him at first, but the intensity of his messages and voicemail pleas to meet escalates rapidly. She blocks his number. A week later, she records an episode of the podcast, Datey Ladies. While off microphone, she tells the hosts that she is afraid of Gareth and is not sure how to protect herself. On January 29th, she posts a book recommendation on Facebook. The book is called Stay Safe and Don't Get Murdered, a title that shows where Amy's head was during the last weeks of her life. A few days later, she calls her parents to say that if she unexpectedly dies, she would like an open casket funeral and an elaborate headstone. 2 days before Valentine's Day, Amy texts Drew Carey asking if he will meet with her to talk. He agrees to meet with her after Valentine's Day and tells her that he loves her. Tragically, the two will never have that chance. Valentine's Day arrives and Gareth Pursehouse sends out a few tweets. He writes, "I can't figure out why gerrymandering isn't a federal crime," and other political statements. According to state prosecutors, at 9 p.m. that night, he makes his move. He arrives at Amy's house wearing gloves and dressed in black. At just after 1:02 a.m., Gareth attacks Amy. Her autopsy reveals defensive wounds on her arms and hands. The examination of Gareth will reveal various wounds on his body, likely caused during the struggle. Amy also has a pattern of broken blood vessels around her eyes and bruises on the neck, both of which are consistent with strangulation. Gareth strangled Amy before throwing her over the bedroom balcony, ending her life. At 10:59 a.m., just hours after murdering Amy, Gareth messages a woman he had met a few weeks earlier on Tinder, writing, "Good morning, sunshine." They spend the day together at Gareth's house. She notices he seems a little sad, a little distant, and that he has mysterious scratches and bruises on his face. He tells her that he had a bicycle accident the day before. Later that day, he posts on Twitter a response to a comedian who had written that he had received 400,000 views on his YouTube special in less than a week. He said, "I've been special since I was 5. No views." Late that afternoon, he and his date get into his car outside of the Playa del Rey home, only to find themselves boxed in by unmarked police cars. Gareth is arrested and detained in front of his date and is formally charged with murder and burglary. Inside the house, police discover a syringe which is identical to the one they discovered at Amy's balcony. At his trial in September of 2023, 41-year-old Gareth pleads not guilty. His charges include the special circumstance allegation of lying in wait, making him eligible for the death penalty. His defense team argues that he had plunged into a deep depression after seeing Amy at the gala and had come to the house only to talk to her. The syringe of nicotine had been brought to end his own life, not hers, but he'd accidentally scared her into running and falling off of the balcony. The jury disagrees. They find Gareth Pursehouse guilty on all charges, including first-degree murder. Gareth will be sentenced on December 6th of this year. There is never closure in situations like this, says Amy's friend Robert Koshland, but at least justice was served today. Friends of Gareth struggle to reconcile the person they knew with the man who stalked, assaulted, and murdered Amy Harwick. For all those who knew and loved Amy, her loss leaves a void that can never be filled.
I would say it was like the sun was ripped from the sky.
There's nothing that you could do that would make any of it okay. This guy deserves a death penalty. That's my opinion on it.
They also ask themselves what they could have done differently and how much the system failed her. If a restraining order did not have an expiry date, she might be alive now. Her friends launched a petition called Justice for Amy to have domestic violence laws updated. They proposed an Amy's Law, which would toughen restraining orders imposed by the courts, introduce a stalker registry, and abolish expiration dates on restraining orders, only lifting the protections when a victim feels safe. At a concert a day after Amy's murder, her friend Tommy Vex from Bad Wolves made an emotional appeal to the audience.
Last night, around 2 o'clock in the morning, I got a phone call from a friend of mine that a girlfriend of mine back in LA, she was murdered. And my friend Amy Nicole, I've known for 14 years. I watched her go to school. I watched her become a doctor. She wrote her first book. She became a photographer. Everything that she touched, everything that she did was exemplary of the kind of person that she was. She cared about people. She helped a lot of people. And this is what she looks like. And I want you to look at this. I want you to hold up. I want you to look at this. This is very important. Amy was murdered by her ex-boyfriend. And we need to really talk about domestic violence. Amy's ex-boyfriend had a restraining order against him. She hadn't seen him in years. She ran into him at a party, and he dressed up in black, found out where she lived, broke into her home, and murdered her on Valentine's Day when she got home from work. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying this for a reason. If you're in a domestic violence relationship, whether you're a man or a woman, get the fuck out. No fake relationship. Abuse is not love. It is not love. And you have to reach inside of yourself and find your own self-worth. Because we only have one chance in this life, and every single person under this roof, every single living being in this world deserves to live a life of freedom and love.
Touched my heart. I love how everyone in the crowd's just fucking down as fuck. They're all just clapping and shit. Yeah. Let's keep popping them on one after another, you know?
Out in the early morning hours of January the 2nd, in the tiny town of Maypearl, Texas, a man had been murdered in his sleep, and his wife of 18 years would stand trial for it. Did she kill her husband, or had a shoddy investigation doomed her to accusations and time behind bars for a crime that she didn't commit? Join us as we look into the unsettling case of Sandra Garner. Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the friends and family of John Garner. This killing left a mark on the small North Texas community, and the unanswered questions will bother those who knew the man for years to come. Hi folks, let's take a moment to talk about today's sponsor, HelloFresh. As we're moving from summer into fall, things get busy, and it's hard to find the time and energy to put together a good,
and then immediately after this,
and
he was
delicious
brutally slayed.
If you've got 15 minutes to cook, and even the most basic of pots and pans,
Hit in the head 20 times with an axe.
Into the highlight of the day.
Don't forget to get some shrimp from HelloFresh.
All the herbs and sauces and everything else that you need to follow the section. Crispy Frozen, 5 miles north of Dallas. Click on the link below. Maypearl, Texas is about 40 miles north of Dallas. It's a quiet little town of just under 1,000 residents in Ellis County. Located in the north central plains of the state, it's nestled in some of the flattest prairie land to be found. It's known for its hot and humid summers and mild winters. John and Sandra Garner had moved to the town of Maypearl just 2 years before. John was a general manager with DHL Motors and was originally from Paris, Texas. He and Sandra had met 20 years before through work and struck up a romance, even though she was 13 years his junior. Sandra had been married twice before and had 2 children, Wes and Andrea Miller. After 2 years of dating, the couple married on New Year's Day. Wes would take immediately to his new stepfather, while Andrea didn't immediately warm to the man. John could be blunt and sometimes abrasive. He had a reputation as a tough boss at work, quick to terminate the employment of anyone who wasn't up to the tasks of the job. He undoubtedly loved Sandra, and when she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2014, he stood by her. As Sandra became unable to work, John became the family's
the way it's gotta be. If you don't qualify, get the fuck out of the kitchen, son.
She became less and less able to handle the tasks of life. He gained Andrea's admiration during this time as she came to see how devoted he was to her mother. It might not have been a traditional family, but it certainly seemed to be a strong one. John's father and stepmother would eventually purchase a home right across the street from the couple, cementing the close relationship the whole extended family would enjoy. And then, just the night after celebrating their 18th wedding anniversary, it would all come crashing down in gunshots, death, accusations, and betrayals. On this night, in the early hours of January 2nd, 2018, it was abnormally chilly for the tiny Texas town, with temperatures in the mid-20s. A Tuesday night, with work schedules that most people had, you can imagine that most of the residents were settled into bed, covered by their blankets, and sleeping warmly. Then a call came in to the local 911 center.
911, what is your emergency? I need somebody to come. I need a police. I need an ambulance. My husband's been shot. Okay, what happened there? There was a man here. I just shot him. He told me not to call the police. And do you know where the male subject went? No, I was in the bathroom, and he told me to sit down and count to 100 and not to call the police until I got to 100. He said if I called him before he reached 100, he'd come back and kill me. Please hurry. I think he's still alive. He's making noises. Please. What can I do for him?
You want to try to do CPR?
Yes. Yes.
I need to lay him flat on his back on the ground. Any pillows?
On the ground? You want me to get him off the bed?
Yes, ma'am, if possible. We need to try to do some compression.
Okay. He's on the floor.
1, 2, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It would take 15 minutes for officers to arrive to the scene of the crime. Maypearl Police Chief at the time, Brad Norton, was among the first to make it to the home on Cedar Creek Circle. Inside the home, Sandra Garner had dragged the body of her husband onto the floor of the bedroom and was attempting CPR as instructed by the 911 operator.
Oh, ladies.
And we see a body on the floor.
His name is John.
John what?
Garner.
Officers from the local police department and the Ellis County Sheriff's Office make their way to the home, where they encounter Sandra as she pleads for assistance. They quickly check and declare that 42-year-old John Garner had died from the wounds he had received.
No, ma'am.
Come on, sweetie. Come on.
Y'all gotta get him. Y'all gotta get him. Please.
It dawns on the officers that they have not properly secured the house or checked to make sure that the gunman was not still on the premises. They then move from room to room, finding no one else in the home except for Sandra and the family dogs.
Did you find him?
No, ma'am. Nobody's here.
Police still didn't have the murder weapon.
That guy right there, he's just like, I call bullshit.
Several times.
I don't think she did it. I
found a
don't
rusty
know, she
gun.
seemed pretty genuine.
As first responders and other medical personnel enter the home, Chief Norton brought Sandra to the front room of the house and began questioning her about what had happened.
We'll see though.
Able to see him?
He was white.
It was a white male?
He had blue jeans on with blue hoodie
Excuse me.
and a mask. And I looked at his face once, and I was afraid if I looked again, he was going to kill me.
Chief Boyd would then also begin taking photographs using his cell phone of the crime scene, Sandra and her clothing, and then all around the house and property.
Could I get your stand right there? I have to pull my phone out. Get a real close up here if you don't mind.
Sandra would then be taken down to the Ellis County Sheriff's Office for further questioning. There, her hands would be swabbed for gunshot residue and her clothes would be taken as well after she had been photographed in them in better lighting than what had been at the home. Testing would show no traces of gunpowder residue on her hands and only 3 tiny pieces of residue on the left sleeve of her shirt, the sleeve that would have been closest to her husband in bed at the time of the shooting. She would then be questioned by Chief Norton, looking for any kinds of leads that would help them find who had murdered John Garner.
Did you wake up any before the incident happened?
I'll wait till the end to make my case. I want to hear all the evidence on this one. This one's compelling.
Heard 2 gunshots. And then somehow I ended up in the floor beside the bed. I started screaming, you know, hoping somebody would hear me. He said, shut up. I said, please don't kill me. So I worked my ass off. And then
Rajat, what's up, my man?
Says I lost my house. I lost my wife. I lost my kid.
Sandra said that she took the shooter to the closet of their bedroom where they kept personal records and cash inside a fireproof lockbox. Before opening the closet door, which turned on an automated light within, Sandra had not been able to get a good look at the man in the darkness of their bedroom. Before that moment, she had only been able to tell that he held a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other.
He had a mask on. All I could see was eyes.
She would hand him all of the cash that was in the lockbox. She told Chief Norton that she couldn't be exactly sure on how much money was in there at the moment, but she had counted it a few days earlier and there was $18,000 at that time. The killer, she said, took the money and then told her to count to 100 before she called the police. He said that if he heard sirens or saw police before the count of 100 was reached, he would come back into the house and kill her. Sandra said that she counted as quickly as she could, then called the police. Where did the masked man go, though? In the minute or two it would have taken for Sandra to count to 100, how far could the man have made it? The Garner's home is located in a circular loop off the main road. The houses, while fairly well spaced between each other, were still close enough together to keep an eye on each other. Curiously, there were no reports of any strange vehicles in the area, and no one reported the sound of a car leaving in a hurry. Could the assailant have left on
much
foot?
went to a Rangers game and you got whooped. That's always the worst when you pay to go to a home game.
Including a large
your home
field
team, you
and
just
a
get the ass
sizable
kicked.
pond. Anyone trying to escape in that direction would have to have some knowledge of the area to get out without getting lost or being spotted on someone else's property. If the assailant was who they said they were, they'd have to be someone fired by John since he had begun working at DHL, and all of those people would eventually be ruled out by investigators. Could it have been someone from his days at WePack or the Campbell Soup Company? It's very unlikely that anyone from Paris, Texas, some 2 hours and 20 minutes away, would have the kind of knowledge of the area around the Garner's home. Still, the idea that an assailant could just drive away from the scene couldn't be ruled out simply because of the 15 minutes or more that it took for police to arrive on the scene.
That's what I'm saying.
Investigators would later admit that while Sandra never strayed from or changed her story at all from that night, there were some details that made it shaky. It was just one of many things that couldn't be nailed down about this case. While Sandra was being questioned, police and forensic personnel combed the house and the area for any kinds of clues. Additional photographs were taken by the forensics team, which would prove to be vital in the investigation, not necessarily because of what they revealed, but because all of the photographs that had been taken earlier on Police Chief Norton's cell phone would disappear before they could be transferred and saved for prosecutors.
What?
The loss of those photos would add more shakiness to whatever case that they would eventually build. Forensics also had a difficult time because of the amount of people that had been
work
in
to you. Hey,
and
no
out of the
worries, bro. I
house
appreciate you
immediately
for stopping by
following
as
the murder.
always,
Police made no attempt to
God
seal
bless,
off the
man.
home
God
once
bless.
they had determined that John was dead. So first responders and ambulance personnel had walked through the crime scene, potentially contaminating it or accidentally destroying important evidence. After Sandra had been questioned and checked for gunshot residue, she was taken back to the home, to the scene of the crime, at her request. Once arriving there, she was met by friends and neighbors and had the terrible task of telling them what had happened. John's parents and siblings had been among the group on hand and had to learn of their son's murder there. As people comforted Sandra, one individual member of the family had left and had contacted law enforcement on his own, her son, Wes Miller. Wes would tell Lieutenant Shane Thompson of the Ellis County Sheriff's Department that he had suspicions that things were not as they seemed. He would say that the suspect they needed to look more closely at was his own mother.
So you were with John last night? So I said, that if she did something, I don't understand why. What's your thoughts? I guess mom, man.
He would then continue suggesting that Sandra could have been the real killer.
Dog. Big dog.
The dogs. Why did they go? How the
KBD head.
And for somebody to sneak up on them like that?
He then told Chief Norton
Let's
that
go,
Sandra
baby.
had her own gun and that she kept it under the seat of her car.
She could do it wrong. She kept it in her purse, but I didn't see it.
Another KBD.
She kept it.
Except that when police had looked in the car on the night of the shooting, they didn't find anything under the seat. Elsewhere in the house, they found quite an arsenal, one that consisted of 49 pistols and 12 rifles and shotguns. John and Sandra owned numerous firearms, all legally, and they were either secured in gun cabinets or put in places out of sight that could be reached quickly if needed. One pistol from their collection, Sandra's own pistol, a Taurus 856 revolver in .38 special caliber, was missing and was not on the inventory the police took of the firearms that night. Investigators went back and searched in the detached garage, checking the Mustang, but found no weapons. Investigators made what would be a huge mistake, though, in not first checking the door handles of the car for fingerprints to determine who may or may not have accessed the car and whatever might have been in it. Wes would then let the chief know that he had been at the Garners' home that evening but had left early on.
I went back home, grabbed a six-pack of beer and watched Netflix.
Wes would also speak with Lieutenant Shane Thompson of the Ellis County Sheriff's Office, telling him of his suspicions again the next day.
What I say to you, are you going to play it back to my mom? Somebody has said that your mom had a 38 revolver. She does have a revolver, but I thought it was in her Mustang, and she says she never put it in her
What's his sauce? I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, why is he integrating himself into the investigation
and
so
search
much?
the garage. This time, the garage and the car.
Like, he's
were
putting
locked.
himself in the
Sandra
investigation
was
a
across
lot.
the street
It's
with
pretty
the Garner family
interesting
when an
to me.
officer came to the door and asked for the keys. Witnesses said that she was very angry that they were asking for the keys and that she initially refused. She did provide the keys, however, later explaining she was just fed up and stressed from the murder and the investigation. Inside the garage, the Mustang offered up a damning piece of evidence.
The gun?
The case had taken a massive turn, and now there seemed to be no doubt that Sandra Garner was the #1 suspect in the murder of her husband. She was brought back in for questioning. This time, the investigators were assisted by a member of the Texas Rangers. Sandra stuck to her original story.
The Texas Rangers?
Need you to be honest.
I'm trying, I swear I'm trying to be honest with you. You don't think I'm being honest?
Did something happen? What happened?
I did not kill my husband.
We want you to tell us.
Still think she's innocent?
To tell you what? You want me to say that I did it when I didn't?
We want you to tell us the truth, that's it.
I told you the truth.
You're not telling us the truth. When did you put that gun in your car?
There's not a gun in my car. Are you serious? I didn't put a gun in my car, y'all. I swear. Where was there a gun in my car? No, you're trying to get me to admit something I didn't do. Yes. Yes. And I'm done talking to you.
The pistol, which had been found wrapped in a damp towel, would turn out to have no fingerprints or traces of DNA on it. Forensic ballistic experts would determine, however, that the rounds test fired from it matched those found in John Garner's body. Despite the miraculous and yet unexplained reappearance of the gun in the car, there was no doubt that the murder weapon had been found. Sandra Garner was arrested and charged with first-degree murder in the death of her husband, John Garner. Bail would be set at $2 million, an amount Sandra would be unable to put up to secure
I
her
think she's
freedom
honestly
as
guilty.
she awaited trial. She would not be allowed out to attend her husband's funeral on January the 13th. She would spend 21 months in jail before coming to trial in room 308 of the Ellis County Courthouse in Waxahachie, Texas. The nearly 2
It's
years
either
of
her or
jail
Wes.
had
They could
visibly
both be
worn
in
down
on it.
Sandra as she awaited her day in court, still suffering from multiple sclerosis and the toll it would take on her in the Spartan living conditions of a jail cell. Represented by attorney Tom Pappas, Sandra would be in the line of fire for prosecutors Linda Beatty and Ricky Sipes. The smoking gun for the sake of their case would turn out to be the rusting revolver found under the seat of Sandra's Mustang.
The murder weapon was Sandra Garner's gun.
Damn it! I forgot the gun. I wore my trusty mask so no one would know who I was. But I'm gonna have a 10-minute conversation with Sandra about who I am and why I'm doing this.
They also leaned heavily into what they found on an iPad found in the Garner's bedroom. In the modern world, investigators often find that people's electronic devices often provide powerful leads and evidence. And this time, this particular iPad would tell part of the tale. On the iPad, there was a search just 4 days prior to the murder for ways to kill someone in their sleep, and even had a link that had been followed to a story about how to kill someone and not get caught. One thing that the prosecution team did not have was a motive. Why would Sandra kill her husband after celebrating 18 years of marriage with him? What did she gain from his death? In truth, she would lose the person who took care of her during her illness and provided the only income for the house. While the two were doing well for themselves, they weren't independently wealthy, and without his income, even with his life insurance, times would have been terribly difficult for Sandra without him around. It just didn't make sense to the defense attorney, Pappas, and he made sure that the jury would see that as well.
Make no mistake, she didn't shoot John.
He would lay out a case that not only was Sandra in no way the murderer because of the poor work of the Maypearl Police Department, they had missed the ample opportunities to both clear her and find evidence of who had actually done the crime.
Sandra was lying right next to John when he was shot. She pulled the body off the bed and she did chest compressions.
If she had fired the gun that killed her husband, where was the residue from the gunshot? Why didn't they find any on her hands and only the tiniest amounts on her clothing? Had Police Chief Norton removed her from the scene and bagged her hands, it could have been proven that she had not wiped away any of the residue. While the practice is used to generally prove someone was the wielder of the gun, this time it could have made certain that she wasn't, clearing her name. Then Pappas brought into question how many people were in the house, moving around the crime scene before the forensics team arrived. So many potential clues could have been lost in the rush to render aid at the scene that would have put the case in jeopardy. Lost photos taken by Chief Norton also played into Pappas portraying the investigation as incomplete, inept, and at times incompetent.
The investigation was messed up. The police searched that house, and they screwed a lot of stuff up.
The prosecution team still felt they had a case.
Law enforcement poured their heart and their soul into this investigation. It may not have been perfect.
The defense, however, felt that they had neglected someone who could certainly be considered a suspect in the case, Wes Miller, Sandra's son, who had quickly come to them to tell them that he thought she had done the crime. Wes, it turns out, had been at the house earlier in the week. In particular, he had been there on the night that the web searches about murder had been made on the iPad. And in the Garner home, neither their iPad nor their phones were password protected. In addition,
it was him, I guarantee you.
That while
100%,
Wes had pointed
Danny.
them to where the gun had been found, police had not secured the car beforehand or taken fingerprints from the door handles on
100%.
either the night of the incident or right before they opened it and found the gun. By not doing so, they had missed any opportunity to find fingerprints that might have cleared his client and led them to someone else, someone who could have taken the gun, used it, and then concealed it inside the Mustang.
Wes should have been a suspect. His conduct, when you really look at it objectively and look at Sandra objectively, is more suspicious than hers.
They didn't look at Wes. They didn't understand that he didn't have an alibi.
And that's an example of where they just gloss over stuff.
The prosecution would say they did not feel that Wes was a suspect for a number of reasons.
If it was Wes Miller, she would know her own son. There's no way she doesn't know if it's him.
Both prosecutors Beatty and Sipes would also contend that Wes was neither smart enough to come up with such a plan, and that he also didn't have the intestinal fortitude to kill John or anyone else, for that matter. It wasn't a ringing endorsement for the man, but it also didn't acknowledge that if he wasn't smart enough to commit the crime, how could he have been smart enough to figure out that Sandra had done it? In the end, some 27 witnesses were brought before the jury and over 400 pieces of evidence were displayed before the trial was put to the question. It took the jury only 3 hours to come to a conclusion and render their decision.
If the defendant, please stand. We, the jury, find the defendant, Sandra Louise Garner, not guilty.
Sandra Garner, after losing her husband and spending 21 long months in jail, would be allowed to go free. She would be met by family and well-wishers as she left the Ellis County Jail. She would return to her home where nearly 2 years before her husband had been brutally murdered. John Garner's
I would
father
be
and
moving the
stepmother
fuck up
would
out of
move
that
away.
house.
Not long after that, they've had no contact with Sandra Garner, but have maintained a relationship with Wes. Sandra has not. Somewhere out there, the killer of John Garner remains free, whoever that may be. If you found this case compelling, don't forget to like the video.
I bet you
Comments
it's the
down
sun,
below your take on it,
100%.
And please subscribe to the channel. Also hit the notification bell in order to stay up to date each time we reveal a new shocking case. Until next time, stay safe and keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's lurking in the shadows.
Dun, dun, dun.
Simonette had it all figured out. She had her dream job, she was doing what she loved, and she volunteered at the local church, among taking part in other activities that were aimed towards helping people. A school teacher with a constant smile on her face and a loving husband. Apparently, she had but a mixture of escorts, money, and lies made her apparently perfect life crumble to pieces. Welcome to Fear Files, where we discuss and dissect the most mysterious, terrifying, and mind-bending cases from all over the world. Before we start, we would like to say that our thoughts and prayers go towards the family that fell victim to the deranged actions of this one particular man.
Watch this. Remember.
"12-year-old Tia Sharp, who went missing in New Addington around midday on Friday."
It goes without saying this is an absolutely terrible time for Tia's family, who are all desperate for her to be found safe and well. I cannot imagine how it must feel for this family after more than 5 days. There are over 80 officers working on this case, 40 of them detectives, 40 of them specialist search officers. We are doing everything we can, everything we possibly can to find her.
Our appeals for anyone who may have seen her or who has information about her to come forward.
The cold-blooded murder of a child is always particularly disturbing, but this notorious case from the UK has a horror all its own. The disappearance of 12-year-old Tia Sharp from her grandparents' South London home was suspicious from the start. The entire country rallied together in the search for the missing schoolgirl, but it wouldn't be until the odor of a decomposing body had permeated the entire crime scene that police would finally lock on. Tia's body was just several feet away, where it had been the entire time, just like her killer. Welcome to Fear Files, where we discuss and dissect the most mysterious, terrifying, and mind-bending cases from all over the world. Before we start, we would like to send our thoughts and prayers to the loved ones of Tia Sharp, who fell victim to the abominable act of this deranged man.
Thank you.
Before we dive in, we'd like to take a moment to thank our
What a
sponsor,
fucking
Best Fiends, who made today's Fear Files video possible. Here at Fear Files,
what is this guy doing, bro?
the depths of the most match 3 ends, but without new.
Alright, I'm going to take that code. Let's do it.
In the 1930s,
Sorry, I had to deal with
London
that
town
fucking
planners
monster
had a
trying to
vision
take
for
my
New
kills.
Addington as the next great garden city,
Where's my
offering
bomb?
residents the best of city
Wait,
and
is my
rural
bomb?
living.
Pause,
That
hold
vision
up.
didn't quite come off. By 2012, New Addington was better known as the next great hotspot for gang violence, drugs, and unemployment. But for all its problems, the one thing New Addington always had is a strong sense of community. And that sense of community was sorely needed in August of 2012, when the unthinkable happened. New Addington had a special significance for 12-year-old Tia Sharp, a funny, cheeky, confident girl who had just finished her first year of secondary school. Tia Tia had been born in New Addington, in the very home where her grandmother, 47-year-old Christine Bicknell, still lived. Her mom, Natalie, had been just 18
Like he got me
when Tia
rattled,
was born.
bro.
She'd split from Tia's dad some months earlier, but Natalie couldn't have been happier to have baby Tia to dote on. And with the support
Okay,
of her mother,
rattled me
Christine,
trying to take my
Tia
shit like
was
that.
set to grow up in a tight-knit family, where the three women would come to think of each other more as best friends than relatives. By the time she was 12, Tia had a loving stepfather in David Niles and two half-brothers, 3-year-old Jack and 1-year-old Harry. Life hadn't always been smooth sailing for Tia, but nobody's is. Contact with her dad, Stephen Carter, had been sporadic. There had been some issues with social services about her poor school attendance as well as her parents' cannabis use, but Tia had always gotten good grades. By the time she reached secondary school, Tia was a confident, sparking, happy-go-lucky girl. In fact, while she was just 4 feet 5 inches tall, Tia was a firecracker, her mom said, the loudest person in the room who befriended everyone and always spoke her mind. She would front up to bullies to defend her friends. She also loved performing and would sing into her BlackBerry, often while watching her favorite show, The X Factor. Her grandmother's house in New Addington was like a second home. With the two small brothers, her own house could be quite crowded and noisy. With only 2 bedrooms, she slept on the couch. At her grandmother's, she had a room to herself. She also idolized the man that she called Granddad, 37-year-old Stuart Hazel. In August 2012, Tia was midway through her summer vacation and was keen for a spell at her grandparents'. Tia asked her grandmother if she could stay a few nights. Christine agreed, but she would need to check with Stuart. She was doing a night shift at a care home that night. Later that day, a message pinged on Natalie's phone. Stuart was more than happy to take Tia. Stuart was one of Tia's favorite people on the planet. Over the years, he'd babysat her even more than her grandmother, and was like a big kid himself. He also was a soft touch and would let her stay up late, gaming and watching movies. Everyone knew Stuart Hazel had his run-ins with the law, including 3 stints in jail. But throughout the many years the Sharps had known him, he had been nothing but good to Christine. 10 years her junior, he had once dated her daughter Natalie, but that had been a long time before they'd gotten together. He still drank too much and had a daily marijuana habit, but so long as he stayed away from vodka, they hardly had a rocky moment. He also didn't have much interest in sex, Christine said. But other than that, Stuart was everything she needed. The couple had had one big setback, though, in 2010, when Stuart had been jailed for 12 months. He had been thrown out of a nearby pub after becoming aggressive. A few minutes later, the landlord had spied him heading back towards the pub, this time brandishing a machete. He locked the door and called the police. Christine stood by him. What went on outside her home was not her concern. On August 2nd, Stuart Hazel met Tia at the railway station in Croydon. CCTV footage captures them on the tram and then shopping in New Addington. There, they bought pizza, oven chips, iced lollies, and Tia's favorite, sausage rolls. Tia appeared relaxed and happy. That night, Christine rang Stuart to check on how things were going. She heard Tia's belly laugh in the background. At 10:12 p.m., Stuart messaged Christine saying, "Tia's going to bed after Family Guy, baby, and then I'm going to pass out." He sent another message at 11:33 which said, "Night-night, baby, call you tomorrow, XXX." The last message sent from Tia's BlackBerry was to a friend at 12:42 a.m. When Christine returned home from her night shift the following morning, she found Stuart alone on the couch watching TV. Hazel told her that Tia had left to go shopping in Croydon. She wanted new flip-flops and had promised to be back by 6 p.m. 6 p.m. came and went. Christine started to panic. Tia had left her phone on charge and hadn't even taken her travel card. Natalie hadn't seen her either. She and Hazel took the car and drove the streets looking for her. No one had seen or heard from her all day. At 10 p.m., they reported Tia missing to the police. Stewart told officers that he got up that morning, drank coffee, and tidied up the house, fed the dogs, and smoked cigarettes. Tia had got up late and came downstairs, he said, and he made her some breakfast. She mentioned going to Croydon and meeting a friend, he didn't know who, and then she walked out the door. One look at Stuart Hazel would rouse anyone's suspicions, though. He was only 37, but he looked like someone you would see in a poster warning kids away from drug abuse. And with his mile-long
He looks like my buddy.
convictions, he was the
I'm not
last
even
human
trolling.
being most people would entrust with their children, let alone open their doors to. A search was conducted of the new Addington house, which produced nothing. But then Stewart's fuzzy account of Tia walking out the door with no phone was suddenly corroborated by a neighbor. Paul Meehan claimed to have seen Tia leave the house that day at exactly the time Stewart had specified, around 12:10 p.m. Police now focused their attention on the realistic possibility that Tia had actually walked to the tram stop and had gone to Croydon. One of the most publicized search campaigns in British history was launched on August the 4th. The news of the missing 12-year-old from New Addington was headline news. The Sun offered a reward of £25,000 for any information that might help find Tia. Within hours, T-shirts had been printed with Tia's face on it, and the entire New Addington community were handing out flyers and combing the streets and nearby woodland. Tia's father, Stephen Carter, came down from Northampton. Stuart Hazel was one of those leading the search. Natalie's brother had become the unofficial spokesperson for the Sharps and led media interviews and press conferences. Everyone was adamant that Tia had not run away, nor would she have willingly gone off with a stranger. Her grandmother Christine had lectured her repeatedly on stranger danger. Another search of Christine's house was conducted, this time with a sniffer dog. Nothing of interest was found. 800 hours of CCTV footage was trawled through with no sign of Tia at the tram stop, on the tram, or anywhere else. It was like she'd walked out the door and fallen into a hole, Natalie said. 55 sightings of Tia on the day of her
Awfully weird thing
disappearance
to
were
say.
also exhaustively investigated, but all led nowhere. On Monday, August the 6th, the family made an emotional plea for information on Tia's disappearance. Meanwhile, Hazel's dad had contradicted Stewart's account. Stewart had told him that he had walked Tia to the tram stop. It was just one of many inconsistencies in what was becoming an evolving story. Reporters had descended upon the Addington house from the first day the news broke, and in particular, the spotlight was on Stuart Hazel. He was known to be the last person to see Tia alive. With the house surrounded
No,
by
he wasn't,
media
'cause the
and
neighbor
the
seen
police
him leave.
repeatedly turning up on the
He'd seen him
doorstep,
leave.
Stewart was feeling heat from all sides. Everyone
So,
seemed to think
technically
that
that
he
neighbor would
knew
be
more than he was letting on.
insane.
Soon, he couldn't leave the house without being ambushed. The police searched the house for the third time with dogs, again to no avail. 6 days had passed, and with each new day, hope was turning into a hellish and empty kind of despair. On August 9th, Stuart Hazel had enough of the speculation. He requested an interview with ITV and within hours was sitting in the lounge room of his Addington home with a former detective and an ITV journalist ready to defend his reputation to the nation. The interview was not well received. The consensus was that Stuart was shifty and skittish and acted like a truly guilty man. Body language experts weighed in with their analysis. Stuart's earlobes had turned red when he was probed about Tia, a sign of an increase in blood pressure, itself a symptom of stress or fear. He had blinked excessively, also a sign of anxiety. And while he'd been clear on his own movements, he was fuzzy on everything Tia had done or said that morning. The Sharp family rallied around Stuart. Christine assured Stuart that she had his back. She'd been leaning on Hazel for support from the moment Tia had disappeared. Night after night, he'd held her and comforted her in the bed that they shared. Those moments would soon haunt her like a nightmare she'd never wake up from. Christine didn't know it yet, but she was sleeping several feet below the decomposing body of her beloved granddaughter, and the child's killer was lying right beside her. Stuart Hazel was a deeply sick and warped individual. Christine had thought she knew everything
And
about
he just put it right
Stewart.
underneath her?
In reality,
Jeez.
she knew very little.
What
His
the
inner
fuck?
world was straight from hell
That's
itself,
crazy,
a world
bro.
fueled by
I
obsessive
mean, like, there's only so
fantasies
many
about
places
the
you can put a
violent
body, I
and
guess.
sexual
Like,
abuse
I
of
don't know.
children. Stewart himself had been born into dysfunction. His mother was a prostitute,
What the fuck?
his father a career criminal. He had been put into care at a young age.
That's
Later,
crazy.
his mother and sister would describe him as creepy, untrustworthy, and someone who would steal anything that wasn't nailed down. His mother seemed unable to connect the dots between the child's environment
UK sniffer
and their
dogs
behavior.
suck dick.
By the age of 12, Stewart was on the fast track towards addiction and delinquency. He joined a South London gang of crack
How do you let your
cocaine
daughter
dealers
hang out
and
with a
began
fucking guy like
accumulating
this,
a
though?
long list of
Especially a 12-year-old
convictions,
daughter.
including grievous bodily harm,
Whoever's
assault,
in control of that
theft,
kid,
and burglary.
they should be
He
going
was
to jail,
also
too.
volatile and prone to self-harming and depression. People described him as a fantasist and a pathological liar. He told one boss that his dad had died in order to get extra time off.
But
His
child
performance,
neglect.
breaking
No
down
way
in
any
floods
kid
of
should be hanging out with
tears,
this
was
fucking guy.
chillingly convincing.
That's
But the most depraved side of Stewart hadn't even shown itself yet. It's likely Stewart had a sexual interest in children long before 2005, but it was around this time that he began to actively indulge his interest in child abuse pornography. It would fast become an addiction that would dominate most of his spare time. In 2010, the focus of his sick fantasies shifted to his step-granddaughter, Tia, then 10 years old. He tailored his searches using keywords like dark-haired girl with glasses and incest. With Tia, a regular overnight guest at his house, Stewart then made the step from fantasist to voyeur. He had tampered with a light fitting in Tia's bedroom to create a spy hole.
Yeah, I
and
can't listen to that shit. I'm sorry. I can't listen to that shit. It's fucking disgusting. I wish I could watch baseball highlights.
And it's because Light has the biggest ego out of potentially anyone of all time. Chapter 1. Boredom. Beginning in the Shinigami realm, the death god known as Ryuk looks out at this barren wasteland that is his home. A desolate land with rotting bones, black dust, and quite a few cave formations. Not only is he bored of this place, he also sees it as rotten, as close to purgatory as you can get. For each human name written in the Death Note adds their remaining lifespan onto that specific Shinigami, in theory, making them immortal. While Death Notes are seen as weapons of mass murder for humans, for Shinigami, it is how they survive. Not all human deaths are caused by Shinigami. Eventually all humans will die regardless of interference. But what can be seen through the first glimpse into the Shinigami realm is that time moves slowly, and these Shinigami have become complacent with who they are, and are not at all concerned with writing down any names to add years onto their own life. This has gotten to the stage where if a Shinigami sees another Shinigami working hard and writing down names, they get bullied for it. Why are they working so hard? All of them probably have hundreds of years remaining, so none of them can even be bothered. What's the point?
Bro,
What
I
this
want the
leaves you
colored
with
anime.
is a bunch
What
of
the
death
fuck?
gods
That shit
sitting
looks
around in a
amazing.
wasteland, gambling, void of any purpose or meaning to their own existence, and most of them are self-aware of this. In saying this though, it is possible for a Shinigami to die. If they break the laws applied to them, there are up to 9 levels of punishment that they would have to endure. 9 being the least severe, and 1 being the most severe. Anything above punishment level 3 is enough to end the life of a Shinigami. This would include purposely saving a human life, or taking a life outside of using the pre-assigned death note. Although it seems Shinigami are apathetic towards life, most of them do ironically fear death itself, leaving them in a constant state of existence, which in their world leads to a lot of boredom. The Shinigami realm is directly linked to the human world. They are able to oversee humanity and observe any specific human they want, and from what is shown, they are the most powerful beings in the world of Death Note, and this is not even to mention the Shinigami King, who is stated to be incomprehensible in every way. We will get to him at some point much later, but for now, the only Shinigami that matters is Ryuk. Acquiring a second notebook, Ryuk is bored of the Shinigami realm and does something that none of them have thought of doing ever, dropping the Death Note down into the human world, waiting to then follow the life of whoever has the misfortune of finding it. Introducing Light Yagami, a straight A model student who, just like
Bro, I
Ryuk,
want this
is
anime
also
that's colored in like that, dude. That's fire.
extremely bored. The Death Note lands outside the window of a Japanese high school, and because Light is so bored, he is the only one who's looking out the window. Being the only one apparently seeing this notebook fall from the sky, this piques his curiosity, and uncontested, he is the one to pick it up, unknowingly transferring ownership of the Death Note, also known as Ultimate Power, to him. The rules that apply to the Death Note have been written in English, as this is the most common language spoken in the human world. Light acknowledges and states this as being a pain, however this small detail never actually causes him any trouble. Both Ryuk and Light see their worlds as rotten. This is shown on page 1 and is a well-placed dichotomy between the two. Here you have a god in Ryuk who comes down to the human world because of his boredom, and then Light who tries to raise himself into the realm of the gods by his actions throughout the story. The way Light would eventually go on to use the Death Note, he would have turned his own world into dust, just like how the Shinigami realm is portrayed. This, along with him being the MC, is a lot of the reason as to why he is the most iconic and talented person to ever wield the Death Note. Light at first believes the Death Note to be a joke, a prank from someone at his school, and in no way believes that a book has the capacity to actually kill people. Of course it doesn't, it's a book. But he is curious because he was bored. As much as he tries to ignore this obvious prank, there is something inside him that keeps looking over at it and wants it to be real. That something inside of him is the potential to escape from boredom. This story is based on the real world, being set in Japan and having numerous amounts of references to the real world itself, and as such, the characters are also based on how real people would react and think. There are no planet-bending fights in Death Note. The only form of power that can be measured is intelligence, and even then, it's still ambiguous. As he sits in his room, Light cannot stop looking over at this notebook.
That shit colored in looks so
been laid
good.
out with a strict set of rules showing exactly how to use it, making it seem a bit too over the top to be a meaningless prank. This, mixed in with the combination of pure boredom, is what initiates Light to use the Death Note first. Whatever the reason, whether it be too morbid, or too good to be true, or simply uninteresting, an ordinary person wouldn't have even taken this book home and given it a second glance, and the fact that Light Yagami does differentiates him immediately. Although he still doesn't believe it will work, Light takes on major precautions to ensure on the 0.1% chance it did, it could not be tracked back to him, and in his mind, someone that it was technically okay to kill. This leads to the first victim of Death Note. A 42-year-old man who has barricaded himself inside a kindergarten, using the children as hostages for the crime. The news displays a name and face nice and conveniently for Light to capitalize on, and for the first name in the Death Note, he writes down Kuro Otoharada. There must have been a delay in the news broadcast because Light waited the full 40 seconds, and you can almost sense a tone of disappointment when nothing happened after 40 seconds passes. Light Yagami was testing the Death Note in hopes it would work. The Shinjuku killer does eventually die, with the report being of a heart attack. This is shown to Light, and he is surprised, however not convinced. If anything, it's unlikely, but this could have been a coincidence, and so he does not blame himself for the death of this first victim until he can fully confirm the validity of the Death Note to be 100%. Later that day, Light would attend school, in which is a first real look into how he views the people around him.
1 in 1,000, I think. I don't know. Go to old school RuneScape wiki, look up King Black Dragon
into
Pet.
the mentality of this character.
I'll
Meaning
do
that
it right
eventually,
now.
if he would make it so far, Light internally would have the potential to kill anyone
Yeah.
who he personally did not like. There is a moment at school where he sees 2 kids bullying another kid, and unlike the pilot, Light straight away recognizes how bad it would look to start killing off people from his school, or anyone that he had affiliation with, in case he got caught.
1 in 3,
However, the
K.
fact that this is even a thought in his mind, that he would even consider the idea of
1 in
killing kids,
3,000.
is an extremely
That's
subtle
even
but
more
deep look
heartbreaking.
into how much he really wanted the Death Note to be real. The captivation he would get from it triumphs over any moral code he currently has, and with all the possibilities, if the Death Note does work, Light would get rid of the only problem in his life: boredom. His second victim is a man by the name of Takuo Shibuimaru, who Light randomly comes across on his way to a convenience store. This is a man who represents the peak atrocity of what Light saw on that day. Not exactly a criminal, but Light was looking to validate the Death Note as soon as possible. He had to see it work in person. Compared to those kids at high school, this was an obvious target. Takuo Shibuimaru had blurted out his name in somewhat of a contrived manner, allowing Light to write his name down 6 times,
Bro, this guy's
ensuring
analysis
he got
of the
every
game,
way of spelling it
anime
correct.
is amazing.
And this time, instead of a heart
Yes,
attack,
it's a
Light would have this
anime
man die
and
in a
manga
specific way
he's
to
doing.
further test out the power of the Death Note.
What?
And as events would play out right in front of him, Light Yagami would begin to
Crazy
realize the power he
analysis.
held in his hands. Really shaken up by the blatant murders at first, this is a critical moment when you look at the character of Light. When he first acknowledges that he had killed 2 people, he feels sick, and his first instinct is to get rid of the Death Note, which he calls an evil thing. This is how Light would react without power. At first, he doesn't realize how much power he actually holds, and so his first instinct is to get rid of it. But he holds such a high opinion of himself and looks back on the types of people that were killed. Criminals. Instead of throwing away the Death Note like his first instinct told him to, his ego begins justifying it to himself that what he did was actually the morally right thing. For him, it becomes, getting rid of the Death Note would be the easy thing. That's what most people
Bro, this
do.
makes me want to fucking
I'm not like most people.
read the
I am
manga
special.
again. Oh my
I will be
God.
the god of the new world. One of the many times moving forward that we see Light's ego. Light is a straight A model student who will graduate top of his class in all areas effortlessly. Everything comes easy to him, and for the next 5 days he would do nothing but obsessively write down names in the Death Note, growing in conviction for every criminal killed. Light Yagami now has a goal. It takes a few days, but as expected, the Shinigami Ryuk appears before Light, making for a fascinating introduction between the two. Light truly believes and expected to get his soul ripped out from him by this death god once using the Death Note, which obviously Ryuk is quick to call out as some human fantasy. Even still though, Light had accepted that fate and continued using the Death Note under the false belief that when the death god appears, he would get his soul torn and die. He was willing to die if it meant he could continue using the Death Note. Ryuk informs him that, no, that's a fantasy and not how it actually works. From the moment Light touched that Death Note, it was officially his, and as long as he keeps ownership, the only difference will be is the Death God Ryuk will follow him until he either dies or forfeits ownership. No one else would be able to see or hear Ryuk except for Light. Having a Death God follow you around until the end of your life is fairly symbolic for what Light's actual life will turn out to be, but at this point, he's coming to the realization that there are no obvious downsides to using the Death Note. His soul will not be burned at the stake, at least not physically. He is not going to be killed by the Shinigami, at least not yet. It sounds like a pretty good deal to Light. Gain ultimate power over your fellow humans, no immediate drawbacks, and he's good to go. The burden of using the Death Note is entirely dependent on the individual doing so. Lack conviction in your beliefs, you will end up in a bad place after using the Death Note, quickly. However, it is stated that any human, no matter how solid their conviction, will in the end go through a tremendous amount of torment and pain. Ryuk makes a bold statement that in the end, it will be he who writes down Light's name in the Death Note, and when he does so, he mockingly states that no human who has used the Death Note can go to heaven or hell. This has led to the belief that heaven and hell exist in the Death Note universe. However, Ryuk is lying about this. Anytime he has been asked, Oba has stated when all humans die in Death Note, they go to a place called Mu, meaning nothingness. They would be in the same state as before they were born. This could be explained as Ryuk simply messing with Light, as he is only doing this out of boredom, and he saw how superstitious he was with this idea of a death god taking his soul, and so adding in a line about heaven and hell was just thrown in to see his reaction, as it is a much wider known concept by humanity and would normally get quite the reaction out of an ordinary person. The afterlife is a super open-ended topic in general, and for Death Note, it is confirmed that all humans return to nothingness post-death.
Normal speed.
Just as it is in pre-life, it would be the same thing. Ryuk does imply that Light will find out more about it after he dies, which this can only lead to speculation of what happens to a Death
I'm following
Note user
everything
after
he
death,
says.
especially ones as prolific as Light, or Ryuk could still just be messing around and gauging a reaction. Light's interactions with Ryuk are some of the best moments in the series.
Agreed.
They work very well together, and it's because Light has the biggest
Tokes, chat,
ego
let's
out
go.
of potentially anyone of all time. He first speaks to Ryuk as if he is asserting dominance over him.
Yeah,
a human asserting dominance over a god. Light initially believes that he himself was specifically chosen to receive the Death Note by these all-powerful gods, implying that he has some sort of main protagonist syndrome, even though, yeah, he is the main protagonist, but when Ryuk tells him it was all by chance,
Bro, this guy's
Light now
analysis
believes this
is
to be
fucking
fate.
fire.
Whether he was chosen by gods or not, in the end he would find a way to make himself the most important person in the room. Ryuk acts as somewhat of an extension of Light's subconscious thought. As they were both bored, every time something interesting happens, Light must remain calm, while Ryuk's laugh represents how Light truly feels in these moments throughout the story, totally alleviated from the boredom. In the first 5 days of ownership, Light has written down the names of 380 known criminals from around the world. No human has ever taken it this far this quickly. Light is cleansing the world of not only the most current publicized criminals on the planet, but also boredom itself. He does this with the intention to make it known to the world that he exists. Light, with this innocent look on his face, believes that he is doing a service to humanity. He had gained an ultimate power, and after 5 days, that same power...
It's crazy,
gave him
like, look at
visions of
his
godlike
eyes.
judgment
Like,
and
look at his
gave him the
eyes. They're
conviction
super,
to be
like,
the
circular
arbiter
and
of the
shit, and then
world.
the end they're all, like, angular. Like,
Ryuk quickly becomes very
fucking
entertained
evolution
by
of his
Light.
character is so
However,
nice.
on the other side of the world, people are paying attention. At the G8 summit, the international police meet to discuss the 380 global random heart attacks on their country's most dangerous criminals.
Such a good story.
As Light had anticipated, even a fool could connect the dots to this many victims dying of a heart attack. Very quickly, this had become the world's most famous and talked about case. Chapter 2. L.
Bro, I swear to God, if I
happy
get
to
some
have spoken
copyright
on L
bullshit
prior to
from
the
watching
beginning of the
this.
story. Throughout the LABB murder case, you learn a lot about the foundation of Wammy's house and the origin of how the detective L came to
27
be.
banger right
and
there.
Of course,
Give me another
the current
27
day
right
L
here.
is paying very close attention to the recent mass
right here.
killings of criminals on a global scale. The members
Right
of
here.
Interpol are freaking out,
Alright,
losing their
fine, fuck
minds
yeah.
over who could possibly be doing this and how. Resorting to accusing each other, it becomes quite clear that none of these people working for the international police have a clue what's going on. There's something amusing about having
Cheers.
a room full of professionals, the highest
Nice
ranking
try,
members
Bobby.
of their nation's police force, and not a single one of them knows how to go about handling this case. The only thing Interpol can agree on is that this is a case for L. And how right they would be. For how absent he was in the LABB murder case, what eventually would go on to be known as the Cura case is L's most challenging and out-of-this-world investigation that he would ever work on. From the beginning, he had been paying attention. It is unknown when L started researching the criminals dropping dead of heart attacks, a few days at the most, and he is able to track back all the way to the Shinjuku killer, Light's original test murder on the man in the kindergarten. Since this event was only broadcast in Japan, this is where he gets the hunch that Kira may be operating out of Japan. Although it's just a hunch, it is correct. Watari appears in front of Interpol at the request of L. L starts by addressing the room, stating that this case is unprecedented in scope of difficulty. L could not solve this case alone, and from the beginning he had the foresight to know that he needed the help of the international police. Not much help, but since he is L, Interpol grant his request. Light had been working just as hard to remain consistent in his literature. These murders have become the most talked about event on a global scale. Everyone on the planet knows about it, and here you have Kira himself walking amongst a group of fellow students, acting completely normal. This is one of the most intriguing elements of the Kira case. Light's acting abilities are insanely good. Where this talent comes from is questionable, but he remains very convincing all throughout. Light returns home and goes online, and what he sees online grows his conviction even more, seeing websites pop up in support of, quote, the legend of Kira, the savior, who is ridding the world of its convicts. Light takes any amount of support he attains from anonymous online forum users, and because it's being said in abundance anonymously, this is how the whole world truly feel about his actions. It can also be noted that Google exists in the Death Note universe, at least in Viz's translation. Light at this point remains completely uncontested. In fact, as the first week goes by, he only glorifies what he's doing in his own head, only to be perpetuated by the online forums. He leaves his death note at home, openly sitting inside his desk for anyone to find. He expects the police to be after him eventually, but since reading forum posts in support of him, confirming his theory on true human nature, that people are only honest in their most private moments when no one is around to judge their beliefs, this makes Light's ego even bigger. Seeing support on this level, on such a wide scale, this is the biggest thing he has ever done. The most powerful and important he has ever felt. There would be absolutely nothing that would stop Light's narcissism and ego from growing at this point moving forward. Everything was going exactly the way he planned. He was righteous. A mass broadcast is suddenly televised from a man claiming to be L, with the full name of Linda L. Taylor. This is the beginning of the confrontation between Light and L. He directs a message specifically to Kidder, based on all the clues he had found himself, and challenges him, saying that what he is doing is evil, and eventually he will be brought to justice. L had never shown his face before. This is a big point of L. It seems odd to suddenly just put your face out there when people are dying untouched. And so when Light hears a counter viewpoint after all those nice forum posts he was reading about himself, this touches a nerve, and without thinking, Light commits his biggest crime yet, killing what he perceived to be an innocent man because he opposed his belief. Claiming to be righteous in his justification, it is all those who fight against his own way of justice. They are the truly evil ones. He writes down the name of Lindell Taylor, giving Light his first real big mistake if you're trying to measure this by intelligence. This was done out of pure ego. Light had not been contested like this on a global scale before. He was expecting the police at some point, but certainly not someone of L's level this quickly. When Linda L. Taylor dies, it is revealed that this is not actually L, just another criminal who was conveniently sentenced to death on that day, who just so happens to have a similar name to L. There's no evidence to suggest L would lie about this, conveniently having a spare criminal set aside with a very conveniently sounding name to his own that was sentenced to die on this very specific day. This was a weekly story, so micro-analyzing absolutely everything is insane. However, knowing the lengths L will go to solve a case that he is interested in, speculate for a second and imagine Lindell Taylor was a criminal who was not sentenced to die. It is important later in the story and may as well be pointed out now, but when L begins working with the Japanese task force, he lies to them about a lot of information. A lot. Mostly everything is a lie. L claims to be doing this to bring Kira to justice. However, as the story moves forward, Kira and L are bilateral. Light realizes his mistake immediately when the real L comes on screen with a synthetic voice. Although, a small setback for Light only opens up more opportunity. This plan that he had executed gives him even more clues about the location of Kira and how he kills. L's plan was to broadcast this message region by region until something happened to Lindell Taylor. The fact it happened on the first stream, in his own words, was pure luck. In the second chapter, L uncovers that Kidder is based in the Kanto region of Japan, along with him needing a name and face to kill. L is already invested in this case more than anything else. It would not be surprising if from the moment it was brought to his attention, he had stayed up for 100+ hours studying it religiously. The Japanese police are blown away by the deductive ability of L. It becomes clear that none of these agents alone have the ability to run this case on their own, and so it becomes a game of anonymous versus anonymous. Light vs L. Two people who are trying to uncover the identities of each other before one of them eventually dies, both claiming to be righteous in their own way. It's an amazing start to a weekly manga, one of the best I've ever seen out of the 3 that I've read. Light was caught off guard once, from seeing all the praise he was getting on certain websites to the direct confrontation with L being publicly outcast as evil by the international police. Light all of a sudden has a lot to think about, and it's not going to be as easy as he once believed. Chapter 2 ends in the same way Chapter 1 does, with Ryuk laughing. And we all know what that means. Chapter 3. Family. It's worth mentioning that if Light's goal was to only rid the world of criminals, that would have been very easy for him. If that was the case, he just needed to do nothing, or, similar to what we saw in the pilot, play it passive and simply kill off criminals from his bedroom without acknowledging anyone. Although this was never going to happen, he was bored after all. The fact that he had the ability to play it passive and chose not to speaks to the self-confidence he has and more of his own personal ideals. Before becoming god of the new world, he must acknowledge L, because the fight with L would be more interesting than even the Death Note itself. When the story first begins, Light is shown to be smart, but nowhere near the level he would reach as he is pushed by L. Light seemingly grows in intelligence as he has to account for some of the world's sharpest minds. Ryuk informs him that if anyone touches the Death Note, he himself becomes visible. This is said immediately when Light's sister walks into the room. The combined pressure of L and then Ryuk dropping that on him, all things considered, Light handles that
KBD.
pressure extremely well. Only being drawn with a single sweat mark, he now realizes the ultra precautions he must take if he is not to get caught. It is also here that Light proclaims that he has an advantage over L. Not only the Death Note, but another huge point in his favor that will ultimately let him get closer to the heart of the Kira case. The Japanese task force is given priority over the Kira case since Kira had already been caught operating out of Japan, and it makes you wonder, if Light wasn't Kira, what would be stopping someone from catching a flight out of Japan and continuing somewhere else? This is never brought up in L's investigation, as he does suspect Kira to be a teenager. It would be less likely, but it does bring up an interesting point. Light wants to get close to L. Kira wants to get close to L. And L picks up on this. During an MPA meeting, Matsuda comments on the drastic reduction in crime around the world and specifically in Japan. This brings up the debate Oba did not want people to actually try to dissect from this series, but it's the question of, does that make Kira's actions righteous? This answer will be dependent entirely on your own individual experience of the world, and there is no correct answer. Justice can be malleable, and what is right to someone will be wrong to someone else. This topic will lead into one of my personal favorite quotes in Death Note coming late in the endgame, post chapter 100, basically that every human will have their own interpretation of what justice is. Light's second biggest advantage outside of the Death Note is that his father is the chief of police and is leading the Japanese task force in the Kira investigation along with L, Soichiro Yagami. This allows Light to access all files involving the Kira case, keeping him up to date on who they suspect. This keeps him always one step ahead. Not only that, he is able to find a weakness in the trust between the task force and L, an unstable foundation between the world's greatest detective and the average task force members. Already, members of the task force are resigning as the Kira case is far too dangerous for public officials, and they don't see it as fair how L is hiding behind an alias and a mask. At no point does Light ever cower away in fear. He is giving L very specific clues in an attempt to not only get closer to him, but also drive a wedge between the Japanese police and L himself. Due to Light setting the times of death taking place around after school hours, L suspects Kira to be someone fairly young. Light picks up on this and sends a subtle message back to L, killing off one criminal every hour on the hour, informing L that Kira can not only control the time of death, but more importantly, that he has a way of attaining information only known to the Japanese police. This is Light's response to Lind L. Taylor, and it is a very strong one. Light is now in this for life, stating that if he messes up even slightly, Kira will have to kill his own family to avoid suspicion. In a span of only a few days, this is how far Light has fallen. Chapter 4. Current. Light and L go back and forth on how to one-up each other. At the moment, it is 1 for 1. L got a win in the beginning with the Lind L. Taylor stunt, however Light responds and puts L in a situation where he narrows down Kira to being someone who has connections to the Japanese police. However, this is also a double-edged sword for L, knowing Kira is gaining information on the case through police files and cannot have any more intel leaks out of the task force. This was exactly what Light wanted to happen. L began to distrust the task force and in secret phones the FBI headquarters over in the United States and asks them to send in 12 FBI agents to track and follow the members of the Japanese police force and their families. L is now certain that Kira is among them. Light's original idea is that he expected L to be outed publicly by the Japanese police, and this would have actually worked, showing his first real intelligence feat. He expected there to be tension between L and the task force purely based on how anonymous L likes to remain. This would come in direct opposition to the people who he was working with, who have their names very clearly displayed publicly. This was a correct assumption by Light. Members of the task force begin to resign out of fear for their own lives, as it is clear Kira will kill anyone who tries to oppose him. Light's expectation that the police would try to track down L and uncover his true identity instead of Kira's never really comes up, which is actually a pretty interesting theory. What evidence is there in the beginning that stops L from being Kidder? He remains anonymous. No one who knows of him has ever seen him. This is an angle that the story rarely goes into, which I think is a bit of a missed opportunity. The Kira case is the most abstract case of all time. It does not make any sense how people are simply dropping dead in masses. L being the only one to call out Kira on as big of a platform as he did, being the super genius that he is, whose own moral compass is questionable at best, would have made for an interesting set of events if more people, or a majority of people, openly suspected L of being Kira, as in a lot of ways he is similar to Light. This does actually happen, but on a much smaller scale, only through unnamed criminal psychologists in more of a passing statement. The FBI or Japanese task force do not suspect L until the idea is right in their face. And outside that, it's not a tactic used by Light or ever brought up again. Death Note really plays up the idea that anyone outside of Light and L is just not smart enough to come up with their own ideas that hold any value on their own. Regardless, the game of cat and mouse is well underway, and Light has spent the day at the hardware store. Understanding the seriousness of L, Light ramps up his caution a lot and designs a secret storage spot for the Death Note, to which Ryuk says when a human has a Death Note, hiding it is often the most challenging thing. Kind of confirming that, yeah, there must have been a few humans before Light Yagami who had used a Death Note that will forever remain unnamed. Light shows off a bit of his engineering skill by hiding the Death Note under a false bottom in his desk, while simultaneously having it set up to self-combust if anyone other than him opens it in a way other than the way he had designed it. Light would be willing to burn his whole family house down than get the death penalty. Not too surprising, since he had already accepted that he may have to kill his own family. This only confirms how deep he has fallen, in such a short space of time too, and how he is willing to not only do anything to maintain his god complex, but also to kill L. Chapter 5. Eyeballs. L narrows down the investigation to everyone within the MPA. Within this organization, there are a total of 141 people who have access to task force information, thus leading him to believe that Kira is one of these 141 people. So Light continues going about his regular day, and sure enough, there is an FBI agent flown in from overseas who has been observing him. This doesn't come as a massive surprise to Light when Ryuk tells him. However, he is drawn with a sweat mark, and anytime someone is drawn with a sweat mark in Death Note, it is Oba letting the audience know about a character losing their composure to a certain extent. And obviously the more sweat marks they are drawn with, the more they are losing their composure. Light doesn't show it, but since he was made unaware of someone following him for 2 whole days, he never had a chance to manipulate what that person saw. This is what threw him off guard. This is not just any FBI agent. The man shadowing Light is the one and only Ray Pemba himself. Still working as an FBI agent, from the days of the LABB murder case, this is the fiancé of Naomi Mizura, who also just so happens to be in Japan along with Ray Pemba. Going through the Los Angeles BB murder case will make the next few chapters of the story very intriguing. Light assumes that L brought in 50 people to probe through the MPA. This is a massive overestimation by Light, since the actual number was only 12. He assumes, though, his likelihood of being suspected as Kira is currently 0, as all Ray Pemba has seen is an overly serious high school student. Nothing too out of the ordinary. However, Light does make it a point to tone down his serious nature in public. His immediate goal is to find out the name of the FBI agent who is following him. Ryuk brings up an interesting deal to Light, something that was also at play in the LABB murder case, the Eye of the Shinigami. If you remember, Beyond Birthday was a man born with Shinigami eyes, one of the most abnormal things you could possibly imagine. This was one of the many things that led him to go insane after constantly being reminded of death, and so here Ryuk explains the 2 things that separate a human with a Death Note from a god of death with a Death Note. Light ponders on what life would be like as a Shinigami, and also suggesting to Ryuk that if he doesn't like the Shinigami realm, why not take what he likes from the human world and try to change the Shinigami realm? This is exactly what Light is trying to do in his own world, taking something from the Shinigami realm and applying it to his own. Ryuk offers Light a trade. This is meant to be a customary trade offer for any human who has ownership of a Death Note. half of their remaining life for the power of the Shinigami eyes, showing a point of view of Ryuk looking at Light, showing his name and remaining lifespan above his head. Going back to Beyond Birthday, this is what he constantly saw, this red-tinted view of the world, everyone's name, and when they were going to die. These numbers above Light's head are shown in Shinigami time, so that's why it makes no sense for anyone reading it. Obviously, giving away when Light would die in Chapter 5 wouldn't be a good idea. As for the actual numbers themselves, Oba had stated that he went ahead and made his own personalized calculations to get these specific numbers, so trying to decode them to figure out when Light would die would be just about as hard as the Kira case itself. This lifespan does not change, and without Shinigami interference, it will always show the same numbers no matter what. And with this newfound knowledge, Light has a game-changing decision to make. Chapter 6. Manipulation. Light thinks on this deal for about 2 seconds and confidently concludes that Shinigami eyes are not worth it. This was a huge moment. Of course, Light would never want to shorten his own life. However, if he had agreed to this deal, most of his problems throughout the story would disappear fairly easily, as L remains adamant in the belief that Kira needs both a name and face, and actually gets caught out on this on an occasion later in the story. But Light, instead of gaining even more power, rejects it, wanting to live a long life and not a shortened one. Light jokingly states that he would have considered this deal if it were for those wings that Ryuk has to make him feel like a real god, levitating above all of humanity. Once again, this is Light's ego being shown clearer than ever. He doesn't feel like he needs the power of the Shinigami Eye. There would be moments later on where he does consider it again. However, even with being followed, Light remains confident in his own ability. This is the main appeal of Light. His conviction in everything he does remains so high, where it's hard to doubt him on anything. Even something as blatant as killing people, you almost second guess yourself and think, on a long enough time frame, he probably is doing a net positive for humanity. Light is crafting his ideal world, the utopia he wants to live in. The only way someone like him would accept this deal is if it extended his life. With that, he rejects the Shinigami eyes, and even gets a little annoyed at Ryuk for bringing it up to him so many days after he picked up the Death Note. Arms folded, scolding Ryuk, and he wonders if there's anything else Ryuk isn't telling him. This is a part of what makes Light such a fun character to watch, standing before a god of death and showing no fear, bossing him around most of the time. The dynamic between these two is so good. It is now time for Light to do some real experimenting with the Death Note. At the moment, he has a competent enough understanding of the rules, but he needs more. The next few murders will be specifically designed to push the limits of what the Death Note can really do.
God.
This ends up being another big win for Light in the battle against L, as he's able to control and manipulate, at least to a reasonable extent, the actions of some of these criminals. Light points out that he's keeping criminals in stock on the side for times exactly like this, and due to Ray Pember following him, as he isn't a suspect yet, he has to take advantage of the moment now, as opposed to a second round possible follow-up investigation where they would likely be looking a lot harder into him. To his surprise, 3 out of the 6 victims die in the exact way he had written. He made one man cut off his finger and draw a blood pentagram. Another one escaped prison only to collapse of cardiac arrest in a public restroom. And the final victim that obeyed the Death Note wrote down a message specifically in fear of Kira. If you read this message in a certain way, it says, L, do you know, ... This does mess with L a lot. These messages inherently have no meaning, and L is left speculating over evidence that will not get him any closer to solving the case, at least not in the foreseeable future. Light would go on to exploit this, which is why this has to be another win in his favor if you're keeping score. L does speculate on the idea of Kira being able to manipulate a victim's actions before death, and using this stunt to potentially test out his new powers, which is made fairly apparent by Light, and so he instructs the MPA to not make any of this information public. Light remains unaffected by all of this, still being able to hack into his father's PC, and everything he needs to know is laid out right in front of him. Now, only 3 of these victims did as he instructed. The other 3 test victims simply died of a heart attack. This was due to Light making them do impossible things, such as travel from Japan to France in under an hour, illustrate a perfect likeness of L's face, or write, I know L suspects the Japanese police. None of these worked because they were outside the realm of what these individuals were capable of doing. Even in regards to that last one, which Light actually believed would work, the Death Note cannot make someone write down something that they themselves do not know. making this also an impossible task. So writing down, "I know L suspects the Japanese police," when that isn't something they would naturally think of, it makes it impossible. Light does some last-minute testing, this time killing criminals with methods outside of heart attacks, so no one would suspect Kidder at all for these deaths, leading into the most climactic event yet. Chapter 7. Target.
That one came from the toes, baby. Let's
Despite
go.
being semi-unhinged, Light is formerly an attractive guy, and this helps him out a lot more than you'd expect, and so he sets up a date with this random girl in an effort to find out who is following him and what other organization L had been in contact with. What proceeds in the coming moments is a predetermined event set out by Light in the Death Note, and once again, everything goes according to plan. Ray Pember is there, which is lucky. He notes that thus far, Light Yagami, son of Chief Yagami, has no grounds for suspicion of being Kidder. Ray Pember decides to follow him onto the bus, and beyond that, this will be his last day tracking Light and the Yagami family in general, as he feels there is no need to track Light's younger 14-year-old sister. A man waiting at a separate bus station enters the vehicle with a gun and hijacks the bus. It's worth pointing out that again, everyone on this bus is drawn with sweat marks, even Ray Pember himself. The only person shown with proper composure throughout this situation is Kidder, and that's because it's all been predetermined. Light writes a very convincing letter to the girl he's sitting next to about how his father is the chief of police and he knows exactly what to do in this situation. This was such a convincing letter that Ray Pember, who is conveniently sitting directly behind them, whispers to Light saying not to do anything and that he will take care of it. Light then accuses him of potentially being the hijacker's accomplice as he had commented on his foreign accent, and in the heat of the moment, to prove that he isn't, Ray Pember shows his FBI identification to Light, under the assumption that if he really was Kidder, this hijacker would already be dead. Our buddy Ray's actions here would eventually turn out to be a mistake, although there was no way for him to realize this in the moment, as he was mainly worried about this random bus jacker. He had almost zero suspicion of Light being Kidder, and even less knowledge of something as powerful as the Death Note. In the heat of the moment, he lacked the composure needed, once again shown by the sweat marks, and written in big bold letters his ID states FBI, giving Light all the information he needs. Light goes on to drop a scrunched page torn from the Death Note for the hijacker to pick up, see the God of Death standing in front of him, lose his mind, fire all 6 rounds at the Shinigami, freak out even more when he doesn't die, then flee the bus, only for him to be slammed by a car. Once again, events go exactly as planned for Light Yagami. Chapter 8. Woman. Everyone exits the bus, and with the corpse of a dead man in front of them, Ray Pember flees the scene as to not be questioned by the incoming police and reveal that he is an FBI agent, and so, with that, he clears Light of all suspicion of being Kidder and sees the events that happened today as being completely coincidental. This could not have gone better for Light. He even tries getting out of this date with this girl that he only used to perpetuate this narrative because of how traumatic this must have been for her. But the girl is so into Light that she doesn't want to give up the date that easily, and so, as Ray Pember leaves, not to be seen by the Japanese police, unsuspecting of Light, Light spends the rest of the day at a place called Spaceland. When Ray Pember returns to his hotel, his fiancée is there waiting for him. It's been a long day for Ray. He exhaustedly informs his fiancée about what had happened, that he had a mix-up with a bus jacking after pursuing a possible suspect of the Kira case. Now retired from the FBI, but not at all any less perceptive, Mizora immediately picks up on this. Ray is quick to shut this down though. He disregards her comments regardless of how accurate they may be, as he states she was an excellent FBI agent in her time, but she's retired now, and for her own safety, he does not want her speculating on the possible whereabouts of Kira or what's been going on. This was really unfortunate. Naomi Misora, for being a character not named L or Light, she was written to be mostly perceptive and also very smart. From the Los Angeles BB murder case, she was capable of holding her own against someone from Wammy's house, and now to see her 1 year again later in the timeline, she still has the same talents, but is shut down by Ray for what he says is her own safety. This is very realistic, as their relationship is implied to be a very traditional one. However, it is a shame, because in all the material so far, Naomi has been shown to be superior to her husband in pure deductive ability, which would have been perfect for this case. When Ray tells her that she's only here as his fiancée and nothing else, she
Getting
quickly lets go of
rinsed
the
by his
idea that
different
Kidder
types of
may
fire.
have been on
Yeah.
that bus that day. However, this idea is not to be forgotten. The manga cuts back to Light, extremely happy with how his day went and deciding to write down Ray Pember's name in around 1 week's time, in order to give time for others to be probable suspects and allow Light to learn the names and faces of the 11 other FBI agents. For now, he continues messing with Elle, but he now has control over the actions of Ray Pember before his death. All Elle had been doing this whole time is staring at these meaningless messages Light had left, going over and over in his head the messages that state, Elle, do you know, ... The next message comes in and Elle decodes it as saying, Elle, do you know, gods of death? This makes Elle ponder even more. These messages sound like big clues, and to be fair, if Elle had the knowledge of the Death Note, they definitely would be. But Elle comes to the most basic conclusion of thinking that Kidder is suggesting that Shinigami exist. Again, these sound like clues, but without the Death Note and how much time Elle is wasting here, instead of following up with the FBI agents and learning about what happened to Ray Pember, he is instead trying to decode these death messages and wasting so much time doing so, even deploying resources to keep a close eye on if any more of these notes come through. If Naomi Misora was able to deduce that Kira may have been on that bus, it is by no means a stretch to think that Elle would have also come to that conclusion, if he had been paying attention. However, he wasn't. This was Light's purpose in distracting him. While Elle is essentially wasting time, Light is making big moves. Chapter 8 of Death Note advances forward in time to 1 week, where all the FBI agents have suddenly been killed of cardiac arrest. This is a small deviation in time placement in the adaptation. This leads to the Japanese police force to discover that the FBI was probing members of the MPA, and this leads to a severe distrust in Elle, to where most of the task force leaves in the investigation, and the FBI itself pulls out of Japan. The FBI then outs Elle as ordering them to probe the members of the MPA, to which Elle acknowledges that perhaps he should have been paying a little bit more attention to the FBI agents instead of these meaningless notes. Immediately after Elle receives the final note, to which he had been waiting days to receive to put his whole theory together, and it says, Elle, do you know, gods of death love apples. Confirming Elle's first L to Light, and even being drawn with his own sweat mark to really imply that he was thrown off by this. This would be the only sweat mark Elle would be drawn with throughout the entire story, which really just speaks to the composure he usually has, and is a huge win for Light. There could be nothing gained from this message, at least not right now, and Elle knows this. Most of the MPA are now against him. The FBI were planning on sending over more agents to Japan, however this is no longer the case. Elle is now positive that Kidder had been in contact with one of them. But more than anything else, our favorite FBI agent, Ray Pember, has been killed. Chapter 9, Slots, and the death of Ray Pember. Light had been taking major risks, with the bus jacking and now killing all 12 FBI agents. This chapter flashes back and shows how this all came to be. The anime adaptation shows these events chronologically, and this is where it does deviate from the manga as far as time placement goes a tiny bit. Light had used the Death Note to control the actions of Ray Pember before his death, which I'm sure is how he is so comfortable appearing in public as Kidder. Without the Death Note amping his power, it's hard to imagine Light would have done something like this on his own. He appears behind Ray Pember at a train station and blatantly announces himself as Kidder. It remains somewhat unclear if Ray is totally incapable of his own actions because Light had already written his name in the Death Note, or if he truly was in a checkmate situation with Kidder. It seems to be a mixture of the two, with Light killing a random janitor who he claims to be a perpetrator of sexual assault. This puts Ray in a huge bind regardless of whether he's being controlled or not. Light goes on to say that the janitor he just killed was a menace to society and deserved to be punished. Makes you think, how deep did he have to dig to find out about this random janitor that works at a coffee shop who just so happened to be a perpetrator of sexual assault? Not relevant at all to the story, but apparently there was insufficient evidence of this janitor's crimes, which is why he couldn't be prosecuted by the law and is being prosecuted by Light. Light, on top of everything else he's doing, maintaining his #1 high school ranking nationwide, continuing his winning streak against Elle, and finding the names and faces of the FBI agents, also had time to look into this very specific case with this random coffee shop worker and decides to kill him based on his own conclusion, and disregarding any insufficient evidence. This man was used as an example to prove Light's powers to Ray. However he justifies it, it's hard to believe Light had every intricate detail of that person's very specific case. Light killed a man who had insufficient evidence against him and may have potentially been completely innocent. From here, he would go on to threaten Ray Pember's fiancée along with his entire family. This forces Ray to comply with Kira and do exactly as he says. He proceeds to give him an envelope containing torn pages of the death note, and he will be getting Ray Pember to write down the names of all FBI agents on his behalf. With the transceiver in his ear, making this conversation untraceable, Light had taken every step he needed to ensure this would go exactly according to plan. Ray Pember, regardless of being controlled or not, is unable to do anything. Light had trapped him in a corner to where now he must comply with whatever he says. Light does everything right here. He makes no mistakes, making sure to have the files not sent directly to Ray's PC, otherwise that would narrow down the search and make him a suspect. In the end, this would be the last train ride Ray Pember would ever take. After following Kira's orders, unknowingly writing down the names of his fellow FBI agents in the death note, he sits there for another 30 minutes, giving him plenty of time to think about who Kira could be. But he never connects the dots. Even with his fiancée telling him, Ray never realizes until it's too late. He exits the train only to suffer a heart attack. Seeing the true face of Kira, Light Yagami.
Light. Sayonara, Ray Pember.
They use the Japanese version. It's a real.
Chapter 10. Confluence. Notably, and it is worth mentioning that by the 16th of February 2004, which was around this point in the story, Death Note was cemented inside the top 10 of Shonen Jump, only getting beaten out by the likes of Naruto and One Piece, which at that point had been ongoing for years. Death Note would consistently be in the top 3 of Weekly Shonen Jump from now, even going as far to reach the number 1 spot for the first time in June of 2004, which was around chapter 28. What we would eventually see is it hold a very consistent spot in the top 10 for its entire duration. This was during the early 2000s, which many consider to be the peak of Shonen Jump, so this was a pretty big milestone for the series. With the FBI agents all dying, people quitting the Japanese task force en masse, Elle is running out of moves to make. And if you're scoring this game of cat and mouse between the two, Light has 2 wins while Elle only has 1. News comes out of the FBI agents' deaths, and the memories of what her then fiancé had told her come rushing to the surface, and without hesitation, Naomi Misora knows that he was murdered by Kira, and that there's even more possibility now that he was on that same bus. She goes as far as locating the bus station main offices and speaks to the exact man who was assigned bus driver on that day during the hijacking. She doesn't get much out of him, other than the confirmation that yes, Ray was on that bus along with 6 others that he just can't remember. Now that Ray is dead, Naomi has no reason to not go all in on this investigation. He was the reason she gave up her job at the FBI to start a family. Now he's gone, her life's purpose begins to take a shift. Due to the task force reducing in numbers, Light decides to stop blatantly publicizing his acts to secret information, as this would only narrow down suspicion a lot, as there are a lot less people in the MPA. Reflecting on his movements over the past few days, Light has done a lot, and although he himself has not left any evidence or made any mistakes in the process, similar to Beyond Birthday, he did not account for Naomi Misora, who, at the moment, is the closest person to uncovering the truth. Light acknowledges that the real battle with Elle begins now. Back at the Task Force HQ, and Chief Yagami lays out the truth to the remaining members of the MPA. All of them very well could be murdered by Kira. It is clear that he will eliminate anyone who stands in his way, not only criminals, and so the Chief informs anyone who wants out of this case best leave now and return to the regular police force. Even though many of them had already left, there's still a substantial amount who are left that this even requires addressing. When Chief Yagami returns in a few hours, he is met with 5 remaining officers. These are the 5 who are willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of this case. Aizawa, Ide, Matsuda, Mogi, and Ukita. Combining with Chief Yagami, there are only 6 left who decide to work with L. L now has trust in the 6 that remain. However, the same cannot be said for the task force and L. Aizawa finally brings up a very good point, and that they cannot trust L. For a brief moment, the discussion of L actually being Kira was made very much aware to everyone in the room. For how brief this is the only time it's ever brought up, which is as good a time as any, and it is something to these characters that is very much worth mentioning. At this point, it becomes obvious to anyone. This is what Light had been trying to drive at from the very beginning, and only now is being brought up to L. As long as he stays anonymous, he can no longer be trusted in this case. When the task force slowly put the pieces together, the FBI was brought in by L. He would have been one of the only people to know their identities. Knowing this would be the eventual outcome of working so closely with the MPA, L decides to reveal himself to those who stayed to risk their life. He has very strict rules that they must follow and asks them to decide if they would be willing to cooperate with his way of operating. Already saying goodbye to our first task force member for a while, Ide. Ide is completely against the way L conducts things, and so he just leaves. The rest are happy to follow L, and to their surprise, he is literally staying in a hotel around the corner, anticipating something like this would have actually happened. The death of the 12 FBI agents is on L. In their sacrifice, he has learned quite a bit about Kira and how he behaves. But this is, more than likely, L's biggest loss during his entire detective career. This is implied by him revealing himself to the others as L. This is something that he would only do under drastic circumstances, and usually that if he appeared in public, he would use an alias. Staring out the window at the city skyline, L's inner monologues are the only real times you can take what he's saying as 100% what he truly believes. This is one of those moments. He anticipates, on the basis of Kira's behavior pattern, if he would ever find out about L showing himself to only a select few members of the MPA, Kira would definitely attempt to move in closer. Even though L had taken back-to-back defeats from Light, in the beginning, the same way L caught him off guard, Light clapped back just as hard and took L by surprise. He was not expecting Kira to be as good as he was. Now moving into a part of the story where they are both ready for each other, both on guard. From here, this is where Light and L get to go all out. Chapter 11. 1. L's introduction to the task force begins with him shooting them as soon as they introduce themselves. This can be seen as him proving to them that he is not Kira, as all Kira needs is a name and face. From the moment they walked in the room, they would instantly be dead. The task force was suspecting of L being Kira himself, and this pretty much clears him of all suspicion, as it is never brought up again. And it is a very fitting introduction for the character of L. In some bonus content from Volume 13 How to Read, it shows an altered version of this scene, if the world was at peace, in which instead of gunning them down, he rotates his hand and turning the gun sign into an L, showing off more of that quirky side to L that becomes very apparent the more you see of him. At the moment though, L is very serious. Having been caught off guard by Kira, he doesn't want to waste any time at all here. L takes on the name Ryuzaki, which is a throwback to the Los Angeles BB murder case, and explains to the current MPA his thoughts on everything he knows about Kira so far. Matsuda suggests to have the media omit crime coverage, as this could perhaps limit the number of victims, which actually in theory is a good idea. However, L rejects this. Something that is important, almost imperative to know about L when reading or watching through these scenes is that he rarely ever says the truth. He lies a lot whenever he speaks to the task force, so anything he says to them has to be taken very dubiously. The reason L rejects the idea of limiting names of the criminals being broadcast through the media is not a lie. He states that it is because he believes Kira would simply go on to kill less severe criminals, perhaps like he did earlier with the unnamed coffee shop janitor, and even goes back to the example of Lindell Taylor. He has figured Kira out to be someone who hates losing, just like himself. Simply by observing the murder patterns of Kira, L has almost a complete pinpointed view of how Light would react and think. Those who withhold the names of criminals, those are the truly evil people. L isn't lying about this. In fact, once again, he is spot on. That's exactly what Light would do. Eventually. His reason for not keeping the names out of the public domain appears righteous, wanting to protect the less severe criminal populace. However, imagine for a second a world where Light did not have access to the names of criminals. This would not end the case entirely, but it would slow him down, and Light would have to reevaluate and take a different approach. By limiting the coverage of names, the game would stop, or take a time out. L, more than anything else, does not want this, especially on the back of 2 losses. Instead of limiting media coverage, L decides to amp it up to 1,000. Literally, in the same way Light doesn't back down from L doesn't back down from Kira. Having a fake media story run about sending over 1,000 investigators to Japan for a Kira manhunt, all in the attempt to have Kira react and then make a move. A reaction is better than no reaction, which is what Matsuda's original idea would have led to, and the main reason L was against it. L phrases things that hype up the task force a lot. His deduction on Light and Kira is extremely accurate, and when Chief Yagami asks by showing his face to them, does this mean L has lost to Kira? To this, L actually says yes. However, the contest is not over. L's language here is determining exactly how he sees this investigation. On the surface, to the MPA, this is a criminal case in which justice must be served, but what this really is a competition between 2 gifted minds. He is able to pinpoint the exact set of days in which Kira was met with the FBI agents. However, Light had purposely made the order of files sent from the FBI random to make it impossible to trace. From this point forward, L uses the idea of justice as a front to the MPA and the entire investigation. In their minds, he is doing this to bring Kira to justice, even going as far to say that in the end, the good guys always win. This hypes up the MPA even more. They are legitimately cheering after hearing L say this, but not once throughout the entire story, from this point onwards, is he ever thinking to himself that this is a fight about justice. Chapter 12. God. In the background of L and Light's ongoing battle, Naomi Misora had literally uncovered everything about Kira on her own. With the death of Ray Pember weighing her down, this case was all she could think about. She concludes that whoever was on that bus with Ray on that day is Kira. Having all this knowledge but no one to tell, she decides to go to the Japanese task force headquarters and get this information to the chief, or even better, L himself. Make no mistake, if this information got out, Light loses right here, and once again, Naomi Misora had assisted L in a complex case. However, destiny shines down on Light, and just so happens that his mother has a spare change of clothes for Soichiro, and Light offers to take them to him at Task Force HQ, where he is then met with Naomi Misora. Light walks into Task Force HQ almost as a superstar, as everyone downstairs knows that he's the chief's son, and Light even apparently helped solve some cases in the past. This makes Misora pay close attention to him, while at the same time Light overhears her speaking of new information regarding the Kira case, which piques his attention. Light approaches her with the only goal of this interaction is to gain Misora's trust and find out what she knows about Kira before she can tell anyone of importance. He uses his predetermined status as the chief's son, along with being somewhat of a detective himself, and Misora opens up fairly easily to him. Not to be entirely complacent, she does give Light a fake name when asked, and this entire interaction becomes one of the best executed moments in Death Note. As Misora is speaking to Light, she lays out everything she has discovered so far, and to Light's surprise, everything she says about the Kira case is correct. Not even L was able to uncover this much in this short amount of time. All things considered, as much as Misora is making a mistake by telling Light this, she deserves a lot of respect for making him panic this much. However, that was her biggest mistake. This was a lot of people's biggest mistake, and one thing L had always been super cautious of, saying too much. This isn't completely Misora's fault, she had all of this information and literally no one to tell. Then all of a sudden the chief's son drops by. From her perspective, it makes sense and is understandable why she would lay out her flawless deduction in hopes someone close to the case would hear it, while at the same time still being cautious and not giving away her real name. It just so happens that the chief's son also happens to be the reason her husband is dead. Chapter 13. Countdown. Naomi Misora's moments with Light span over the course of 3 chapters. The introduction, the problem, and then the climax. Light realizes that in order to protect himself from being a genuine suspect, Misora needs to die. The problem is, she gave him a fake name, and at this point, he doesn't know that. Light fully intends to kill this woman. He was captured on camera sitting next to her at the MPA building, although this is just simply pure surveillance, and these cameras do not get checked if nothing unusual happens. If L did get his hands on these tapes, however, this may have been all the evidence he needed. Light continues acting friendly and goes along with her theory. This gives him an excuse to pull out a piece of the death note and pretend that he's writing down notes of what she's saying, but actually writes her off as a suicide victim, ensuring that she kills herself in a way that would inconvenience no one and her body would not be found. Ryuk is having a lot of fun with this, blatantly laughing at Light when he writes down the fake name. Light does not account for an alias at all, and is thrown completely off guard by this. The most he has ever lost his composure since the murder of Lindell Taylor. He now has to come up with a new way of finding her real name while not looking weird, and he has about 5 minutes until she reaches the MPA office. The pressure of all of this combined does get to Light. He begins worrying about things that don't actually matter, like his phone being turned on and his father calling him back, as he promised to let Misora speak to him. All he had to do was turn it off. Light is panicking in this moment, but still rejecting the Shinigami eyes from Ryuk, who does actually offer to him again. Light states that he would never do the Shinigami eye deal, especially not over a single person. However, I find it hard to believe he wouldn't use these as an absolute last resort, almost automatic win button in this situation. If Light had failed to get Misora's name, there would have been no other way, and Light would be forced into making this deal. The next 5 minutes consist of him slowly walking alongside her, following her, thinking of every possible way to take her out, while she remains fairly innocent to the whole situation. Light even considers using brute force on her because she's a relatively small woman, although he decides against this to not cause a scene, and that's the reason why he chose against it, to not cause a scene. This would have been the funniest route for Light to go down because Naomi Misora was skilled in martial arts, and as was shown with Beyond Birthday, Light would have attempted to fight her and probably would have been made to look extremely foolish, getting apprehended right then and there for not only being Kidder, but attempting to beat down a woman. Light's only option is to use his brain. While this is happening, L doesn't suspect any of the MPA members, as he had spent the entire time interrogating them and is confident that they are too dumb to be Kidder, and this clears them of all suspicion, just by virtue of them not being as intelligent as he expects Kira to be. He claims to have had a certain trick prepared if Kira was among them, however he never feels the need to use this unknown method, pretty much mocking the MPA's intelligence right to their face, although to them they see it as a compliment and that's what they take it as because it clears them of being Kira. L supplies them with fake badges and gadgets that will act as transmitters to each other, all provided by Watari, who is shown here for the first time unmasked with L. L then points out it isn't good to have no one back at the MPA office, and that at least one person should be there at all times. Aizawa is the one to go back. Chapter 14. Temptation. Light is running out of time, and he has to come up with something. What he comes up with is a lie based on how he perceives the Kira investigation to be going. Everything Light says to Misora is entirely made up on his own deductions based on how he sees the case from the other side. Similar to L, his deduction is perfect and extremely believable, even to someone like Misora. Light goes on to claim to be a member of the task force himself, and the reason no one was at HQ is due to a new system being integrated that keeps its members secret to ensure no tragedies such as the one that befell Misora's fiancé would happen again. Light delivers this perfectly. Naomi Misora believes every word coming out of his mouth, and in her own words, the reason she is able to trust him is because Light reminds her of L. With this in mind, Naomi is convinced that she no longer needs to speak with anyone at the MPA and feels confident in Light. However, this is not enough for Light. He is not about to let someone with this much evidence walk away free. From the moment he found out what Misora knew, Light had killer intent. During the conversation, she lets out that she used to be an FBI agent that had previously worked with L on another case over there in the United States. Light's ability to pick up on this and then just dangle the carrot of returning to work with L again is what ultimately secures him in this moment. Ray Pemba had shut down any idea of her working as a detective again. Light picks up on this dream and uses it to his advantage to sell it back to her. The look on Misota's face when offered a position at the task force is one of pleasant surprise, even further instigated by Light calling the meeting between them today fate. This is all she needs to hear, and now she trusts Light. This is brutal by Light, building up her hopes so high only to crush it within a few seconds in real time. Self-aware that he was going overboard, Light reels it in and says, "This is a very dangerous case, you probably have better things to do." What this does is it puts the ball completely in Naomi Misota's court, and she reacts by giving Light exactly what he was looking for. She is far too eager to join the task force and throws all that caution she once had to the wayside. When Light asks for any kind of identification, she gives it to him. At this time, Aizawa walks straight by him, showing how close he was to being caught. And if Aizawa were paying a bit more attention, would have definitely remembered Light when it mattered. A person must hold an immense amount of conviction to use the Death Note. Over a long period of time, weak humans end up doubting themselves and end up no different from any of their victims. This is what makes Light Yagami so defined. In this moment, he becomes what Kira truly represents.
If you don't mind my asking, why do you keep checking your watch?
Oh, well, I guess it's because...
Oh, これはですね。
Because I'm Kira.
Kira とか。
Is the new justice. If he loses, then Kira was evil all along in the minds of the
I ain't here
population.
for the fancy edits, homie.
Elle has been going over footage of all 3 FBI agents whose deaths were conveniently caught on camera. Ray Pemba happens to be one of those people, and a big risk Light took by doing what he did in the world's busiest train station with cameras everywhere. This allows Elle to go frame by frame over all footage of Ray Pemba and sees how unnatural he was acting through studying his body language and other techniques of the sort. Entering the train station with an envelope and then leaving without one. Combine this with him seeming to look into the train before he died, using every last bit of remaining strength he had. Elle theorizes that it would be interesting if Kira was on that train, and that was the man he was using his strength to look up to. This makes it pretty obvious to Elle, based on all of the footage they have, that Ray Pemba is the main FBI agent to look into. Switching to Light, after the death of Misora, he had spent 4 whole days writing names in the Death Note in advance. The reasoning behind this is if he suddenly is in a position to where he is under surveillance or in a position to where he is unable to access the notebook, he does not want to become a suspect through way of lack of deaths. He also figures out at this point that files of the Kira case have stopped entering onto his father's PC. This can only mean that the task force has taken on significant changes to their protocol. Light had assumed this was the case, but now he knows it to be fact. The Kira case gets a phone call and Elle is made aware of the disappearance of Naomi Misora, Ray Pemba's fiancée. This is the only time throughout the story where the Los Angeles BB murder case is acknowledged. Elle recognizes that he had previously worked with this woman and that she was able to apprehend the perpetrator beyond birthday. From this phone call, Elle now has knowledge that Naomi Misora was trying to go after Kira on her own, and that she may have actually gained some evidence on him and was now in danger. Members of the task force naturally assume that she killed herself due to the death of her fiancé being too painful. However, due to Elle working with her before, he is able to speak on her strength of character and state of mind, saying she would never do that. Instead, she would try to go after Kira, which is exactly what happened. This officially highlights Ray Pemba as the FBI agent suspected of shadowing Kira. This severely reduces the amount of possible suspects down to only 2 families. And because they're dealing with a supernatural human in Kira, bringing everyone in from those 2 families for questioning would be far too dangerous. Instead, Elle wants to place secret cameras and audio devices inside the homes of these 2 families. The task force initially freaks out over this idea. Doing this is illegal in Japan, and so what we're seeing is an example of Elle prepared to do some injustice of his own to win the contest. Definitely not as severe as Light, but placing wires and cameras in the homes of people with families is certainly not a good thing to do, and would definitely break most people's moral code. When questioned on the morality of this, he simply implies that the MPA are hypocrites, stating that they do not want to risk their jobs, yet they had stated that they were willing to risk their lives, once again, using the idea of this being entirely in the name of justice. And on the surface, that's all this is, to which Chief Yagami can really get behind, but the reality is, this was L's best chance at clapping back at Kira, which is why he's going to such extremes. It is revealed that Ray Pemba was tracking two families, Deputy Director General Kitamura.
Alright, I'm heading to bed. I'm fucking tired. 1 o'clock in the morning. I got work tomorrow. Appreciate y'all for chilling. The grind's been real. Peace.